My name is Andrew Dick. I am reading from 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 1 to 58. The Philistines assembled their troops for war at Socoh of Judah. They camped between Socoh and Azekah at Aphes-dammim. Saul and the Israelite army assembled and camped in the Elah Valley, where they got organized to fight the Philistines. The Philistines took position on one hill, while Israel took positions on the opposite hill. There was a valley between them. A champion named Goliath from Gath came out from the Philistine camp. He was more than 9 feet tall. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore bronze scale armor weighing 125 pounds. He had bronze plates on his shins, and a bronze scimitar hung on his back. His spear shaft was as strong as the bar on a weaver's loom, and its iron head weighed 15 pounds. His shield-bearer walked in front of him. He stopped and shouted to the Israelite troops, "Why have you come and taken up battle formations? I am the Philistine champion, and you are Saul's servants. Isn't that right? Select one of your men and let him come down against me. If he is able to fight me and kill me, then we will become your slaves. But if I overcome him and kill him, then you will become our slaves and you will serve us. I insult Israel's troops today." The Philistine continued, "Give me an opponent and we'll fight." When Saul and all Israel heard what the Philistine said, they were distressed and terrified. Now, David was Jesse's son, an Ephraimite from Bethlehem in Judah, who had 8 sons. By Saul's time, Jesse was already quite old and far along in age. Jesse's 3 oldest sons had gone with Saul to war. Their names were Eliab, the oldest, Abinadab, the second oldest, and Shammah, the third oldest. David was the youngest. These 3 older sons followed Saul, but David went back and forth from Saul's side to shepherd his father's flock in Bethlehem. For 40 days straight, the Philistine came out and took his stand both morning and evening. Jesse said to his son David, "Please take your brothers an ephah of this roasted grain and these 10 loaves of bread. Deliver them quickly to your brothers in the camp. And here, take these 10 wedges of cheese to their unit commander. Find out how your brothers are doing and bring back some sign that they are okay. They are with Saul and all the Israelite troops fighting the Philistines in the Elah Valley." So David got up early in the morning, left someone in charge of the flock, and loaded up and left, just as his father Jesse had instructed him. He reached the camp right when the army was taking up their battle formations and shouting the war cry. Israel and the Philistines took up their battle formations opposite each other. David left his things with an attendant and ran to the front line. When he arrived, he asked how his brothers were doing. Right when David was speaking with them, Goliath, the Philistine champion from Gath, came forward from the Philistine ranks and said the same things he had said before. David listened. When the Israelites saw Goliath, every one of them ran away, terrified of him. Now, the Israelite soldiers had been saying to each other, "Do you see this man who keeps coming out? How he comes to insult Israel? The king will reward with great riches whoever kills that man. The king will give his own daughter to him and make his household exempt from taxes in Israel." David asked the soldiers standing by him, "What will be done for the person who kills that Philistine over there and removes this insult from Israel? Who is that uncircumcised Philistine anyway, that he can get away with insulting the army of the living God?" Then the troops repeated to him what they had been saying. "So that's what will be done for the man who kills him," they said. When David's oldest brother Eliab heard him talking to the soldiers, he got very mad at David. "Why did you come down here?" he said. "Who is watching those few sheep for you in the wilderness? I know how arrogant you are and your devious plan. You came down just to see the battle." "What did I do wrong this time?" David replied. "It was just a question." So David turned to someone else and asked the same thing, and the people said the same thing in reply. Things David had said were overheard and reported to Saul, who sent for him. Don't let anyone lose courage because of this Philistine, David told Saul. I, your servant, will go out and fight him. You can't go out and fight this Philistine, Saul answered David. You're still a boy. But he's been a warrior since he was a boy. Your servant has kept his father's sheep, David replied to Saul, and if ever a lion or a bear came and carried off one of the flock, I would go after it, strike it, and rescue the animal from its mouth. If it turned on me, I would grab it at its jaw, strike it, and kill it. Your servant has fought both lions and bears. This uncircumcised Philistine will be just like one of them, because he has insulted the army of the living God. The Lord, David added, who rescued me from the power of both lions and bears, will rescue me from the power of this Philistine. Go, Saul replied to David, and may the Lord be with you. Then Saul dressed David in his own gear, putting a coat of armor on him and a bronze helmet on his head. David strapped his sword on over the armor, but he couldn't walk around well because he'd never tried it before. I can't walk in this, David told Saul, because I've never tried it before. So he took them off. He then grabbed his staff and chose 5 smooth stones from the stream bed. He put them in the pocket of his shepherd's bag, and with sling in hand went out to the Philistine. The Philistine got closer and closer to David, and his shield bearer was in front of him. When the Philistine looked David over, he sneered at David because he was just a boy, reddish-brown and good-looking. The Philistine asked David, "Am I some sort of dog that you come at me with sticks?" And he cursed David by his gods. "Come here," he said to David, "and I'll feed your flesh to the wild birds and the wild animals." But David told the Philistine, "You are coming against me with sword, spear, and scimitar, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of heavenly forces, the God of Israel's army, the one you've insulted. Today, the Lord will hand you over to me. I will strike you down and cut off your head. Today, I will feed your dead body and the dead bodies of the entire Philistine camp to the wild birds and the wild animals. Then the whole world will know that there is a God on Israel's side. And all those gathered here will know that the Lord doesn't save by means of sword and spear. The Lord owns this war, and he will hand all of you over to us." The Philistine got up and moved closer to attack David, and David ran quickly to the front line to face him. David put his hand in his bag and took out a stone. He slung it, and it hit the Philistine on his forehead. The stone penetrated his forehead, and he fell face down on the ground. And that's how David triumphed over the Philistine, with just a sling and a stone, striking the Philistine down and killing him. And David didn't even have a sword. Then David ran and stood over the Philistine. He grabbed the Philistine's sword, drew it from its sheath, and finished him off. Then David cut off the Philistine's head with the sword. When the Philistines saw that their hero was dead, they fled. The soldiers from Israel and Judah jumped up with a shout and chased the Philistines all the way to Gath and the gates of Ekron. The dead Philistines were littered along the Sharim road all the way to Gath and Ekron. When the Israelites came back from chasing the Philistines, they plundered the camp. David took the head of the Philistine and brought it to Jerusalem, but he put the Philistines' weapons in his own tent. Now, when Saul saw David go out to meet the Philistine, he asked Abner, the army general, "Abner, whose son is that boy?" "As surely as you live, your majesty, I don't know," Abner answered. "Then find out whose son that young man is," the king replied. So when David came back from killing the Philistine, Abner sent for him and presented him to Saul. The Philistine's head was still in David's hand. Saul said to him, "Whose son are you, my boy?" "I'm the son of your servant Jesse from Bethlehem," David answered.
Okay, I'm going to try 1 Samuel chapter 18 and 19 again. 1 Samuel chapter 18. As soon as David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan's life became bound up with David's life, and Jonathan loved David as much as himself. From that point forward, Saul kept David in his service and wouldn't allow him to return to his father's household. And Jonathan and David made a covenant together, because Jonathan loved David as much as himself. Jonathan took off the robe he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his armor, as well as his sword, his bow, and his belt. David went out and was successful in every mission Saul sent him to do. So Saul placed him in charge of the soldiers, and this pleased all the troops, as well as Saul's servants. After David came back from killing the Philistine, and as the troops returned home, women from all of Israel's towns came out to meet King Saul with singing and dancing, with tambourines, rejoicing, and musical instruments. The women sang in celebration, "Saul has killed his thousands, but David has killed his tens of thousands." Saul burned with anger. This song annoyed him. "They've credited David with tens of thousands," he said, "but only credit me with thousands. What's next for him? The kingdom itself?" So Saul kept a close eye on David from that point on. The next day, an evil spirit from God came over Saul, and he acted like he was in a prophetic frenzy in his house. So David played the lyre as he usually did. Saul had a spear in his hand, and he threw it, thinking, "I'll pin David to the wall." But David escaped from him 2 different times. Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with David, but no longer with Saul. So Saul removed David from his service, placing him in command of a unit of 1,000 men. David led the men out to war and back. David was successful in everything he did because the Lord was with him. Saul saw that he was very successful, and he was afraid of him. Everyone in Israel and Judah loved David because he led them out in war and back again. Saul said to David, "Look, here is my oldest daughter, Merab. I will give her to you in marriage on this condition. You must be my warrior and fight the Lord's battles." "I won't raise my hand against him," Saul thought. "Let the Philistines do that." "I'm not worthy," David replied to Saul, "and neither is my family or my father's clan in Israel to become the king's son-in-law." And so, when the time came for Saul's daughter Merab to be married to David, she was given to Adriel from Meholah instead. Now Saul's younger daughter Michal loved David. When this was reported to Saul, he was happy about it. "I'll give her to him," Saul thought. "She'll cause him problems, and the Philistines will be against him." So Saul said to David a second time, "Become my son-in-law now." Saul instructed his servants, "Tell David in private, 'Look, the king likes you, and his servants love you. You should become the king's son-in-law.'" Saul's servants whispered these things in David's ear. But David said, "Do you think it is a simple matter to become the king's son-in-law? I don't. I'm poor and insignificant." Saul's servants reported what David said, and Saul replied, "Tell David this: the king doesn't want any bridal gift, just 100 Philistine foreskins as vengeance on the king's enemies." Saul was hoping that David would die at the hands of the Philistines. When the servants reported this to David, he was happy to become the king's son-in-law. Even before the allotted time had expired, David got up and went with his soldiers and killed 100 Philistines. David brought their foreskins and counted them out for the king so he could become the king's son-in-law. Then Saul gave his daughter Michal to him in marriage. When Saul knew for certain that the Lord was with David and that his daughter Michal loved him, then Saul was even more afraid of David. Saul was David's enemy for the rest of his life. And whenever the Philistine commanders came out for battle, David would have more success than the rest of Saul's officers, so his fame spread widely. 1 Samuel chapter 19. Saul ordered his son Jonathan and all his servants to kill David. But Jonathan, Saul's son, liked David very much. So Jonathan warned David, "My father Saul is trying to kill you. Be on guard tomorrow morning. Stay somewhere safe and hide. I'll go out and stand by my father in the field where you'll be. I'll talk to my father about you, and I'll tell you whatever I find out." So Jonathan spoke highly about David to his father Saul, telling him, "The king shouldn't do anything wrong to his servant David because he hasn't wronged you. In fact, his actions have helped you greatly. He risked his own life when he killed that Philistine, and the Lord won a great victory for all Israel. You saw it and were happy about it. Why then would you do something wrong to an innocent person by killing David for no reason?" Saul listened to Jonathan and then swore, "As surely as the Lord lives, David won't be executed." So Jonathan summoned David and told him everything they had talked about. Then Jonathan brought David back to Saul, and David served Saul as he had previously. War broke out again. When David went out to fight the Philistines, he struck them with such force that they ran from him. Then an evil spirit from the Lord came over Saul. He was sitting in his house with his spear in hand while David was playing music. Saul tried to pin David to the wall with his spear, but David escaped Saul. Saul drove the spear into the wall, but David fled and got away safely. That night, Saul sent messengers to David's house to keep watch on it and kill him in the morning. David's wife, Michal, warned him, "If you don't escape with your life tonight, you are a dead man tomorrow." So Michal lowered David through a window. He took off and ran, and he got away. Then Michal took the household's divine image and laid it in the bed, putting some goat's hair on its head and covering it with clothes. Saul sent messengers to arrest David, but she said, "He's sick." Saul sent the messengers back to check on David for themselves. "Bring him to me on his bed," he ordered, "so he can be executed." When the messengers arrived, they found the idol in the bed with the goat's hair on its head. Saul said to Michal, "Why could you betray me like this, letting my enemy go so that now he has escaped?" Michal said to Saul, "David told me, 'Help me get away or I'll kill you.'" So David fled and escaped. When he reached Samuel at Ramah, he reported to him everything Saul had done to him. Then he and Samuel went to stay in the camps. When Saul was told that David was in the camps at Ramah, he sent messengers to arrest David. They saw a group of prophets in a prophetic frenzy, with Samuel standing there as their leader. God's Spirit came over Saul's messengers, and they also fell into a prophetic frenzy. This was reported to Saul, and he sent different messengers, but they also fell into a prophetic frenzy. So Saul sent a third group of messengers, and they did the very same thing. At that point, Saul went to Ramah himself. He came to the well at the threshing floor that was on the bare hill there and asked, "Where are Samuel and David?" "In the camps at Ramah," he was told. So Saul went to the camps at Ramah, and God's Spirit came over him too. So as he traveled, he was in a prophetic frenzy until he reached the camps at Ramah. He even took off all his clothes and fell into a prophetic frenzy in front of Samuel. He lay naked the whole day and night. That's why people say, "Is Saul also one of the prophets?"
David Kinney, 1 Samuel 20 and 21. David fled the camps at Ramah. He came to Jonathan and asked, "What have I done? What is my crime? How have I wronged your father that he wants me dead?" Jonathan said to him, "No, you are not going to die. Listen, my father doesn't do anything, big or small, without telling me first. Why would my father hide this from me? It isn't true." But David solemnly promised in response, "Your father knows full well that you like me. He probably said, 'Jonathan must not learn about this, or he'll be upset.' But I promise you, on the Lord's life and yours, that I am this close to death." "What do you want me to do?" Jonathan said to David. "I'll do it." "Okay, listen," David answered Jonathan. "Tomorrow is the new moon, and I am supposed to sit with you, the king, at the feast. Instead, let me go, and I'll hide in the field until nighttime. If your father takes note of my absence, tell him, David begged my permission to run down to his hometown Bethlehem, because there is an annual sacrifice there for his whole family. If Saul says, "Fine," then I, your servant, am safe. But if he loses his temper, then you'll know for certain that he intends to harm me. So be loyal to your servant, because you've brought your servant into a sacred covenant with you. If I'm guilty, then kill me yourself. Just don't take me back to your father. Enough, Jonathan replied. If I can determine for certain that my father intends to harm you, of course I'll tell you. Who will tell me if your father responds harshly? David asked Jonathan. Come on, Jonathan said to David. Let's go to the field. So both of them went out into the field. Then Jonathan told David, I pledge by the Lord God of Israel that I will question my father by this time tomorrow, or on the third day. If he seems favorable toward David, I will definitely send word and make sure you know. But if my father intends to harm you, then may the Lord deal harshly with me, Jonathan, and worse still if I don't tell you right away so that you can escape safely. May the Lord be with you as he once was with my father. If I remain alive, be loyal to me. But if I die, don't ever stop being loyal to my household. Once the Lord has eliminated all of David's enemies from the earth, if Jonathan's name is also eliminated, then the Lord will seek retribution from David. So Jonathan again made a pledge to David, because he loved David as much as himself. Tomorrow is the festival of the new moon, Jonathan told David. You will be missed because your seat will be empty. The day after tomorrow, go all the way to the spot where you hid on the day of the incident, and stay close to that mound. On the third day, I will shoot an arrow to the side of the mound as if I'm aiming at a target. Then I'll send the servant boy saying, Go retrieve the arrow. If I yell to the boy, Hey, the arrow is on the side of you, get it. Then you can come out, because it will be safe for you. There won't be any trouble. I make a pledge on the Lord's life. But if I tell the young man, Hey, the arrow is past you, then run for it, because the Lord has sent you away. Either way, the Lord is witness between us forever regarding the promise we made to each other. So David hid himself in the field. When the new moon came, the king sat at the feast to eat. He took his customary seat by the wall. Jonathan sat opposite him. While Abner sat beside Saul, David's seat was empty. Saul didn't say anything that day because he thought perhaps David became unclean somehow. That must be it. But on the next day, the second of the new moon, David's seat was still empty. Saul said to his son Jonathan, Why hasn't Jesse's son come to the table, either yesterday or today? Jonathan answered Saul, David begged my permission to go to Bethlehem. He said, Please let me go because we have a family sacrifice there in my town, and my brother has ordered me to be present. Please do me a favor and let me slip away so I can see my family. That's why David hasn't been at the king's table. At that, Saul got angry at Jonathan. You son of a stubborn, rebellious woman, he said. Do you think I don't know how you've allied yourself with Jesse's son? Shame on you and on the mother who birthed you. As long as Jesse's son lives on this earth, neither you nor your dynasty will be secure. Now have him brought to me because he's a dead man. Jonathan answered his father Saul, Why should David be executed? What has he done? At that, Saul threw his spear at Jonathan to strike him, and Jonathan realized that his father intended to kill David. Jonathan got up from the table in a rage. He didn't eat anything on the second day of the new moon because he was worried about David and because his father had humiliated him. In the morning, Jonathan went out to the field for the meeting with David, and a young servant boy went with him. He said to the boy, Go quickly and retrieve the arrow that I shoot. So the boy ran off, and he shot an arrow behind him. When the boy got to the spot where Jonathan shot the arrow, Jonathan yelled it to him, Isn't the arrow past you? Jonathan yelled again to the boy, Quick, hurry up, don't just stand there. So Jonathan's servant boy gathered up the arrow and came back to his master. The boy had no idea what had happened. Only Jonathan and David knew. Jonathan handed his weapons to the boy and told him, "Get going, take these back to town." As soon as the boy was gone, David came out from behind the mound and fell down face on the ground, bowing low 3 times. The friends kissed each other and cried with each other, but David cried hardest. Then Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace, because the two of us made a solemn pledge in the Lord's name when we said, 'The Lord is witness between us and between our descendants forever.'" Then David got up and left, but Jonathan went back to town. Chapter 21. David, king to Nob, where Ahimelech was priest. Ahimelech was shaking in fear when he met David. "Why are you alone? Why is no one with you?" he asked. David answered Ahimelech, "The king has given me orders, but he instructed me, 'Do not let anyone know about the mission I'm sending you on or about your orders.' As for my troops, I told them to meet me at an undisclosed location. Now, what do you have here with you? Give me 5 loaves of bread or whatever you can find." "I don't have any regular bread on hand," the priest answered David, "just holy bread, but only if your troops have abstained from sexual activity." "Definitely," David answered the priest. "Whenever I go out to war, women are off limits. That's our standard operating procedure. Even on regular missions, the men's gear is kept holy. That's even more true today, with the mission holy along with the gear." So the priest gave David holy bread, because there was no other bread except the bread of the presence, which is removed from the Lord's presence and replaced by warm bread as soon as it is taken away. Now, one of Saul's servants was there that day, detained in the Lord's presence. His name was Doeg. He was an Edomite and Saul's head shepherd. David asked Ahimelech, "Do you have a spear or sword on hand?" "I didn't bring my sword or gear with me because the king's mission was urgent." The priest said, "The sword of Goliath, the Philistine you killed in the Elah Valley, is here, wrapped in a cloth behind the priestly vest. If you want it, take it, because there are no other swords here." David said, "No sword is as good as that one. Give it to me." So David got up and continued running from Saul. He went to Achish, Gath's king. Achish's servants said to him, "Isn't that David, king of the land? He's the one people sing about in their dances. Saul has killed his thousands, but David has killed his tens of thousands." David took these words very seriously and became very frightened of Achish, Gath's king. So he changed the way he acted with them, pretending to be insane while he was with them. He scratched marks on the doors of the city gates and let spit run down his chin. "Can't you see that he's crazy?" Achish asked his servants. "Why bring him to me? Am I short on insane people that you have brought this person to go crazy right in front of me? Do you really think I'm going to let this man enter my house?"
Hi, my name is Carissa Durant, and I will be reading 1 Samuel chapters 22 and 23. David left Gath and escaped to Adullam's fortress. When David's siblings and all his extended family learned of this, they went to join him there. Everyone who was in trouble, in debt, or in desperate circumstances gathered around David, and he became their leader. Approximately 400 men joined him. From there, David went to Mizpeh in Moab. He said to the Moabite king, "Please let my father and mother stay with you until I know what God will do to me." So David left his parents with the Moabite king, and they stayed with him the whole time David was in the fortress. Then the prophet Gad told David, "Don't stay in the fortress any longer. Leave now and go to the land of Judah." So David left and went to Heretheth forest. Saul learned that David and his soldiers had been located. Saul was sitting under the tamarisk tree on the hill at Gibeah, spear in hand, with all his servants waiting on him. He said to them, "Listen up, Benjamites. Will Jesse's son give fields and vineyards to each and every one of you? Will he make each one of you commanders of units of 1,000 men or commanders of units of 100? Is that why all of you have conspired against me? No one informed me when my son made a covenant with Jesse's son. Not one of you is concerned about me or informs me when my own son sets his servant against me in an ambush. But that's what happened today." Doeg, the Edomite, who was standing with Saul's servants, responded, "I saw Jesse's son go to Ahimelech, Ahitub's son, at Nob. Ahimelech questioned the Lord for David and gave him provisions as well as the sword of Goliath the Philistine. The king then sent for the priest of Ahimelech, Ahitub's son, and all his extended family, who were priests at Nob. All of them came to the king. "Listen here, son of Ahitub," Saul said. "Yes, sir," he replied. Saul said to him, "Why have you conspired against me, you with Jesse's son, giving him food and a sword and questioning God for him, so that he is now against me, waiting in ambush, which is what has happened today?" Ahimelech answered the king, "Out of all your servants, who is as trustworthy as David? He is the king's son-in-law, does whatever you ask, and is well respected in your house. Was that the first time I questioned God for him? Of course not. But please, the king shouldn't accuse me, his servant, or anyone in my father's house of any wrongdoing, because your servant knew nothing whatsoever about this matter." But the king said, "You will be executed, Ahimelech, you and all of your father's household." The king ordered the guards waiting on him, "Go ahead and kill the Lord's priests because they've joined up with David too. They knew he was on the run but didn't inform me." But the king's servants were unwilling to lift a hand to attack the Lord's priests. The king then ordered Doeg, you go attack the priests." So Doeg the Edomite went and attacked the priests, killing 85 men who wore the linen priestly vests that day. He put the whole priestly city of Nob to the sword, men and women, children and infants, even oxen, donkeys, and sheep. But one of the sons of Ahimelech, Ahitub's son, escaped. His name was Abiathar, and he fled to David. Abiathar reported to David that Saul had slaughtered the Lord's priests. David told Abiathar, "That day, when Doeg the Edomite was here, I knew that he would tell Saul everything. I am to blame for the deaths of your family. Stay with me, and don't be afraid. The one who seeks my life now seeks yours too, but you will be safe with me." David was told, "The Philistines are now attacking Keilah and looting the threshing floors." David asked the Lord, "Should I go and fight these Philistines?" "Go," the Lord answered, "fight the Philistines and save Keilah." But David's men said to him, "Look how frightened we are here in Judah. It will be worse if we go to Keilah against Philistine forces." So David asked the Lord again, and the Lord reaffirmed, "Yes, go down to Keilah, because I will hand the Philistines over to you." Then David and his soldiers went to Keilah and fought the Philistines, driving off their cattle and defeating them decisively. That is how David saved the residents of Keilah. Now, after Abiathar, Ahimelech's son, fled to David. Now, after Abiathar, Ahimelech's son, fled to David, he accompanied David to Keilah, bringing a priestly vest with him. I'm going to repeat that. Now, After Abiathar, Ahimelech's son, fled to David, he had accompanied David to Keilah, bringing a priestly vest with him. When Saul was told that David had gone to Keilah, he said, God has handed him over to me now because he has trapped himself by entering a town with gates and bars. So Saul called up all his troops for war to go down to Keilah and attack David and his soldiers. When David learned that Saul was planning to harm him, he told the priest Abiathar, "Bring the priestly vest now." Then David said, "Lord God of Israel, I, your servant, have heard that Saul plans on coming to Keilah and will destroy the town because of me. Lord God of Israel, will Saul come down on your servant as has heard? Please tell your servant." "Yes, he will come down," the Lord answered. Next David asked, "Will the citizens of Keilah hand me and my soldiers over to Saul?" "Yes, they will hand you over," the Lord replied. So David and his troops, approximately 600 men, got up and left Keilah. They kept moving, going from one place to the next. When Saul was told that David had escaped Keilah, he didn't go there. David lived in the fortress in the wilderness and in the hills of the Ziph wilderness. Saul searched for him constantly, but God did not hand David over to Saul. While David was at Horesh in the Ziph wilderness, he learned that Saul was looking to kill him. Saul's son Jonathan came to David at Horesh and encouraged him with God. Jonathan said to him, "Don't be afraid. My father Saul's hand won't touch you. You will be king over Israel, and I will be your second in command. Even my father Saul knows this." Then the two of them made a covenant before the Lord. David stayed at Horesh, but Jonathan went back home. Some Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah. "David is hiding among us in a fortress at Horesh, on the hill of Hakilah, south of Jeshimon," they said. "So whenever you come down, your majesty, do it. Leave it to us to hand him over to the king." "The Lord bless you because you have shown this kindness to me," Saul said. "Go now and get everything ready. Find out everything you can, where he stays, where he goes, who has seen him. I am told he is very shrewd. Find out every hiding place he uses there, and come back to me when you know for certain. I will then go with you. If David is in the area, I will hunt him down among any of Judah's clans." So they got up and left for Ziph ahead of Saul. Meanwhile, David and his soldiers were on the Maon wilderness in the desert plain south of Jeshimon. When Saul and his troops went looking for him, David was told about it, so he went down to a certain rock there and stayed in the Maon wilderness. When Saul heard that, he went to the Maon wilderness after David. Saul was going around one side of the hill there while David and his soldiers were going around the other. David was hurrying to get away from Saul, while Saul and his troops were trying to surround David and his soldiers in order to capture them. But a messenger suddenly came to Saul. "Come quick," he said. "The Philistines have invaded the land." So Saul broke off his pursuit of David and went to fight the Philistines. That's why that place is called Escape Rock. Then David went from there and lived in the En-Gedi fortresses.
You, Hello everyone. My name is Buduma Ramesh. I am from India and I would like to read in Telugu from the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 24 and 25. And here my sister will help in reading. Thank you.
మొదటి సమూయేలు గ్రంథము 24వ అధ్యాయము 24వ వచనము మొదటి నుంచి చివరి వరకు. సౌలు ఫిలిష్తీయులను తరుముట మాని తిరిగి రాగా దావీదు ఎన్గేది అరణ్యమందున్నాడని అతనికి వర్తమానము వచ్చెను. అప్పుడు సౌలు ఇశ్రాయేలందరిలో నుండి 3000 మందిని ఏర్పరచుకొని వచ్చి కొండమేకలకు వాసములకు శిలాపర్వతముల మీద దావీదును అతని జనులను వెదుకుటకై బయలుదేరెను. మార్గంలోనున్న గొర్రెల దొడ్లకు అతడు రాగా అక్కడ గుహమొకటి కనబడెను. అందులో సౌలు శంఖానివర్తికి పోగా దావీదును అతని జనులను ఆ గుహ లోపలి భాగములో ఉండిరి గనుక దావీదు జనులు, అదిగో నీ దృష్టికి ఏది మంచిదో అది నీవు అతనికి చేయునట్లు నీ శత్రువుని నీ చేతికి అప్పగింతునని యెహోవా నీతో చెప్పిన దినము వచ్చెనని అతనితో అనగా, దావీదు లేచి వచ్చి సౌలునకు తెలియకుండగా అతని పైవస్త్రపు చెంగును కోసెను. సౌలు పైవస్త్రమును తాను కోసెనని దావీదు మనసునొచ్చి, ఇతడు యెహోవా చేత అభిషేకము నొందినవాడు గనక యెహోవా చేత అభిషేక్తుడైన నా ప్రభువునకు నేను ఈ కార్యము చేయను. యెహోవాను బట్టి అతని నేను చంపను అని తన జనులతో చెప్పెను. ఈ మాటలు చెప్పి దావీదు తన జనులను అడ్డగించి సౌలు మీదికి పోనీయక వారిని ఆపెను. తరువాత సౌలు లేచి గుహలో నుండి బయలు వెళ్ళి మార్గమున పోయెను. అప్పుడు దావీదు లేచి గుహలో నుండి బయలు వెళ్ళి, నా ఏలినవాడా రాజా అని సౌలు వెనుక నుండి కేక వేయగా సౌలు వెనక చూచెను. దావీదు నేల సాష్టాంగపడి నమస్కారము చేసి సౌలుతో ఇట్లనెను, దావీదు నీకు కేడు చేయ నుద్దేశించుచున్నాడని జనులు చెప్పిన మాటలు నీవెందుకు వినుచున్నావు? ఆలోచించుము. ఈ దినమున యెహోవా నిన్ను ఏలాగు గుహలో నా చేతికి అప్పగించెను అది నీ కన్లారా చూచితివే. కొందరు నిన్ను చంపుమని నాతో చెప్పినను నేను నీ యందు కనికరించి ఇతడు యెహోవా చేత అభిషేకము నొందినవాడు గనుక నా ఏలినవాని చంపనని నేను చెప్పితిని. నా తండ్రి చూడుము, ఇదిగో చూడుము, నిన్ను చంపక నీ వస్త్రపు చెంగు మాత్రమే కోసితిని గనుక నా వలన నీకు కీడు ఎంత మాత్రమును రాదనియు నాలో తప్పిదము ఎంత మాత్రమును లేదనియు నీవు తెలుసుకొనవచ్చును. నీ విషయమై నేను ఏ పాపమును చేయని వాడనై ఉండగా నీవు నా ప్రాణము తీయవలెనని నన్ను తరుముచున్నావు. నీకును నాకును మధ్య యెహోవా న్యాయము తీర్చును. యెహోవా నా విషయమై పగ తీర్చును గాని నేను నిన్ను చంపను. పూర్వీకులు సామ్యము చెప్పినట్టు దుష్టుల చేతనే దౌష్ట్యము పుట్టును గాని నేను నిన్ను చంపను. ఇశ్రాయేళ్ల రాజు ఎవని పట్టుకొన బయలుదేరి వచ్చి ఉన్నాడు? ఏ పాటి వానిని తరుముచున్నాడు? చచ్చిన కుక్కను గదా, మిన్నల్లిని గదా. యెహోవా నీకును నాకును మధ్య న్యాయాధిపతి అయి తీర్పు తీర్చును గాని ఆయనే సంగతి విచారించి నా పక్షమున వాచ్యమాడి నీ విషము కాకుండా నన్ను నిర్దోషినిగా తీర్చునుగాక. దావీదు ఈ మాటలు సౌలుతో మాటలాడి చాలింపగా సౌలు, దావీదా నాయనా, ఈ పలుకు నీదేనా అని బిగ్గరగా ఏడ్చి దావీదుతో ఇట్లనెను, యెహోవా నన్ను నీ చేతికి అప్పగింపక నన్ను చంపక విడిచినందుకు ఈ దినమున నీవు నా అపకారమునకు ఉపకారము చేసిన వాడవై నా ఎడల నీకున్న ఉపకార బుద్ధిని వెల్లడ చేసితివి గనుక నీవు నాకంటే నీతిపరుడవు. ఒకనికి తన శత్రువు దొరికిన ఎడల మేలు చేసి పంపివేయునా? ఈ దినమున నీవు నాకు చేసిన దానిని బట్టి యెహోవా ప్రతిగా నీకు మేలు చేయునుగాక. నిశ్చయముగా నీవు రాజు వగుదువనియు ఇశ్రాయేళ్ల రాజ్యము నీకు స్థిరపరచబడుననియు నాకు తెలియను. కాబట్టి నా తరము నా సంతతి వారిని నీవు నిర్మూలము చేయకుండునట్లును నా తండ్రి ఇంటిలో నుండి నా పేరు నీవు కొట్టివేయకుండునట్లును యెహోవా నామమున నాకు ప్రమాణము చేయుము. అంతటా దావీదు సౌలునకు ప్రమాణము చేసెను. అప్పుడు సౌలు ఇంటికి తిరిగి వచ్చెను. అయితే దావీదును అతని జనులను తమ కొండ స్థలములకు వెళ్ళిపోయిరి. 25వ అధ్యాయము. సమూయేలు మృతి నొందగా ఇశ్రాయేలందరినీ కూడుకొని అతడు చనిపోయెనని ప్రలాపించుచు రామాలోనున్న అతని ఇంటి నివేశనములో అతని సమాధి చేసిన తర్వాత దావీదు లేచి పారాను అరణ్యమునకు వెళ్ళెను. కర్మేలులోని మయోను నందు ఆస్తిగల వాడొకడు కాపురముండెను. అతడు బహు భాగ్యవంతుడు. అతనికి 3000 గొర్రెలను 1000 మేకలను ఉండెను. అతడు కర్మేలులో తన గొర్రెల బొచ్చు కత్తిరించుటకై పోయి ఉండెను. అతని పేరు నాబాలు. అతని భార్య పేరు అబీగయిల్. ఈ స్త్రీ సుబుద్ధి గలదై రూపసి అయి యుండెను. అయితే చర్యలను బట్టి చూడగా నాబాలు మోటువాడును దుర్మార్గుడునై ఉండెను. అతడు కాలేబు సంతతివాడు. నాబాలు గొర్రెల బొచ్చు కత్తరి వేయించుచున్నాడని అరణ్యమందున్న దావీదు విని తన పని వారిలో 10 మందిని పిలిచి వారితో ఇట్లా నేను మీరు కర్మేలునకు నాబాలు నొద్దకు పోయి నా పేరు చెప్పి కుశల ప్రశ్నలు అడిగి ఆ భాగ్యవంతునితో నీకును నీ ఇంటికిని నీకు కలిగిన అంతటికిని క్షేమమవునుగాక అని పలికి ఈ వర్తమానము తెలియజెప్పవలెను. నీ యొద్ద గొర్రెల బొచ్చు కత్తిరించు వారున్నారన్న సంగతి నాకు వినబడెను. నీ గొర్రెల కాపరులు మా దగ్గర నుండగా మేము వారికి ఏ కీడు చేసి ఉండలేదు. వారు కర్మేలులో నున్నంత కాలము వారేదియూ పోగొట్టుకొనలేదు. నీ పని వారిని నీవు అడిగిన ఎడల వారలాగు చెప్పుదురు. కాబట్టి నా పని వారికి దయచూపుము. శుభదినమున మేము వచ్చితిమి గదా, నీకిష్టము వచ్చినట్లు నీ దాసులకు నీ కుమారుడైన దావీదునకు ఇమ్ము. దావీదు పనివారు వచ్చి అతనితో పేరు చెప్పి ఆ మాటలన్నిటినీ నాబాలునకు తెలియచేసి కూర్చుండగా, నాబాలు, దావీదు ఎవడు? యేషయ కుమారుడెవడు? తమ యజమానులను విడిచి పారిపోయిన దాసులు ఇప్పుడు అనేకులున్నారు. నేను సంపాదించుకొనిన అన్నపానములను నా గొర్రెల బొచ్చు కత్తిరించు వారి కొరకు నేను వధించిన పశుమాంసమును తీసి నేను బొత్తిగా ఎరగని వారికిత్తునా అని దావీదు దాసులతో చెప్పగా, దావీదు పనివారు వెనుకకి తిరిగి దోవ పట్టుకొని పోయి అతనికి ఈ మాటలన్నీ తెలియజేసిరి. అంతట దావీదు వారితో, మీరందరూ మీ కత్తులను ధరించుకొనుడనగా వారు కత్తులు ధరించుకొనిరి. దావీదు కూడాను కత్తి ఒకటి ధరించెను. దావీదు వెనుక దాదాపు 400 మంది బయలుదేరగా 200 మంది సామాను దగ్గర నిలిచిరి. పనివాడు ఒకడు నాబాలు భార్య అయిన అబీగయిల్తో ఇట్లనెను, అమ్మా, దావీదు అరణ్యంలో నుండి మన యజమానుని కుశల ప్రశ్నలు అడుగుటకై తన దూతలను పంపించగా అతడు వారితో కఠినముగా మాటలాడెను. అయితే ఆ మనుష్యులు మాకెంతో ఉపకారము చేసి ఉన్నారు. మేము పొలములో వారి మధ్యన సంచరించుచున్నంతసేపు అపాయము గాని నష్టము గాని మాకు సంభవింపనే లేదు. మేము గొర్రెలను కాయుచున్నంతసేపు వారు రాత్రింబగలు మా చుట్టూ ప్రకారముగా ఉండిరి. అయితే మా యజమానుకిని అతని ఇంటి వారినందరికిని వారు కీడు చేయ నిశ్చయించి ఉన్నారు గనుక ఇప్పుడు నీవు చెయ్యవలసిన దానిని బహు జాగ్రత్తగా ఆలోచించుము. మన యజమానుడు బహు పనికి మాలినవాడు, ఎవనిని అతనితో మాటలాడనీయడు అనెను. అందుకు అబీగయిలు నాబాలుతో ఏమీయూ చెప్పక త్వరపడి 200 రొట్టెలను 2 ద్రాక్షారసపు తిత్తులను వండిన 5 గొర్రెల మాంసమును 5 మానికల వేచిన ధాన్యమును 100 ద్రాక్ష గెలలను 200 అంజూరపు అడలను గార్ధబముల మీద వేయించి, మీరు నాకంటే ముందుగా పోవుడి, నేను మీ వెనుక నుండి వచ్చేదనని తన పనివారికి ఆజ్ఞనిచ్చి గార్ధబము మీద ఎక్కి పర్వతము లోయలోనికి వచ్చుచుండగా దావీదు అతని జనులను ఆమెకు ఎదురుపడిరి. ఆమె వారిని కలుసుకొనెను. అంతకు మునుపు దావీదు నాబాలునకు కలిగిన దాని అంతటిలో ఏదియూ పోకుండా ఈ అరణ్యములో అతని ఆస్తి అంతయు నేను వ్యర్థముగా కాయిచు వచ్చి తిని ఉపకారమునకు నాకు అపకారమే చేసి ఉన్నాడు అని అనుకొని అతనికున్న వారిలో ఒక్క మగ పిల్లవానినైనను తెల్లవారునప్పటికీ నేనుండనియ్యను, లేదా దేవుడు మరీ గొప్ప అపాయము దావీదు శత్రువులకు కలుగా చేయునుగాక అని ప్రమాణము చేసి ఉండెను. అబీగయిలు దావీదును కనుగొని గార్ధబము మీద నుండి త్వరగా దిగి దావీదునకు సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసి అతని పాదములు పట్టుకొని ఇట్లనెను, నా ఏలినవాడా, ఈ దోషము నాదని ఎంచుము. నీ దాసురాలైన నన్ను మాటలాడనిమ్ము. నీ దాసురాలనైన నేను చెప్పు మాటలను ఆలకించుము. నా ఏలినవాడా, దుష్టుడైన ఈ నాబాలును లక్ష్య పెట్టవద్దు. అతని పేరు అతని గుణములను సూచించుచున్నది. అతని పేరు నాబాలు మోటుతనము అని గుణము. నా ఏలినవాడు పంపించిన పనివారు నాకు కనబడలేదు. నా ఏలినవాడా, యెహోవా జీవము తోడు, నీ జీవము తోడు, నా ప్రాణహాని చెయ్యకుండా యెహోవా నిన్ను ఆపియున్నాడు. నీ చెయ్యి నిన్ను సంరక్షించనన్న మాట నిజమని యెహోవా జీవము తోడు, నీ జీవము తోడు అని ప్రమాణము చేయుచున్నాను. నీ శత్రువులను నా ఏలిన వాడవైన నీకు కీడు చేయనుద్దేశించు వారును నాబాలు వలె ఉందురుగాక. అయితే నేను నా ఏలిన వాడవగు నీ యొద్దకు తెచ్చిన ఈ కానుకను నా ఏలిన వాడవగు నిన్ను వెంబడించి పనివారికి ఇప్పించి నీ దాసురాలనైన నా తప్పు క్షమించుము. నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీవు యెహోవా యుద్ధములను చేయుచున్నావు గనుక నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీకు ఆయన శాశ్వతమైన సంతతినిచ్చును. నీవు బ్రతుకు దినములన్నిటిను నీకు అపాయం కలగకుండును. నిన్ను హింసించుటకైనను నీ ప్రాణము తీయుటకైనను ఎవడైనా ఉద్దేశించిన ఎడల నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీ ప్రాణము నీ దేవుడైన యెహోవా నద్దనున్న జీవపు మూటలో కట్టబడును. ఒకడు వడిసెలతో రాయి విసిరినట్లు ఆయన నీ శత్రువుల ప్రాణములను విసిరివేయును. యెహోవా నా ఏలినవాడవగు నిన్ను గూర్చి సెలవిచ్చిన మేలంతటిని నీకు చేసి నిన్ను ఇశ్రాయేళ్ల మీద అధిపతినిగా నిర్ణయించిన తర్వాత నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీ రక్తమును నిష్కరణముగా చిందించినందుకే గాని నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీవు పగ తీర్చుకొనునందుకే గాని మనోవిచారమైనను దుఃఖమునైనను నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీకు ఎంత మాత్రమును కలుగక పోవునుగాక. యెహోవా నా ఏలినవాడవగు నీకు మేలు చేసిన తర్వాత నీవు నీ దాసురాలనగు నన్ను జ్ఞాపకము చేసుకొనుము అనెను. అందుకు దావీదు, నాకు ఎదురు పడుటకై నిన్ను పంపిన ఇశ్రాయేళ్ల దేవుడైన యెహోవాకు స్తోత్రము కలుగునుగాక. నేను పగ తీర్చుకొనకుండాను ఈ దినమున ప్రాణము తీయకుండాను నన్ను ఆపినందుకై నీవు ఆశీర్వాదము నొందుదువుగాక. నీవు చూపిన బుద్ధి విషయమై నీకు ఆశీర్వాదము కలుగునుగాక. నీవు త్వరపడి నన్ను ఎదుర్కొనక పోయిన ఎడల నీకు హాని చేయకుండా నన్ను ఆటంకపరచిని ఇశ్రాయేళ్ల దేవుడైన యెహోవా జీవము తోడు తెల్లవారులోగా నా బాలునకు మగవాడొకడును విడవబడడన్న మాట నిశ్చయమని చెప్పి తన యొద్దకు ఆమె తెచ్చిన వాటిని ఆమె చేత తీసుకొని, నీ మాటలు నేను ఆలకించి నీ మనవిని అంగీకరించి తిని సమాధానముగా నీ ఇంటికి పొమ్మని ఆమెతో చెప్పెను. అబీగయిలు తిరిగి నాబాలు నొద్దకు రాగా రాజులు విందు చేసినట్లు అతడు ఇంటిలో విందు చేసి త్రాగుచు బహు సంతోషించుచు మత్తుగా నుండెను గనుక తెల్లవారు వరకు ఆమె అతనితో కొద్ది గొప్ప మరేమియు చెప్పక ఊరుకుండెను. ఉదయమున నాబాలునకు మత్తు తగి ఉన్నప్పుడు అతని భార్య అతనితో ఆ సంగతులను తెలియచెప్పగా భయము చేత అతని గుండె పగిలెను. అతడు రాతి వలె బిగుసుకొని పోయెను. 10 దినములైన తర్వాత యెహోవా నాబాలును మొత్తగా అతడు చనిపోయెను. నాబాలు చనిపోయెనని దావీదు విని యెహోవా నాబాలు చేసిన కీడును అతని తల మీదికి రప్పించెను గనక తన దాసుడనైన నేను కీడు చేయకుండా నన్ను కాపాడి నాబాలు వలన నేను పొందిన అవమానమును తీర్చిన యెహోవాకు స్తోత్రము కలుగునుగాక అనెను. తరువాత దావీదు అబిగైల్ను పెళ్లి చేసుకొనవలెనని ఆమెతో మాటలాడ తగిన వారిని పంపెను. దావీదు సేవకులు కర్మేలులోనున్న అబీగయిలు నొద్దకు వచ్చి, దావీదు మమ్మును పిలిచి నిన్ను పెళ్లి చేసుకున్నటకై తోడుకొని రండని పంపెననగా ఆమె లేచి సాగిలపడి, నా ఏలినవాని చిత్తము, నా ఏలినవాని సేవకుల కాళ్ళు కడుగుటకు నా ఏలినవాని దాసురాలునగు నేను సిద్ధముగా నున్నానని చెప్పి త్వరగా లేచి గార్ధబము మీద ఎక్కి తన వెనుక నడుచుచున్న 5 పనికత్తెలతో కూడా దావీదు పంపిన దూతల వెంబడి రాగా దావీదు ఆమెను పెళ్లి చేసుకునెను. మరియు దావీదు ఇజ్రాయేలు స్త్రీ అయిన అహీనాయోమను పెళ్లి చేసుకొని ఉండెను. వారిద్దరూ అతనికి భార్యలుగా ఉండిరి. సౌలు తన కుమార్తె అయిన మీకాలు అను దావీదు భార్యను ఫల్తీయేలను గల్లీము వాడైన లాయిషు కుమారునికి ఇచ్చి ఉండెను. దేవుడి ఈ వాక్యంను ఆశీర్వదించునుగాక.
Hi, I'm Sandra Hebert. I will be reading 1 Samuel 26 from the Common English Bible. The Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah. David is hiding on Hakelah's hill, which faces Jeshimon, they said. So Saul got up and went down to the Ziph wilderness to look for David there. He had 3,000 hand-picked soldiers from Israel with him. Saul camped on Hakelah's hill opposite Jeshimon beside the road, but David stayed in the wilderness. When David learned that Saul had come after him into the wilderness, he sent spies and discovered that Saul had definitely arrived. So David got up and went to the place where Saul camped, and saw the place where Saul and Abner, Ner's son, and Saul's general were sleeping. Saul was sleeping inside the camp with the troops camped all around him. David asks Ahimelech the Hittite and Joab's brother Abishai, Zeruiah's son, who will go down to the camp with me to Saul? I'll go down with you, Abishai answered. So David and Abishai approached the troops at night and found Saul lying there, asleep in the camp, with his spear stuck in the ground by his head. Abner and the army were sleeping all around him. Abishai said to David, God has handed your enemy over to you today. Let me pin him to the ground with my spear. One stroke is all I need. I won't need a second. But David said to Abishai, don't kill him. No one can lift a hand against the Lord's anointed and go unpunished. As surely as the Lord lives, David continued, it will be the Lord who will strike him down, or his day will come and he will die, or he'll fall in battle and be destroyed. The Lord forbid that I lift my hand against the Lord's anointed. But go ahead and take the spear by Saul's head and the water jug, and let's go. So David took the spear and the water jug that were by Saul's head, and he and Abishai left. No one saw them, no one knew they were there, and no one woke up. All of them remained asleep because a deep sleep from the Lord had come over them. David crossed over to the other side and stood on top of the hill with considerable distance between them. Then David shouted to the army and to Abner, Ner's son, Abner, aren't you going to answer me? Who are you to shout to the king? Abner asked. David answered Abner, you are a man, aren't you? And you have no equal in Israel, right? Then why haven't you kept watch over your master, the king? One of the soldiers came to kill your master, the king. What you've done is terrible. As surely as the Lord lives, all of you are dead men because you didn't keep watch over your master, the Lord's anointed. Have a look around. Where are the king's spear and the water jug that were by his head? Saul recognized David's voice and said, David, my son, is that your voice? David said, yes, it is, my master, the king. Why, David continued, is my master chasing me, his servant? What have I done, and what wrong am I guilty of? My master, the king, please listen to what your servant has to say. If it is the Lord who has incited you against me, then let him accept an offering. But if human beings have done it, then let them be cursed before the Lord, because they have now driven me off, keeping me from sharing in the Lord's inheritance. Go, they tell me, worship other gods. Don't let my blood spill on the ground apart from the Lord's presence, because the king of Israel has come out looking for a single flea like someone hunting a partridge in the mountains. Then Saul said, I have sinned, David, my son, come back. Because you considered my life precious today, I won't harm you again. I have acted foolishly and have made a huge mistake. Here is the king's spear, David answered. Allow one of your servants to come over and get it. Remember, the Lord rewards every person for their righteousness and loyalty. And I wasn't willing to lift a hand against the Lord's anointed, even though the Lord handed you over to me today. And just as I consider your life valuable today, may the Lord consider my life valuable, and may he deliver me from all trouble. Then Saul said to David, bless you, David, my son. You will accomplish much and will certainly succeed. Then David went on his way, but Saul went back home.
My name is Monique Broughton, and I'll be reading 1 Samuel chapter 27 to 29. 1 Samuel chapter 27. David thought, one day I'll be destroyed by Saul's power. The best thing for me to do is to escape to Philistine territory. Then Saul will give up looking for me in Israelite territory, and I will escape his power. So David set out with his 600 soldiers and went to Achish, Moab's son and Gath's king. David and his soldiers stayed there at Gath with Achish. Each man had his own family with him, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam from Jezreel and Abigail, Nabal's widow, from Carmel. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he didn't pursue him anymore. Then David said to Achish, if you approve of me, please give me a place in one of the towns in the country so I can live there. Why should I, your servant, live in the capital city with you?" So Achish gave the town of Ziklag to David at that time. That's why Ziklag has belonged to the kings of Judah until now. David lived in the Philistine countryside for a total of 1 year and 4 months. David and his soldiers went out on raids against the Geshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites. They were the people who lived in the land from Telam to Shur, all the way to the land of Egypt. When David attacked an area, he wouldn't leave anyone alive, man or woman. He would take the sheep, the cattle, the donkeys, the camels, and the clothes would then go back to Achish. When Achish asked, "Where did you raid today?" David would say, "The southern plain of Judah," or "the southern plain of Jerahmeelites," or "the southern plain of Kenites." David never spared a man or woman so they could be brought back alive to Gath. Otherwise, he said, they might talk about us and say, "David did this or that." So that's why David's practice during the entire time he lived in the Philistine country. Side. Achish trusted David, thinking David has alienated himself so badly from his own people in Israel that he'll serve me forever. 1 Samuel 28. At that time, the Philistines gathered their troops from war to fight against Israel. Achish said to David, "Count on you and your soldiers marching out with me in the army." "Excellent," David answered Achish. "Now you'll see for yourself what your servant can do." "Excellent," Achish replied. "I will make you my permanent bodyguard." Now Samuel had died, and all Israel mourned him and buried him in Ramah, his hometown. And Saul had banned all mediums and diviners from the land. The Philistines gathered their forces and advanced to camp at Shunem. The Philistines gathered their forces and advanced to camp at Shunem. Saul gathered all Israel, and they camped at Gilboa. When Saul saw the Philistine army, he was so afraid that his heart beat wildly. When Saul gathered the Lord didn't answer him. When Saul questioned the Lord didn't answer him, not by dreams, not by the Urim, and not by the prophets. So Saul said to his servants, "Find me a woman who communicates with ghosts. I'll then go to her and ask by using her techniques." "There is such a medium in Endor," his servants replied. So Saul disguised himself, dressing in different clothes. Then he and 2 men set out, going to the woman at night time. "Please call up a ghost for me. Bring me the one I specify," Saul said. "Listen," the woman said to him, "you know what Saul has done, how he has banned all mediums and diviners from the land. What are you doing, trying to get me killed?" But Saul promised to her by the Lord, "As surely as the Lord lives, you won't get into trouble for this." So the woman said, "Who do you want me to bring up for you?" "Bring up Saul," he said. When the woman saw Samuel, "Bring up Samuel," he said. When the woman saw Samuel, she screamed at Saul, "Why have you tricked me? You are Saul." "Don't be afraid," the king said to her. "What do you see?" The woman said to Saul, "I see a god coming up from the ground." "What does he look like?" Saul answered. "An old man is coming," she said. "He's wrapped in a robe." Then Saul knew that it was Samuel, and he bowed low out of respect, nose to the ground. Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Samuel answered Saul. "I'm in deep trouble," Saul replied. "The Philistines are at war with me, and God has turned away from me and no longer answers me by prophets or by dreams. So I have called on you to tell me what to do." "Why do you ask me?" Samuel said, "since the Lord has turned away from you and has become your enemy?" The Lord has done to you exactly what he spoke through me. The Lord has ripped the kingdom out of your hands and has given it to your friend David. The Lord has done this very thing to you today because you didn't listen to the Lord's voice and didn't carry out his fierce anger against the Amalekites. The Lord will now hand over both you and Israel to the Philistines. And come tomorrow, you and your sons will be with me. The Lord will hand Israel's army over to the Philistines. Saul immediately fell full length on the ground, utterly terrified at what Samuel had said. He was weak because he hadn't eaten anything all day or night. The woman approached Saul, and after seeing how scared he was, she said, "Listen, your servant has obeyed you. I risked my life and did what you told me to do. Now it's your turn to listen to me, your servant. Let me give you a bit of food. Eat it, and then you'll have the strength to go on your way." But Saul refused. "I can't eat," he said. Well, his servants and the woman urged him to do so, and so he did. He got up off the ground and sat on a couch. The woman had a fattened calf in the house, and she quickly butchered it. She took flour, kneaded it, and baked unleavened bread. She served this to Saul and his servants, and they ate. They got up and left that very night. 1 Samuel 29. The Philistines assembled all their forces at Aphek, and the Israelites camped by the spring in Jezreel. As the Philistine rulers went out marching in units of hundreds and thousands, David and his soldiers were in the rear with Achish. "Who are these Hebrews?" the Philistine commanders asked. "That's David," Achish told them, "the servant of Israel's King Saul. He's been with me a year or so now. I haven't found anything wrong with him from the day he defected until now." But the Philistine commanders were angry with Achish. "Send the man home," they told Achish. "He can go back to the place you gave him, but he won't go with us into battle. Couldn't he turn against us in the middle of the fight? How better to please his former master than by taking the heads of our soldiers? After all, this is the same David people sing about in their dances. Saul has killed his thousands, but David has killed his tens of thousands." So Achish summoned David and told him, "As surely as the Lord lives, you are an upstanding individual. I would very much like you to serve with me in the army, but because I haven't found anything wrong with you from the day you came to me until now. But the rulers don't approve of you, so go back home now and go in peace. Don't do anything to upset the Philistine rulers." "But what have I done?" David asked Achish. "What wrong have you found in me, your servant, from the day I came to you until now? Why shouldn't I go and fight the enemies of my master, the king?" "I agree," Achish answered David. "I think you are as good as one of God's own messengers. Despite that, the Philistine commanders have ordered he can't go into battle with us. So get up early in the morning, both you and your master's servants who came with you, and return to the place I gave you. Don't worry about this negative report, because you've done well before me. Now get up early in the morning and leave as soon as it is light." So David and his soldiers got up early in the morning to go back to Philistine territory, but the Philistines went up to Jezreel.
Hi, I'm John Newswanger. I'm from Salem, Oregon, where I go to Salem Mennonite Church, which is a part of MCUSA and the Pacific Northwest Mennonite Conference. I'll be reading 1 Samuel chapters 30 and 31. 3 days later, David and his soldiers reached Ziklag. The Amalekites had raided the arid southern plain in Ziklag. They had attacked Ziklag and burned it down, taking the women and everything. Hi, my name is John Newswanger. I'm from Salem, Oregon. I go to Salem Mennonite Church, which is part of MCUSA and the Pacific Northwest Mennonite Conference. I will be reading 1 Samuel chapters 30 and 31. 3 days later, David and his soldiers reached Ziklag. The Amalekites had raided the arid southern plain in Ziklag. They had attacked Ziklag and burned it down, taking the women and everyone in the city prisoner, whether young or old. They hadn't killed anyone, but carried them off and went on their way. When David and his soldiers got to the town and found it burned down, and their wives and their sons and their daughters taken prisoner, David and the troops with him broke into tears and cried until they could cry no more. David's 2 wives had been captured as well, Ahinoam from Jezreel and Abigail, Nabal's widow, from Carmel. David was in deep trouble because the troops were talking about stoning him. Each of the soldiers was deeply distressed about their sons and daughters. But David had found strength in the Lord his God. David said to the priest Abiathar, Ahimelech's son, "Bring the priestly vest to me." So Abiathar brought it to David. Then David asked the Lord, "Should I go after this raiding party? Will I catch them?" "Yes, go after them," God answered. "You will definitely catch them and will succeed in the rescue." So David set off with 600 men. They came to the Bezor ravine, where some stayed behind. David and 400 men continued the pursuit, while 200 men stayed there, too exhausted to cross the Bezor ravine. They found an Egyptian in the countryside and brought him to David. They gave him bread and he ate, and they gave him water to drink. They also gave him a piece of fig cake and 2 raisin cakes. He ate and regained his strength because he hadn't eaten any food or drunk any water for 3 days and nights. Then David asked him, "Whose slave are you? Where do you come from?" "I'm an Egyptian servant boy," he said, "and the slave of an Amalekite. My master abandoned me when I got sick 3 days ago. We had raided the arid southern plain belonging to the Kerethites, the territory belonging to Judah, and the southern plain of Caleb, and we also burned Ziklag down." "Can you guide me to this raiding party?" David asked him. "Make a pledge to me by God that you won't kill me or hand me over to my master," the boy said, "and I will guide you to the raiding party." So the boy led David to them, and he found them scattered all over the countryside, eating, drinking, and celebrating over the large amount of plunder they had taken from Philistine and Judean territory. David attacked them from twilight until the evening of the next day. He killed them all. No one escaped except 400 young men who got on camels and fled. David rescued everything that the Amalekites had taken, including his own 2 wives. Nothing was missing from the plunder or anything that they had taken, neither old nor young, son nor daughter. David brought everything back. David also captured all the sheep and cattle which were driven in front of the other livestock. The troops said, "This is David's plunder." David reached the 200 men who were too exhausted to follow him and had stayed behind at the Bezor ravine. They came out to greet him and the troops who were with them. When David approached them, he asked how they were doing. But then all the evil and despicable individuals who had accompanied David said, "We won't share any of the plunder we rescued with them because they didn't go with us. Each of them can take his wife and children and go, but that's it." "Brothers," David said, "don't act that way with the things the Lord has given us. He has protected us and handed us over to the raiding party that had attacked us. How can anyone agree with you on this plan? The share of those who went into battle and the share of those who stayed with the supplies will be divided equally." So from that day forward, David made that a regulation in the law in Israel, which remains in place even now. When David returned to Ziklag, he sent some of the plunder to the elders of Judah and to his friends. "Here is a gift for you from the plunder of the Lord's enemies," he said. But to those in Bethel, Ramoth of the arid southern plain, Jatir, Aroer, Sifmoth, Eshtemoa, Rakal, the towns of the Jerahmeelites, the towns of the Kenites, Hormah, Horashan, Atach, Hebron, and all the places where David and his soldiers had spent time. When the Philistines attacked the Israelites ran away from the Philistines, and many fell dead on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and they killed his sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. The battle was fierce around Saul. When the archers located him, they wounded him badly. Saul said to his armor bearer, "Draw your sword and kill me with it. Otherwise, these uncircumcised men will come and kill me or torture me." But his armor bearer refused because he was terrified. So Saul took the sword and impaled himself on it. When the armor bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also impaled himself on his sword and died with Saul. So Saul, his 3 sons, his armor bearer, and all his soldiers died together that day. When the Israelites across the valley heard and across the Jordan learned that the Israelite army had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they abandoned their towns and fled. So the Philistines came and occupied the towns. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his 3 sons lying dead on Mount Gilboa. They cut off Saul's head and stripped off his armor. And then sent word throughout the Philistine territory, carrying the good news to their God's temples and to their people. They put Saul's armor in the temple of Astarte and hung his body on the wall of Bethshan. But when all the people of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, the bravest of their men set out, traveled all night long, and took the bodies of Saul and his sons off the wall of Bethshan. Then they went back to Jabesh, and where they burned them. They took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree at Jabesh, and they fasted 7 days.
My name is Isaac Chavez, and I'm going to be reading 2 Samuel, chapters 1 and 2. After Saul's death, when David had returned from defeating the Amalekites, he stayed in Ziklag 2 days. On the 3rd day, a man showed up from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dirt on his head. When he reached David, he fell to the ground, bowing low out of respect. "Where have you come from?" David asked him. "I've escaped from the Israelite army," he answered. "What's the report?" David asked him. "Tell me." The man answered, "The troops fled from the battle. Many of the soldiers have fallen and died. What's more, Saul and his son Jonathan have also died." "How do you know?" David asked the young man who brought the news. "That Saul and his son Jonathan are dead." The young man who brought the news replied, "I just happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and Saul was there, leaning on his spear, with chariots and horsemen closing in on him. He turned around and saw me. Then he called to me. 'Yes, sir,' I answered. 'Who are you?' he asked, and I told him. 'I'm I'm an Amalekite,' he said to me. 'Please come over and kill me, because convulsions have come over me, but I'm still alive.' So I went over to him and killed him, because I knew he couldn't survive after being wounded like that. I took the crown that was on his head and the bracelet that was on his arm, and I brought them here to you, my master." Then David grabbed his clothes and ripped them, and all his soldiers did the same. They mourned and cried and fasted until evening for Saul, his son Jonathan, and the Lord's army, and the whole house of Israel, because they had died by the sword. "Where are you from?" David asked the young man who brought him the news. "I'm the son of an immigrant," he answered, "an Amalekite." Then David said to him, "How is it that you weren't afraid to raise your hand and destroy the Lord's anointed?" Then David called for one of the young servants. "Come here," he said, "strike him down." So the servant struck the Amalekite down, and he died. "Your blood is on your own head," David said to the Amalekite, "because your own mouth testified against you when you admitted, 'I killed the Lord's anointed.'" Then David sang this funeral song for Saul and his son Jonathan. David ordered everyone in Judah to learn the song of the bow. In fact, it is written in the scroll from Jashar. "Oh no, Israel, your prince lies dead on your heights. Look how the mighty warriors have fallen. Don't talk about it in Gath. Don't bring news of it to Ashkelon's streets, or else the Philistines' daughters will rejoice. The daughters of the uncircumcised will celebrate. You hills of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain on you, and no field yielding grain offerings, because it was there that the mighty warrior's shield was defiled, the shield of Saul, never again anointed with oil. Jonathan's bow never wavered from the blood of the slain, from the gore of the warriors. Never did Saul's sword return empty. Saul and Jonathan, so well loved, so dearly cherished. In their lives and in their deaths, they were separated. They were never separated. They were faster than eagles, stronger than lions. Daughters of Israel, weep over Saul. He dressed you in crimson with jewels. He decorated your clothes with gold jewelry. Look how the mighty warriors have fallen in the midst of battle. Jonathan lies dead on your heights. I grieve for you, my brother Jonathan. You were so dear to me. Your love was more amazing to me than the love of women. Look how the mighty warriors have fallen. Look how the weapons of war have been destroyed. Chapter 2. Sometime later, David questioned the Lord. Should I go to one of the towns in Judah? Yes, go, the Lord told him. Which one should I go to? David asked. To Hebron, the Lord replied. So David went there, along with his 2 wives, Ahinoam from Jezreel and Abigail, Nabal's widow, from Carmel. David also took the soldiers who were with him, each with his family. They lived in the towns around Hebron. Then the people of Judah came to Hebron and anointed David king over the house of Judah. When David was informed that it was the people of Jabesh Gilead who had buried Saul, he sent messengers to the people of Jabesh Gilead. The Lord bless you, he said to them, for doing this loyal deed for your master Saul by burying him. May the Lord now show you loyal love and faithfulness. I myself will also reward you because you did this. So now take courage and be brave. Yes, your master Saul is dead, but the house of Judah has anointed me king over them. Meanwhile, Abner, Ner's son, the commander of Saul's army, had taken Ishbosheth, Saul's son, and brought him over to Mahanaim. There he made him king over Gilead, the Geshurites, Jezreel, Ephraim, and Benjamin, over all Israel. Saul's son Ishbosheth was 40 years old when he became king over Israel, and he ruled for 2 years. The house of Judah, however, followed David. The amount of time David ruled in Hebron over the house of Judah totaled 7.5 years. Abner, Ner's son, along with the soldiers of Ishbosheth, Saul's son, left Mahanaim to go to Gibeon. Joab, Zeruiah's son, and David's soldiers also came out and confronted them at the pool of Gibeon. One group sat on one side of the pool. The other sat on the opposite side of the pool. Abner said to Joab, "Let's have the young men fight in the contest before us." "All right," Joab said, "let's do it." So the men came forward and were counted as they passed by. 12 for Benjamin and Ishbosheth, Saul's son, and 12 of David's soldiers. Each man grabbed his opponent by the head and stuck his sword into his opponent's side so that they both fell dead together. That's why that place is called the Field of Daggers, which is located in Gibeon. A fierce battle took place that day, and Abner and the Israelite troops were defeated by David's soldiers. Now Zeruiah's 3 sons were present at the battle: Joab, Abishai, and Asahel. Asahel was as fast as a gazelle in an open field. Asahel went after Abner, staying completely focused in his pursuit of Abner. Abner looked behind him and said, "Is that you, Asahel?" "Yes, it's me," Asahel answered. "Break off your pursuit," Abner told him. "Fight one of the young warriors and take his gear for yourself." But Asahel wouldn't stop chasing him. So Abner repeated himself to Asahel, "Stop chasing me. Why should I kill you? How could I look your brother Joab in the face?" But Asahel wouldn't turn back. So Abner hit him in the stomach with the back end of his spear. But the spear went through Asahel's back. He fell down and died right there. Everyone who came to the place where Asahel had fallen and died just stood there. But Joab and Abishai went after Abner. The sun was setting when they came to the hill of Ammah, which faces Jaya on the road to the Gibeon wilderness. The Benjaminites rallied behind Abner, forming a single unit. Then they took their positions on the top of a hill. Abner yelled down to Joab, "Must the sword keep killing forever? Don't you realize that this will end bitterly? How long before you order the troops to stop chasing their brothers?" "As surely as God lives," Joab replied. "If you hadn't just said that, the soldiers would have continued after their brothers until morning." Joab blew the trumpet, and all the soldiers stopped. They didn't pursue Israel anymore, nor did they continue to fight. Abner and his men then marched all night through the wilderness, crossing the Jordan River and marching all morning until they got to Mahanaim. Joab, meanwhile, returned from pursuing Abner and assembled the troops. 19 of David's soldiers were counted missing in addition to Asahel. But David's soldiers had defeated the Benjaminites, killing 360 of Abner's soldiers. They took Asahel and buried him in his father's tomb in Bethlehem. Then Joab and his men marched all night. When daylight came, they were in Hebron.
My name is Grace Ryan. I'll be reading from 2 Samuel, chapters 3 through 4. The war between Saul's house and David's house was long and drawn out. David kept getting stronger while Saul's house kept getting weaker. David's sons were born in Hebron. His oldest son was Amnon by Ahinoam from Jezreel. Was Chileab by Abigail, Nabal's widow from Carmel. The third was Absalom by Maacah, who was the daughter of Geshur's king Talmai. The fourth was Adonijah by Haggith. The fifth was Shephatiah by Abital. And the sixth was Ephraim by David's wife Eglah. These are David's sons that were born in Hebron. Throughout the war between Saul's house and David's house, Abner was gaining power in Saul's house. Now Saul had a secondary wife named Rizpah, Aiah's daughter. Ishbosheth said to Abner, "Why have you had sex with my father's secondary wife?" Abner got very angry over what Ishbosheth had said. "Am I some sort of dog's head?" Abner asked. "I've been nothing but loyal to the house of your father Saul and to his brothers and his friends. I haven't handed you over to David, but today you accuse me of doing something wrong with this woman. May God deal harshly with me, Abner, and worse still if I don't do for David exactly what the Lord swore to him, removing the kingdom from Saul's house and securing David's throne over Israel and over Judah, from Dan all the way to Beersheba." Ishbosheth couldn't say a single word in reply to Abner because he was afraid of him. Abner sent messengers to represent him to David and to say, "Who will own the land? Make a covenant with me, and then I'll bring all Israel over to your side." "Good," David replied. "I will make a covenant with you, but on one condition. Don't show yourself in my presence unless you bring Saul's daughter Michal when you come to see me." Then David sent messengers to Saul's son Ishbosheth. "Give me my wife Michal," he demanded. "I became engaged to her at the cost of 100 Philistine foreskins." Ishbosheth then sent for Michal and took her from her husband Paltiel, Laish's son. Her husband went with her all the way to Bahurim, crying as he followed her. "Go home," Abner told him. So he went home. Abner then sent word to Israel's elders. "You've wanted David to be your king for some time now. It's time to act, because the Lord has said about David, 'I will rescue my people Israel from the power of the Philistines and all their enemies through my servant David.'" Abner also spoke directly to the Benjamites. He then went to inform David in person at Hebron regarding everything that all Israel and the house of Benjamin were willing to do. When Abner, along with 20 others, reached David at Hebron, David threw a celebration for Abner and his men. And then Abner said to David, "Please let me get going so I can assemble all Israel for my master, the king. Then they can make a covenant with you, and you will rule over everything your heart desires." At that, David sent Abner off in peace. Right then, David's soldiers and Joab returned from a raid, bringing a great deal of loot with them. Abner was no longer with David in Hebron because David had sent him off in peace. When Joab and all the troops with him returned, Joab was told that Abner, Ner's son, had come to the king and that David had sent him off in peace. And Joab went to the king and he asked, "What have you done? Abner came to you here. Why did you send him off? Now he's gotten away. Don't you know the evil ways of Abner, Ner's son? He came to trick you, to find out where you come and go, and to learn everything you do." Joab left David and sent messengers after Abner. They brought him back from the well at Sirah, but David didn't know anything of this. When Abner returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside next to the gate to speak to him in private. But instead, Joab stabbed Abner in the stomach, and he died for shedding the blood of Asahel, Joab's brother. When David heard about this later, he said, "I and my kingdom are forever innocent before the Lord concerning the shedding of the blood of Abner, Ner's son. May it fall upon the head of Joab and his entire family tree. May Joab's family never be without someone with a discharge or a skin disease, someone who uses a crutch, someone who or someone who is hungry." So that is how Joab and his brother Abishai murdered Abner, because he killed their brother Asahel in the battle at Gibeon. And then David ordered Joab and all the troops who were with him, "Tear your clothes and put on funeral clothes. Mourn for Abner." King David himself walked behind the body, and they buried Abner in Hebron. The king wept loudly at Abner's grave, and all the troops cried too. And then the king sang this funeral song for Abner. "Should Abner have died like a fool dies? Your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't chained, but you have fallen like someone falls before the wicked." And then the troops cried over Abner again. Then all the soldiers came to urge David to eat something while it was still day. But David swore, "May God deal harshly with me, and worse still if I eat bread or anything else before the sun goes down." All the troops took notice of this and were pleased by it. Indeed, everything that the king did pleased them. So on that day, all the troops and all Israel knew that it wasn't the king's idea to kill Abner, Ner's son. The king told his soldiers, "Don't you know that a prince and a great man in Israel has fallen today? And today, though I am the anointed king, I am weak. These men, Zeruiah's sons, are too strong for me. May the Lord repay the one who does evil according to the evil they did." When Ishbosheth, Saul's son, heard that Abner had died in Hebron, he lost his courage, and all Israel was alarmed. Saul's son had two men who led the raiding parties. One was named Baanah, and the other Rechab. Both were sons of Rimmon, a Benjamite from Be'eroth. Be'eroth was considered part of Benjamin. The people of Be'eroth had fled to Gittayim, and even now live there as immigrants. Now, Saul's son Jonathan had a boy whose feet were crippled. He was only 5 years old when the news about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel, and so his nurse snatched him up and fled. But as she hurried to get away, he fell and was injured. His name was Mephibosheth. Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon from Be'eroth, set out and reached Ishbosheth's house at the heat of the day, right when he was lying down, taking an afternoon rest. They went straight into his house as if getting wheat, and they stabbed him in the stomach. Then Rechab and his brother Baanah escaped. They had entered the house while Ishbosheth was lying on the bed in his bedroom, and after they stabbed him and killed him, they cut off his head, took it, and traveled all night through the wilderness. They brought Ishbosheth's head to David at Hebron. "Here is the head of Ishbosheth," they told the king, "the son of Saul, your enemy who wanted you dead. Today the Lord has avenged our master, the king, on Saul and his descendants." David answered Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon from Be'eroth, "As surely as the Lord lives, who has rescued me from all kinds of trouble," he told them. "When someone told me Saul was dead back in Ziklag, thinking he was bringing me good news, I grabbed him and killed him. That was the reward I gave him for his news. What do you think I'll do when evil people kill a righteous person in his own house on his own bed? Why shouldn't I demand his blood from your hands and rid the earth of you both?" So David gave the order to his servants, and they killed Baanah, cutting off their hands and feet and hanging them up by the pool at Hebron. But they took Ishbosheth's head and buried it in the grave of Abner at Hebron.
Hello everyone, my name is Asal Fawalde. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm a member of Masarata Christos Church in Ethiopia, and I'm reading to you 2 Samuel chapter 5 to 7, and I read it in Amharic version. ሁለተኛ ሳሙኤል መጽሐፍ ምዕራፍ 5 ጀምሮ እስከ ምዕራፍ 7 ድረስ እንደዚህ ይላል። በጌታ ስም አነበዋለሁ። የእስራኤልም ነገድ ሁሉ ወደ ኬብሮን ወደ ዳዊት መጥተው፣ እነሆ እኛ የአጥንት ፍላጭ የሥጋ ቁራጭ ነን። አስቀድሞ ሳኦል በእኛ ላይ ንጉሥ ሆኖ ሳለ እስራኤልን የምታወጣና የምታገባ አንተ ነህ። እግዚአብሔርም አንተ ሕዝቤን እስራኤልን ጠብቃት፣ በእስራኤልም ላይ አለቃ ትሆናለህ ብሎ ነበር። የእስራኤል ሽማግሌዎች ሁሉ ወደ ንጉሥ ወደ ኬብሮን መጡ። ንጉሡ ዳዊትም በኬብሮን በእግዚአብሔር ፊት ቃል ኪዳን ከእነርሱ ጋር አደረገ። በእስራኤልም ንጉሥ ይሆን ዘንድ ዳዊትን ቀቡት። ዳዊትም መንገሥ በጀመረ ጊዜ የ30 ዓመት ልጅ ነበር፣ 40 ዓመትም ነገሠ። በኬብሮን በይሁዳ ላይ 7 ዓመት ከ6 ወር ነገሠ። በእስራኤል ሁሉና በይሁዳ ላይ 33 ዓመት ነገሠ። ንጉሡና ሰዎቹም በአገር ውስጥ ከተቀመጡት ከኢያቡሳውያን ጋር ለመዋጋት ወደ ኢየሩሳሌም ሄዱ። እነርሱም ዳዊት ወደዚህ ሊገባ አይችልም ብለው አስበው ነበርና ዳዊትን ዕውሮችንና አንካሶችን ካላወጣ በቀር ወደዚህ አትገባም አሉት። ነገር ግን ዳዊት አምባይቱን ጽዮንን ያዘ፣ እርሷም የዳዊት ከተማ ነው። በዚያም ቀን ዳዊት ኢያቡሳውያንን የሚመታ በውሃ መሄጃው ይወጣ፣ የዳዊትም ነፍስ የምትጣላቸውን ዕውሮችና አንካሶችን ያውጣ አለ። ስለዚህም በምሳሌ ዕውርና አንካሳ ወደ ቤት አይግቡ ተባለ። ዳዊትም በአምባይቱ ውስጥ ተቀመጠ፣ የዳዊትም ከተማ ብሎ ጠራት። ዳዊትም ዙሪያዋን ከሚሎ ጀምሮ ወደ ውስጥ ቀጠረ። ዳዊትም እየበረታ ሄደ፣ የሠራዊት አምላክ እግዚአብሔርም ከእርሱ ጋር ነበር። የጤሮስም ንጉሥ ኪራም ወደ ዳዊት መልእክተኞችን የዝግባ እንጨትም አናጢዎችንም ጠራቢዎችንም ላከ፣ ለዳዊትም ቤት ሰሩ። ዳዊትም እግዚአብሔር በእስራኤል ላይ ንጉሥ አድርጎ እንዳጸናው ስለ ሕዝቡ ስለ እስራኤልም መንግሥቱን ከፍ እንዳደረገ አወቀ። ዳዊትም ከኬብሮን ከመጣ በኋላ ሌሎቹን ቁባቶቹና ሚስቶቹን ከኢየሩሳሌም ወሰደ። ለዳዊትም ደግሞ ወንዶችና ሴቶች ልጆች ተወለዱለት። በእስራኤልም የተወለዱለት ስማቸው ይህ ነው፦ ሳሙስ፣ ሶባብ፣ ናታን፣ ሰለሞን፣ ኢያብሔር፣ ኤሊሱዌ፣ ናፌቄ፣ ያፋያ፣ ኤሊሳማ፣ ኤሊዳኤ፣ ኤሊፋላት። ፍልስጤማውያንም ዳዊት በእስራኤል ላይ ንጉሥ ሆኖ እንደተቀባ ሰሙ። ፍልስጤማውያንም ሁሉ ዳዊትን ሊፈልጉ ወጡ። ዳዊትም በሰማ ጊዜ ወደ ምሽጉ ወረደ። ፍልስጤማውያንም መጥተው በራፋይም ሸለቆ ተበትነው ሰፈሩ። ዳዊትም ወደ ፍልስጤማውያን ልውጣን? በእጄስ አሳልፈህ ትሰጣቸዋለህን? ብሎ እግዚአብሔርን ጠየቀ። እግዚአብሔርም ዳዊትን ፍልስጤማውያንን በእርግጥ በእጅህ አሳልፌ እሰጣቸዋለሁ፣ ውጣ አለው። ዳዊትም ወደ በአልፐራሲም መጣ። በዚያም መታቸውና ውሃን እንዳያፈርስ እግዚአብሔር ጠላቶችን በፊቴ አፈረሳቸው አለ። ስለዚህም የዚያን ስፍራ ስም በአልፐራሲም ብሎ ጠራው። ጣዖቶቻቸውን በዚያ ተዉ። ዳዊትና ሰዎቹም ወሰዷቸው። ፍልስጤማውያንም ደግሞ መጡ፣ በራፋይም ሸለቆ ተበትነው ሰፈሩ። ዳዊትም እግዚአብሔርን ጠየቀ፣ እርሱም በኋላቸው ዞረ፣ በሾላው ዛፍ ፊት ለፊት ግጠማቸው እንጂ አትውጣ። በሾላውም ዛፍ ራስ ውስጥ በሹክሹክታ ድምፅ ስትሰማ በዚያን ጊዜ እግዚአብሔር የፍልስጤማውያንን ጭፍራ ለመምታት በፊት ወጥቶ ይሆናልና በዚያን ጊዜ ቸኩል አለ። ዳዊትም እግዚአብሔር እንዳዘዘው አደረገ። ከገባዖንም እስከ ጌዘር ድረስ ፍልስጤማውያንን መታ። ምዕራፍ 6 ዳዊትም ዳግም ከእስራኤል የተመረጡትን 30,000 ያህል ሰው ሰበሰበ። ዳዊትና ከእርሱ ጋር የነበሩት ሕዝብ ሁሉ በይሁዳ ካለች ከበዓል ተነስተው በኪሩቤል ላይ በተቀመጠ በሠራዊት ጌታ በእግዚአብሔር ስም የተጠራውን የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ከዚያ ያመጡ ዘንድ የእግዚአብሔርም ታቦት በአዲስ ሰረገላ ላይ ጫኑ። በኮረብታውም ላይ ከነበረው ከአሚናዳብ ቤት አመጡት። የአሚናዳብ ልጆችም ኦዝና አህዮ አዲሱን ሰረገላ ይነዱ ነበር። በኮረብታውም ላይ ከነበረው ከአሚናዳብ ቤት የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ባመጡ ጊዜ አህዮ በታቦቱ ፊት ይሄድ ነበር። ዳዊትና የእስራኤልን ቤት ሁሉ በቅኔና በበገና በመሰንቆም በከበሮም በነጋሪትና በጽናጽል በእግዚአብሔር ፊት በሙሉ ኃይላቸው ይጫወቱ ነበር። ወደ ናኮንም አውድማ በደረሱ ጊዜ በሬዎች ይፋንኑ ነበርና ኦዝ እጁን ዘርግቶ የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ያዘ። የእግዚአብሔር ቁጣ በኦዝ ላይ ነደደ። እግዚአብሔርም ስለ ድፍረቱ በዚያ ቀሰፈው። በእግዚአብሔርም ታቦት አጠገብ በዚያው ሞተ። እግዚአብሔርም ኦዝን ስለሰበረው ዳዊት አዘነ። እስከ ዛሬም ድረስ የዚያ ስፍራ ስም የኦዝ ስብራት ተብሎ ተጠራ። በዚያን ቀን ዳዊት እግዚአብሔርን ፈራና የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ወደ እኔ እንዴት ይመጣል? ዳዊትም የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ወደ እርሱ ወደ ዳዊት ከተማ ያመጣው ዘንድ አልወደደም። ዳዊትም በጌት ሰው በአቢዳራ ቤት አገባ። የእግዚአብሔርም ታቦት በጌት ሰው በአቢዳራ ቤት 3 ወር ያህል ተቀመጠ። እግዚአብሔርም አቢዳራና ቤቱ ሁሉ ባረከ። ንጉሡ ዳዊትም እግዚአብሔር የአቢዳራን ቤትና የነበረውን ሁሉ ስለ እግዚአብሔር ታቦት እንደባረከ ሰማ። ዳዊትም ሄዶ የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት ከአቢዳራ ቤት ወደ ዳዊት ከተማ በደስታ አመጣው። የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት የተሸከሙ 6 እርምጃ በሄዱ ጊዜ 1 በሬና 1 ፍሪዳ ሰው። ዳዊትም በሙሉ ኃይሉ በእግዚአብሔር ፊት ይዘፍን ነበር። ዳዊትም የበፍታ ኤፉድ ለብሶ ነበር። ዳዊትና የእስራኤል ቤት ሁሉ ሆ እያሉ ቀንደ መለከት እየነፉ የእግዚአብሔርን ታቦት አመጡ። የእግዚአብሔርም ታቦት ወደ ዳዊት ከተማ በገባ ጊዜ የሳኦል ልጅ ሜልኮል በመስኮት ሆና ተመለከተች። ንጉሡም ዳዊት በእግዚአብሔር ፊት ሲዘልና ሲዘፍን አየች፣ በልቧም ናቀች። የእግዚአብሔርም ታቦት አገቡ። ዳዊትም በተከለለለት ድንኳን ውስጥ በስፍራው አኖሩ። ዳዊትም የሚቃጠልና የደህንነት መስዋዕትን በእግዚአብሔር ፊት አሳረገ። ዳዊትም የሚቃጠልና የደህንነት መስዋዕት ማሳረግ ከፈጸመ በኋላ ሕዝቡን በሠራዊት ጌታ በእግዚአብሔር ስም መረቀ። በሕዝቡ ሁሉ ለእስራኤል ወገን ለወንዱም ለሴቱም ለእያንዳንዱ አንዳንድ እንጀራ፣ አንዳንድም የሥጋ ቁራጭ፣ አንዳንድም የዘሩ ጥቅጥቅ አከፋፈለ። ሕዝቡም ሁሉ እያንዳንዱ ወደ ቤቱ ሄደ። ዳዊትም ቤተሰቡን ሊመርቅ ተመለሰ። የሳኦልም ልጅ ሚልኮል ዳዊትን ለመቀበል ወጣችና ምናምንቴዎች እርቃናቸውን እንደሚገልጡ የእስራኤል ንጉሥ በባሪያዎቹ ቆነጃጅት ፊት እርቃኑን በመግለጡ ምንኛ የተከበረ ነው አለችው። ዳዊትም ሚልኮልን በእግዚአብሔር ፊት ዘፍኛለሁ፣ በእግዚአብሔር ሕዝብ በእስራኤል ላይ አለቃ እሆን ዘንድ ከአባትሽ ቤት ሁሉ ይልቅ የመረጠኝ እግዚአብሔር የተባረከ ይሁን። ስለዚህ በእግዚአብሔር ፊት እጫወታለሁ። አሁንም ከሆኑት ይልቅ የተናቅሁ እሆናለሁ፣ በዓይንሽም እዋረዳለሁ። ነገር ግን በተናገርሻት ቆነጃጅት ዘንድ እከብራለሁ አለች። የሳኦልም ልጅ ሚልኮል እስከ ሞተችበት ቀን ድረስ ልጅ አልወለደችም። ምዕራፍ 7 እንዲህም ሆነ ንጉሡ በቤቱ በተቀመጠ ጊዜ እግዚአብሔርም በዙሪያው ካሉት ጠላቶች ሁሉ ባሳረፈው ጊዜ ንጉሡ ነቢዩ ናታንን እኔ ከዝግባ በተሰራ ቤት ተቀምጫለሁ፣ የእግዚአብሔር ታቦት ግን በመጋረጆች ውስጥ እንደተቀመጠ እይ አለው። ናታንም ንጉሡን እግዚአብሔር ካንተ ጋር ነውና በልብ ያለውን አድርግ። በዚያም ሌሊት የእግዚአብሔር ቃል ወደ ናታን መጣ፣ እንዲህም አለው፣ ሂድ ለባሪያዬ ለዳዊት እግዚአብሔር እንዲህ ይላል የእስራኤልን ልጆች ከግብፅ ምድር ካወጣሁበት ቀን ጀምሮ እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ በድንኳንና በማደሪያ ቤት ነበርሁ፣ በቤት አልተቀመጥሁምና አንተ የምኖርበትን ቤት አሳየኝ። ከእስራኤል ልጆች ሁሉ ጋር ባለፉበት ስፍራ ሁሉ ስለምን ቤቴን ከዝግባ እንጨት አልሠራችም? ሕዝቤን እስራኤልን ይጠብቅ ዘንድ ከእስራኤል ነገድ ላዘዝሁት ለአንዱ በውኑ ተናግሬአለሁን? አሁንም ዳዊትን ባሪያውን እንዲህ በል፣ የሠራዊት ጌታ እግዚአብሔር እንዲህ ይላል፣ አንተ መንጋውን ስትከተል በሕዝቤ በእስራኤል ላይ አለቃ ትሆን ዘንድ ከበግ ጥበቃ ወሰድሁ። በሄድሁበትም ሁሉ ከአንተ ጋር ነበርሁ። ጠላቶችንም ሁሉ ከፊትህ አጠፋሁ። በምድርም ላይ እንዳሉ እንደ ታላላቆች ስም ታላቅ ስም አደርግልሃለሁ። ለሕዝቤም ለእስራኤል ስፍራ አደርግለታል፣ እተክለውማለሁ፣ በስፍራውም ይቀመጣል። ከዚያም በኋላ አይናወጥም። እንደ ቀድሞ ዘመንና በሕዝቤ በእስራኤል ላይ ፈራጆች እንዳስነሳሁበት ጊዜ ግፈኞች ተመልሰው አያስጨንቁም፣ በጠላቶችም አሳርፋለሁ። እግዚአብሔርም ደግሞ ቤት እሠራልሃለሁ ብሎ ይነግራል። ዕድሜህም በተፈጸመ ጊዜ ከአባቶች ጋር ባንቀላፋ ጊዜ ከወገብህ የሚወጣውን ዘርህን ከአንተ በኋላ አስነሳለሁ፣ መንግሥቱንም አጸናለሁ።
My name is Rainer Burkhardt. I'm a Mennonite pastor in Enkenbach, Germany, and I'm reading 2 Samuel chapter 8, 9, and 10. I'm reading in German from the Zurich translation, the translation that goes back to Ulrich Zwingli and his friends in the 16th century. Und danach schlug David die Philister, und er unterwarf sie. Und David nahm den Philistern die langen Zügel aus der Hand. Und er schlug Moab, und er maß sie mit der Messschnur ab. Er ließ sie sich auf die Erde legen und maß jeweils 2 Schnurlängen ab, die tötete er, und eine Schnurlänge, die ließ er am Leben. Und die von Moab wurden Davids Diener, sie entrichteten ihm Tribut. Und David schlug Hadadezer, den Sohn des Rechob, den König von Zoba, als dieser hinzog, um seine Macht am Euphratstrom wiederherzustellen. Und David nahm von ihm 1700 Reiter und 20.000 Mann Fußvolk gefangen. Und David machte alle Wagen unbrauchbar, 100 von den Wagen aber ließ er übrig. Und Aram Damaskus kam Hadadezer, dem König von Zoba, zu Hilfe, und David erschlug von Aram 22.000 Mann. Und David setzte Statthalter ein in Aram Damaskus, und die von Aram wurden Davids Diener, sie entrichteten ihm Tribut, und der Herr stand David bei, wohin er auch zog. Und David nahm die goldenen Köcher, die die Diener Hadadesers bei sich hatten, und brachte sie nach Jerusalem. Und aus Betach und Berutai, den Städten Hadadesers, nahm König David Bronze in großer Menge. Und Toi, der König von Chamat, hörte, dass David das ganze Heer Hadadesers geschlagen hatte. Und Toi sandte Joram, seinen Sohn, zu König David, um ihn nach seinem Wohlergehen zu fragen und um ihn zu segnen, weil er gegen Hadadeser gekämpft und diesen geschlagen hatte. Denn Toi war ein Kriegsgegner Hadadesers, und in seiner Hand waren Geräte aus Silber, Geräte aus Gold und Geräte aus Bronze. Auch diese weihte König David dem Herrn zusammen mit dem Silber und dem Gold, das er von all den Nationen weihte, die er unterworfen hatte, von Aram und von Moab und von den Ammonitern und von den Philistern und von Amalek und von der Beute aus dem Sieg über Hadadeser, den Sohn des Rechob, den König von Zoba. Und David machte sich einen Namen, als er zurückkehrte von seinem Schlag gegen Aram im Salztal. Es waren 18.000. Und er setzte Statthalter in Edom ein. In ganz Edom setzte er Statthalter ein, und alle von Edom wurden Diener Davids. Und der Herr half David, wohin er auch zog. Und David war König über ganz Israel, und David verschaffte seinem ganzen Volk Recht und Gerechtigkeit. Und Joab, der Sohn des Zeruia, stand der Heerschar vor, und Jeschophat, der Sohn des Achilud, war Kanzler, und Zadok, der Sohn des Achitub, und Achimelech, der Sohn des Ebjatar, waren Priester, und Seraja war Schreiber. Und Benajahu, der Sohn Jehojadas, stand den Kretern und den Pletern vor. Und die Söhne Davids waren Priester. Kapitel 9. Und David sagte, wenn es noch jemanden gibt vom Haus Saul, werde ich ihm Barmherzigkeit erweisen um Jehonathans willen. Und zum Haus Saul gehörte ein Diener, und dessen Name war Ziba. Und den rief man zu David, und der König sagte zu ihm, bist du Ziba? Und er sagte, dein Diener. Und der König sagte, lebt niemand mehr aus dem Haus Saul, dem ich Barmherzigkeit Gottes erweisen könnte? Und Ziba sagte zum König, es gibt noch einen Sohn Jehonathas, der ist bei den Füßen behindert. Und der König sagte zu ihm, wo ist er? Und Ziba sagte zum König, sieh, er ist im Haus des Machir, des Sohns von Amiel in Lodebar. Und König David sandte hin und holte ihn aus dem Haus von Machir, dem Sohn von Amiel aus Lodebar. Da kam Mephibosheth, der Sohn Jehonathans, des Sohns von Saul, zu David, fiel nieder auf sein Angesicht und verneigte sich. Und David sagte, Mephibosheth, und er antwortete, sieh, dein Diener ist hier. Und David sagte zu ihm, fürchte dich nicht, denn ich werde dir Barmherzigkeit erweisen, um deines Vaters Jehonathan willen. Und ich werde dir das ganze Land Sauls, deines Vaters, zurückgeben, und du sollst immer an meinem Tisch essen. Da warf er sich nieder und sagte, was ist dein Diener, dass du dich einem toten Hund zugewandt hast, wie ich es bin? Und der König rief Ziba, den Verwalter Sauls, und sagte zu ihm, alles, was Saul und seinem ganzen Haus gehörte, habe ich dem Sohn deines Herrn gegeben. Und du sollst für ihn das Land bestellen, du und deine Söhne und deine Diener, und du sollst die Ernte einbringen, so wird der Sohn deines Herrn genug zu essen haben. Mephibosheth aber, der Sohn deines Herrn, soll immer an meinem Tisch essen. Ziba aber hatte 15 Söhne und 20 Diener. Und Ziba sagte zum König, so wie mein Herr, der König, es seinem Diener gebietet, wird dein Diener handeln. Und Mephibosheth ist an meinem Tisch wie einer von den Söhnen des Königs. Und Mephibosheth hatte einen kleinen Sohn, und dessen Name war Micha. Und alle Mitbewohner des Hauses Ziba waren Diener Mephibosheths. Und Mephibosheth wohnte in Jerusalem, denn immer aß er am Tisch des Königs, und er war an beiden Füßen gelähmt. Kapitel 10. Und danach starb der König der Ammoniter, und Hanun, sein Sohn, wurde König an seiner Stadt. Und David sagte, ich werde Hanun, dem Sohn des Nachasch, Barmherzigkeit erweisen, wie sein Vater mir Barmherzigkeit erwiesen hat. Und David sandte hin, um ihn durch seine Diener seines Vaters wegen zu trösten, und die Diener Davids kamen ins Land der Ammoniter. Die Anführer der Ammoniter aber sagten zu Hanun, ihrem Herrn, will David in deinen Augen wirklich deinen Vater ehren, wenn er Tröster zu dir gesandt hat? Hat David seine Diener nicht zu dir gesandt, um die Stadt auszuforschen, um sie auszukundschaften und zu zerstören? Da nahm Hanun die Diener Davids und rasierte ihnen den Bart zur Hälfte ab und schnitt ihre Gewänder zur Hälfte ab, bis zu ihrem Gesäß. Dann schickte er sie fort. Und man berichtete David davon, und er sandte ihnen entgegen, denn die Männer schämten sich sehr, und der König sagte, bleibt in Jericho, bis eure Bärte nachgewachsen sind, dann erst kehrt zurück. Die Ammoniter aber sahen, dass sie David verhasst waren. Da sandten die Ammoniter hin und machten sich Aram Bet-Rechob und Aram Zoba dienstbar, 20.000 Mann Fußvolk. Dazu den König von Maacha, 1.000 Mann, und jeden von Tob, 12.000 Mann. Und David hörte davon und sandte Joab aus mit der ganzen Heerschar, mit den Helden. Und die Ammoniter rückten aus, und am Eingang des Tors stellten sie sich in Schlachtordnung auf für den Kampf. Aram Zoba aber und Rechob und alle von Tob und Maacha standen für sich auf dem offenen Land. Und Joab sah, dass er eine Front vor sich und eine im Rücken hatte. Da traf er eine Auswahl unter allen Ausgewählten Israels, und in Schlachtordnung zogen sie Aram entgegen. Den Rest des Volkes aber unterstellte er Abischai, seinem Bruder, und auch der zog den Ammonitern in Schlachtordnung entgegen. Und er sagte, wenn Aram stärker ist als ich, dann sollst du mir helfen. Wenn aber die Ammoniter stärker sind als du, so werde ich dir zu Hilfe kommen. Sei mutig. Wir werden mutig sein für unser Volk und für die Stätte unseres Gottes. Der Herr aber wird tun, was in seinen Augen gut ist. Und Joab trat mit dem Volk, das bei ihm war, in den Kampf ein gegen Aram. Diese aber flohen vor ihm. Und als die Ammoniter sahen, dass Aram floh, flohen sie vor Abischai und gelangten in die Stadt. Da ließ Joab ab von den Ammonitern und kam nach Jerusalem. Und Aram sah, dass sie vor Israel geschlagen waren, und sie sammelten sich wieder. Und Hadadeser sandte hin und ließ die von Aram ausrücken, die jenseits des Stromes waren, und sie kamen nach Chelam, ihnen voran Schobach, der Heerführer Hadadesers. Und dies wurde David berichtet, und er sammelte ganz Israel, überquerte den Jordan und kam nach Chelam. Aram aber zog David in Schlachtordnung entgegen, und sie kämpften gegen ihn. Und Aram floh vor Israel, und David tötete 700 Wagenlenker und 40.000 Reiter von Aram. Auch Schobach, ihren Heerführer, schlug er, und der starb dort. Und alle Könige, die Diener Hadadesers, sahen, dass sie vor Israel geschlagen waren. Da schlossen sie Frieden mit Israel und dienten ihnen. Und die von Aram fürchteten sich, den Ammonitern weiter zu helfen.
Hello, my name is Kevin Snyder. I am from Langley, British Columbia, Canada, and I will be reading 2 Samuel chapter 11 and 12. In the spring, when kings go off to war, David sent Joab along with his servants and all the Israelites, and they destroyed the Ammonites, attacking the city of Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. One evening, David got up from his couch and was pacing back and forth on the roof of the palace. From the roof, he saw a woman bathing. The woman was very beautiful. David sent someone to inquire about the woman. The report came back, "Isn't this Eliam's daughter, Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?" So David sent messengers to take her. When she came to him, he had sex with her. Now she had been purifying herself after her monthly period. Then she returned home. The woman conceived and sent word to David. I am pregnant, she said. Then David sent a message to Joab. Send me Uriah the Hittite. So Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked about the welfare of Joab and the army and how the battle was going. Then David told Uriah, Go down to your house and wash your feet. Uriah left the palace, and a gift from the king was sent after him. However, Uriah slept at the palace entrance with all of his master's servants. He didn't go down to his own house. David was told Uriah didn't go down to his own house. So David asked Uriah, Haven't you just returned home from a journey? Why don't you go home? The chest and Israel and Judea are all living in tents, Uriah told David. And my master Joab and my master's troops are camping in the open field. How can I go home and eat and drink and have sex with my wife? I swear on your very life, I will not do that. Then David told Uriah, Stay here one more day. Tomorrow I'll send you back. So Uriah stayed in Jerusalem that day. The next day, David called for him, and he ate and drank, and David got him drunk. In the evening, Uriah went out to sleep in the same place alongside his master's servants, but he did not go down to his own home. The next morning, David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it with Uriah. He wrote in the letter, Place Uriah in the front of the fiercest battle, and then pull back from him so that he will be struck down and die. So Joab was attacking the city. He put Uriah in the place where he knew there were strong warriors. When the city soldiers came out and attacked Joab, some of the people from David's army fell. Uriah the Hittite was also killed. Joab sent a complete report of the battle to David. When you have finished reporting all the news of the battle to the king, Joab instructed the messenger, If the king gets angry and asks you, Why did you go so close to the city to fight? Didn't you know they would shoot from the wall? Who killed Jerubbaal's son Abimelech? Didn't a woman throw an upper millstone on the top of him from the wall so that he died in Thebez? Why did you go so close to the wall? Then say, Your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead too. So the messenger set off, and when he arrived, he reported to David everything Joab sent him to say. The men overpowered us, the messenger told David. They came out against us in the open field, but we fought against them. Up to the entrance of the city gate, archers shot down on your servants from the wall. Some of the king's servants died, and your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead too. David sent to the messenger, Say this to Joab. Don't be upset about this because the sword is that way, taking life of this person or that person. Continue attacking the city and destroy it. Encourage Joab. When Uriah's wife heard that her husband Uriah was dead, she mourned for her husband. After the time of mourning was over, David sent for her and brought her back to his house. She became his wife and bore him a son. So the Lord sent Nathan to David. When Nathan arrived, he said, There were two men in the same city, one rich and one poor. The rich man had a lot of sheep and cattle, but the poor man had nothing. Just one small ewe lamb that he had bought. He raised that lamb and grew it up with him and his children. It would eat from his food and drink from his cup, even sleep in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to visit the rich man, but he wasn't willing to take anything from his own flock or herd to prepare for the guest who had arrived. Instead, he took the poor man's ewe lamb and prepared it for the visitor. David got very angry at the man, and he said to Nathan, "As surely as the Lord lives, the one who did this is demonic. He must restore the ewe lamb 7 times over, because he did this and because he had no compassion." "You are that man," Nathan told David. "This is what the Lord, God of Israel, says. I anointed you king over Israel and delivered you from Saul's power. I gave your master's house to you and gave his wives into your embrace. I gave you the house of Israel and Judah. If that was too little, I would have given you even more. Why have you despised the Lord's word by doing what is evil in your eyes? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with a sword and taken his wife as your own. You used the Ammonites to kill him. Because of that, because you despised me and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite as your own, the sword will never leave your own house. This is what the Lord says. I am making trouble come against you from inside your own family. Before your very eyes, I will take your wives away and give them to your friend, and he will have sex with your wives in broad daylight. You did what you did secretly, but I will do what I am doing before all Israel in the light of day." "I've sinned against the Lord," David said to Nathan. "The Lord has removed your sin," Nathan replied to David. "You won't die. However, because you have utterly disrespected the Lord by doing this, the son born to you will definitely die." Then Nathan went home. The Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife had borne for David, and he became very sick. David begged God for the boy. He fasted and spent the night sleeping on the ground. The senior servants of his house approached him to lift him up off the ground, but he refused, and he wouldn't eat with them either. On the 7th day, the child died. David's servants were afraid to tell him that the child had died. David wouldn't listen to us when we talked to him while the child was still alive. How can we tell him that the child has died? He'll do something terrible. But when David saw his servants whispering, he realized the child had died. "Is the child dead?" David asked his servants. "Yes," they said. "He is dead." Then David rose from the ground, bathed, anointed himself, and changed his clothes. He entered the Lord's house and bowed down. Then he entered his own house. He requested food, which was brought to him, and he ate. "Why are you acting this way?" his servants asked him. "When the child was alive, you fasted and cried and kept watch. But now that the child is dead, you get up and eat food?" David replied, "While the child was alive, I fasted and wept because I thought, 'Who knows? The Lord may have mercy on me and let the child live.' But he is dead now. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? No. I am going where he is, but he won't come back to me." Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba. He went to her and had sex with her. She gave birth to a son and named him Solomon. The Lord loved him and sent word to the prophet Nathan to name him Jedediah because of the Lord's grace. Meanwhile, Joab fought the Ammonites at Rabbah and captured the royal city. Joab sent messengers to David saying, I have fought against Rabbah and captured the city's water supply. So gather the rest of the troops, attack the city and capture it. Otherwise, I will capture the city myself, and it will be named after me. So David gathered all the troops, marched to Rabbah, fought against it, and captured it. David took Milcom's crown off his head. It weighed 1 kikar of gold and was set with a valuable stone. It was placed on David's head. The amount of loot David took from the city was huge. He brought out the people who were in the city and put them to work making bricks. David demolished the city with saws and iron picks and axes. He did this to all the Ammonite cities. Then David and all the troops returned to Jerusalem.
I'm Ellen Yitzhak-Leva, and I'm reading 2 Samuel chapter 13. Sometime later, David's son Amnon fell in love with Tamar, the beautiful sister of Absalom, who was also David's son. Amnon was so upset over his half-sister that he made himself sick. She was a virgin, and it seemed impossible in Amnon's view to do anything to her. But Amnon had a very clever friend named Jonadab, who was David's brother Shimeah's son. Prince, Jonadab said to him, why are you so down, morning after morning? Tell me about it. So Amnon told him, I'm in love with Tamar, the sister of my brother Absalom. Lie down on your bed and pretend to be sick, Jonadab said to him. When your father comes to see you, tell him, please let my sister Tamar come and give me some food to eat. Let her prepare the food in my sight so I can watch and eat from her own hand. So Amnon lay down and pretended to be sick. The king came to see him, and Amnon told the king, please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of heart-shaped cakes in front of me so I can eat from her hand. David sent word to Tamar at the palace, please go to your brother Amnon's house and prepare some food for him. So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house where he was lying down. She took dough, kneaded it, made heart-shaped cakes in front of him, and then cooked them. She took the pan and served Amnon, but he refused to eat. Everyone leave me, Amnon said. So everyone left him. Then Amnon said to Tamar, bring the food into the bedroom so I can eat from your hand. So Tamar took the heart-shaped cakes she had made and brought them to her brother Amnon in the bedroom. When she served him the food, he grabbed her and said, come have sex with me, my sister. But she said to him, no, my brother, don't rape me. Such a thing shouldn't be done in Israel. Don't do this horrible thing. Think about me. Where could I hide my shame? And you would become like some fool in Israel. Please, just talk to the king. He won't keep me from marrying you. But Amnon refused to listen to her. He was stronger than she was, and so he raped her. But then Amnon felt intense hatred for her. In fact, his hatred for her was greater than the love he had felt for her. So Amnon told her, get out of here. No, my brother, she said, sending me away would be worse than the wrong you've already done. But Amnon wouldn't listen to her. He summoned his young servant and said, get this woman out of my presence and lock the door after her. She was wearing a long-sleeved robe because that was what the virgin princesses wore as garments. So Amnon's servant put her out and locked the door after her. Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long-sleeved robe she was wearing. She put her hand on her head and walked away, crying as she went. Her brother Absalom said to her, has your brother Amnon been with you? Keep quiet about it for now, sister. He's your brother. Don't let it bother you. So Tamar, a broken woman, lived in her brother Absalom's house. When King David heard about all this, he got very angry, but he refused to punish his son Amnon because he loved him as his oldest child. Absalom never spoke to Amnon, good word or bad, because he hated him for raping his sister Tamar. 2 years later, Absalom was shearing sheep at Baal-Hazor near Ephraim, and he invited all the king's sons. Absalom approached the king and said, Your servant is shearing sheep. Would the king and his advisers please join me? But the king said to Absalom, No, my son, we shouldn't all go, or we would be a burden on you. Although Absalom urged him, the king wasn't willing to go, although he gave Absalom a blessing. Then Absalom said, If you won't come, then let my brother Amnon go with us. Why should he go with you? They asked him. But Absalom urged him until he sent Amnon and all the other princes. Then Absalom made a banquet fit for a king. Absalom commanded his servants, Be on the lookout. When Amnon is happy with wine and I tell you to strike Amnon down, then kill him. Don't be afraid, because I myself am giving you the order. Be brave and strong men. So Absalom's servants did to Amnon just what he had commanded. Then all the princes got up, jumped on their mules, and fled. While they were on the way, the report came to David. Absalom has killed all the princes. Not one remains. The king got up, tore his garments, and lay on the ground. All his servants stood near him, their garments torn as well. But Jonadab, the son of David's brother Shemaiah, said, My master shouldn't think that all of the young princes have been killed. Only Amnon is dead. This has been Absalom's plan ever since the day Amnon raped his sister Tamar. So don't let this bother you, my master. Don't think that all the princes are dead, because only Amnon is dead, and Absalom has fled. Just then the young man on watch looked up and saw many people coming on the road behind him, alongside the mountain. Jonadab told the king, Look, the princes are coming, just as I, your servant, said they would. When Jonadab finished speaking, the princes arrived. They broke into loud crying, and the king and his servants cried hard as well. Meanwhile, Absalom had fled and gone to Geshur's king Talmai, Ammihud's son. David mourned for his son a long time, but Absalom, after flying to Geshur, stayed there for 3 years. Then the king's desire to go out after Absalom faded away because he had gotten over Amnon's death.
Teresa Sherrill, 2 Samuel 14, Common English Bible. Absalom is restored. Now Joab, Zeruiah's son, could see that the king's mind was on Absalom. So Joab sent someone to Tekoa and brought a wise woman from there. He said to her, Pretend to be in mourning, dress in mourning clothes. Don't anoint yourself with oil. Act like a woman who has spent a long time mourning over someone who has died. Go to the king and speak to him as follows. Then Joab told her what to say. When the woman from Tekoa came to the king, she fell face down, bowing low out of respect. King, help me, she said. What is wrong? The king asked her. It's terrible. She said, I am a widow. My husband is dead. Your servant had 2 sons, but the 2 of them fought in the field. No one could separate them, and one struck the other and killed him. Now the entire clan has turned against your servant. They say, hand over the one who killed his brother, so we can execute him for murdering his brother, even though we would destroy the heir as well. So they would snuff out the one ember I have left, leaving my husband without a name or descendant on the earth. The king said to the woman, Return home, and I will issue an order in your behalf. The woman of Tekoa said to the king, My master and king, let the guilt be on me and my father's household. The king and his throne are innocent. If anyone speaks against you, bring him to me, and he will never trouble you again, the king replied. She said, Please let the king remember the Lord your God, so that the one seeking revenge doesn't add to the destruction and doesn't kill my son. As surely as the Lord lives, David said, Not one of your son's hairs will fall to the ground." Then the woman said, "May your female servant say something to my master the king?" "Speak," he said. The woman said, "Why have you planned the very same thing against God's people? In giving this order, the king has become guilty because the king hasn't restored his own banished son. We all have to die. We're like water spilled out on the ground that can't be gathered up again. But God doesn't take life away. Instead, he makes plans so that those banished from him don't stay that way. I have come to my master the king to talk about this because people have made me afraid. Your servant thought, I must speak to the king. Maybe the king will act on the request of the servant, because the king will agree to deliver his servant from the power of anyone who would destroy both me and my son from the inheritance God gave. Your servant thought, the word of my master the king will definitely comfort me, because my master the king is like one of God's messengers, understanding good and evil. May the Lord your God be with you." The king answered the woman, "I must ask you something. Don't hide anything from me." The woman said, "Please, my master and king, speak." So the king said, "Has Joab put you up to this?" The woman answered, "As surely as you live, my master and king, no one can deviate a bit from whatever my master and king says." "Yes, it was your servant Joab who directed me. And it was Joab who told your female servant to say all these things. Your servant Joab did this to change the way things look. But my master's wisdom is like the wisdom of one of God's own messengers. He knows everything that takes place in the land." So the king said to Joab, "All right then, I will do it. Go and bring back my boy Absalom." Joab fell face down, bowing low out of respect, and he blessed the king. "Today your servant knows that you think well of me, my master and king," Joab said, "because the king has followed up on his servant's recommendation." So Joab got up, went to Geshur, and brought Absalom back to Jerusalem. The king said, "He must go straight to his own house. He must not see my face." So Absalom went straight to his own house and did not see the king. No man throughout Israel was as praised for his good looks as Absalom. From the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, there was nothing wrong with him. When he shaved his head, he had to shave his head at the end of each year because his hair was so heavy that he had to shave it. The weight of the hair from his head was 200 shekels by royal weight. Absalom had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter's name was Tamar. She was a beautiful woman. Absalom lived in Jerusalem 2 years without ever seeing the king's face. Absalom called for Joab in order to send Joab to the king, but Joab refused to come. Absalom called for Joab a second time, but he still wouldn't come. So Absalom said to his servants, "Look, Joab's property is next to mine. He has barley there. Go and set it on fire." So Absalom's servants set the property on fire. Then Joab's servants went to Joab with their clothes torn. "Absalom's servants set the property on fire," they said. So Joab went straight to Absalom's house and said to him, "Why have your servants set my property on fire?" Absalom answered Joab, "Look, I sent you a message. Come here so I can send you to the king to ask, why have I returned from Geshur? I would be better off if I were still there. Please let me see the king's face. If I'm guilty, then the king can kill me." Joab went to the king and reported this to him. Then the king called for Absalom, and Absalom came to the king. He bowed low out of respect, nose to the ground before the king. Then the king kissed Absalom. The word of the Lord.
My name is Ashish Kumar Milap. I am reading 2 Samuel chapter 15 and chapter 16. I will read it in Hindi. Chapter 15. इसके बाद अबशालोम ने रथ और घोड़े और अपने आगे आगे दौड़ने वाले 50 मनुष्य रख लिए। अबशालोम सवेरे उठकर फाटक के मार्ग के पास खड़ा हुआ करता था, और जब जब कोई मुद्दई राजा के पास न्याय के लिए आता, तब तब अबशालोम उसको पुकार के पूछता था, तो किस नगर से आता है? और वह कहता था, तेरा दास इज़राइल के अमुक गोत्र का है। तब अबशालोम उससे कहता था, सुन, तेरा पक्ष तो ठीक और न्याय का है, परंतु राजा की ओर से तेरी सुनने वाला कोई नहीं। फिर अबशालोम यह भी कहा करता था, भला होता कि मैं इस देश में न्यायी ठहराया जाता। तब जितने मुकदमा वाले होते, वे सब मेरे ही पास आते और मैं उनका न्याय चुकाता। फिर जब कोई उसे दंडवत करने को निकट आता, तब वह हाथ बढ़ाकर उसको पकड़ के चूम लेता था। अतः जितने इजरायली राजा के पास अपना मुकदमा लेकर आते, उन सबों से अबशालोम ऐसा ही व्यवहार किया करता था। इस प्रकार अबशालोम ने इजरायली मनुष्यों के मन को हर लिया। 4 वर्ष के बीतने पर अबशालोम ने राजा से कहा, मुझे हेब्रोन जाकर अपनी उस मन्नत को पूरी करने दे जो मैंने यहोवा की मानी है। तेरा दास जब आराम के गशूर में रहता था, तब वह कहकर यहोवा की मन्नत मानी कि यदि यहोवा मुझे सचमुच यरूशलेम को लौटा ले जाए, तो मैं यहोवा की उपासना करूंगा। राजा ने उससे कहा, कुशल क्षेम से जा, और वह उठकर हेब्रोन को गया। तब अबशालोम ने इजराइल के समस्त गोत्रों में यह कहने के लिए भेदिए भेजे, जब नरसिंगे का शब्द तुमको सुनाई पड़े, तब कहना, अबशालोम हेब्रोन में राजा हुआ। अबशालोम के संग 200 निमंत्रित यरूशलेम से गए। वे सीधे मन से उसका भेद बिना जाने गए। फिर जब अबशालोम का यज्ञ हुआ, तब उसने गिलोवासी अहीतोपेल को, जो दाऊद का मंत्री था, बुलवा भेजा कि वह अपने नगर गिलो से आए। इस प्रकार राजद्रोह की गोष्ठी ने बल पकड़ा, क्योंकि अबशालोम के पक्ष के लोग बराबर बढ़ते गए। तब किसी ने दाऊद के पास जाकर यह समाचार दिया, इजरायली मनुष्यों के मन अबशालोम की ओर हो गए हैं। तब दाऊद ने अपने सब कर्मचारियों से, जो यरूशलेम में उसके संग थे, कहा, आओ हम भाग चलें, नहीं तो हम में से कोई भी अबशालोम से न बचेगा। इसलिए फुर्ती करते चले चलो, ऐसा ना हो कि वह फुर्ती करके हमें आ घेरे और हमारी हानि करे और इस नगर को तलवार से मार ले। राजा के कर्मचारियों ने उससे कहा, जैसा हमारे प्रभु राजा को अच्छा जान पड़े, वैसा ही करने के लिए तेरे दास तैयार हैं। तब राजा निकल गया और उसके पीछे उसका समस्त घराना निकला। राजा 10 रखेलियों को भवन की चौकसी करने के लिए छोड़ गया। तब राजा निकल गया और उसके पीछे सब लोग निकले और वे बेत मेहर में ठहर गए। उसके सब कर्मचारी उसके पास से होकर आगे गए और सब करेती और सब पलेती और सब गति अर्थात जो 600 पुरुष गज से उसके पीछे हो लिए थे, वे सब राजा के सामने से होकर आगे चले। तब राजा ने गति इत्तै से पूछा, हमारे संग तू क्यों चलता है? लौटकर राजा के पास रह, क्योंकि तू परदेशी और अपने देश से दूर है, इसलिए अपने स्थान को लौट जा। तू तो कल ही आया है, क्या मैं आज तुझे अपने साथ मारा मारा फिराऊं? मैं तो जहां जा सकूंगा वहां जाऊंगा। तू लौट जा और अपने भाइयों को भी लौटा दे। ईश्वर की करुणा और सच्चाई तेरे संग रहे। इत्तै ने राजा को उत्तर देकर कहा, यहोवा के जीवन की शपथ और मेरे प्रभु राजा के जीवन की शपथ, जिस किसी स्थान में मेरा प्रभु राजा रहेगा, चाहे मरने के लिए हो चाहे जीवित रहने के लिए, उसी स्थान में तेरा दास भी रहेगा। तब दाऊद ने इत्तै से कहा, पार चल। अतः गति इत्तै अपने समस्त जनों और अपने साथ के सब बाल बच्चों समेत पार हो गया। सब रहने वाले चिल्ला चिल्ला कर रोए और सब लोग पार हुए, और राजा भी किद्रोन नामक नाले के पार हुआ, और सब लोग नाले के पार जंगल के मार्ग की ओर पार होकर चल पड़े। तब क्या देखने में आया कि सादोक भी और उसके संग सब लेवीय परमेश्वर की वाचा का संदूक उठाए हुए हैं, और उन्होंने परमेश्वर के संदूक को धर लिया। तब एब्यातार चढ़ा, और जब तक सब लोग नगर से न निकले तब तक वहीं रहा। तब राजा ने सादोक से कहा, परमेश्वर के संदूक को नगर में लौटा ले जा। यदि यहोवा के अनुग्रह की दृष्टि मुझ पर हो तो वह मुझे लौटाकर उसको और अपने वास स्थान को भी दिखाएगा। परंतु यदि वह मुझसे ऐसा कहे, मैं तुझसे प्रसन्न नहीं, तो भी मैं हाजिर हूँ। जैसा उसको भाए वैसा ही वह मेरे साथ बर्ताव करे। फिर राजा ने सादोक याजक से कहा, क्या तू दर्शी नहीं है? इसलिए कुशल क्षेम से नगर में लौट जा, और तेरा पुत्र अहीमास और एब्यातार का पुत्र योनातान दोनों तुम्हारे संग लौटेंगे। सुनो, मैं जंगल के घाट के पास तब तक ठहरा रहूंगा जब तक तुम लोगों से मुझे हाल का समाचार न मिले। तब सादोक और एब्यातार ने परमेश्वर के संदूक को यरूशलेम में लौटा दिया, और आप वहीं रहे। तब दाऊद जैतून के पहाड़ की चढ़ाई पर सिर ढाके नंगे पांव रोता हुआ चढ़ने लगा, और जितने लोग उसके संग थे वे भी सिर ढाके रोते हुए चढ़ गए। तब दाऊद को यह समाचार मिला, अबशालोम के संगी राजद्रोहियों के साथ अहीतोपेल है। दाऊद ने कहा, हे यहोवा, अहीतोपेल की सम्मति को मूर्खता बना दे। जब दाऊद चोटी तक पहुंचा जहां परमेश्वर की आराधना की जाती थी, तब एरेकी हुशै अंगरखा फाड़े सिर पर मिट्टी डाले हुए उससे मिलने को आया। दाऊद ने उससे कहा, यदि तू मेरे संग जाए तब तो मेरे लिए भार ठहरेगा, परंतु यदि तू नगर को लौटकर अबशालोम से कहने लगे, हे राजा, मैं तेरा कर्मचारी हूँगा, जैसा मैं बहुत दिन तेरे पिता का कर्मचारी रहा, वैसे ही अब तेरा रहूंगा, तो तू मेरे हित के लिए अहीतोपेल की सम्मति को निष्फल कर सकेगा। और क्या वहां तेरे संग सादोक और एब्यातार याजक ना रहेंगे? इसलिए राजभवन में से जो हाल तुझे सुन पड़े उसे सादोक और एब्यातार याजकों को बताया करना। उनके साथ तो उनके 2 पुत्र अर्थात सादोक का पुत्र अहीमास और एब्यातार का पुत्र योनातान वहां रहेंगे। तब जो समाचार तुम लोगों को मिले उसे मेरे पास उन्हीं के हाथ भेजा करना। अतः दाऊद का मित्र हुशै नगर को गया और अबशालोम भी यरूशलेम में पहुंच गया। चैप्टर 16। दाऊद चोटी पर से थोड़ी दूर बढ़ गया था कि मपीबोशेत का कर्मचारी सीबा एक जोड़ी जिन बांधे हुए गधों पर 200 रोटी, किशमिश की 100 टिकिया, धूप काल के फल की 100 टिकिया और कुप्पी भर दाख मधु लादे हुए उससे आ मिला। राजा ने सीबा से पूछा, इनसे तेरा क्या प्रयोजन है? सीबा ने कहा, गधे तो राजा के घराने की सवारी के लिए हैं और रोटी और धूप काल के फल जवानों के खाने के लिए हैं और दाख मधु इसलिए है कि जो कोई जंगल में थक जाए वह उसे पिए। राजा ने पूछा, फिर तेरे स्वामी का बेटा कहाँ है? सीबा ने राजा से कहा, वह तो यह कहकर यरूशलेम में रह गया कि अब इज़राइल का घराना मुझे मेरे पिता का राज्य फेर देगा। राजा ने सीबा से कहा, जो कुछ मपीबोशेत का था वह सब तुझे मिल गया। सीबा ने कहा, प्रणाम हे मेरे प्रभु, हे राजा, मुझ पर तेरे अनुग्रह की दृष्टि बनी रहे। जब दाऊद राजा बहुरीम तक पहुंचा तब शाऊल का एक कुटुंबी वहां से निकला। वह गेरा का पुत्र शिमी था और वह कोसता हुआ चला आया। वह दाऊद पर और दाऊद राजा के सब कर्मचारियों पर पत्थर फेंकने लगा और शूरवीरों समेत सब लोग उसकी दाहिनी बाईं दोनों ओर थे। शिमी कोसता हुआ यों बकता गया, दूर हो खूनी, दूर हो ओछे, निकल जा, निकल जा। यहोवा ने तुझसे शाऊल के घराने के खून का पूरा बदला लिया है, जिसके स्थान पर तू राजा बना है। यहोवा ने राज्य को तेरे पुत्र अबशालोम के हाथ कर दिया है और इसलिए कि तू खूनी है, तू अपनी बुराई में आप फंस गया। तब सरूयाह के पुत्र अबीशै ने राजा से कहा, यह मरा हुआ कुत्ता मेरे प्रभु राजा को क्यों शाप देने पाए? मुझे उधर जाकर उसका सिर काटने दे। राजा ने कहा, सरूयाह के बेटों, मुझे तुमसे क्या काम? वह जो कोसता है और यहोवा ने जो उससे कहा है कि दाऊद को शाप दे, तो उससे कौन पूछ सकता है कि तूने ऐसा क्यों किया? फिर दाऊद ने अबीशै और अपने सब कर्मचारियों से कहा, जब मेरा निज पुत्र भी मेरे प्राण का खोजी है, तो यह बिन्यामीनी अब ऐसा क्यों ना करे? उसको रहने दो और शाप देने दो, क्योंकि यहोवा ने उससे कहा है। कदाचित यहोवा इस उपद्रव पर जो मुझ पर हो रहा है दृष्टि करके आज के शाप के बदले मुझे भला बदला दे। तब दाऊद अपने जनों समेत अपने मार्ग पर चला गया और शिमी उसके सामने के पहाड़ के किनारे से शाप देता और उस पर पत्थर और धूल फेंकता हुआ चला गया। राजा अपने संग के सब लोगों समेत अपने ठिकाने पर थका हुआ पहुंचा और वहां विश्राम किया। अबशालोम सब इजरायली लोगों समेत यरूशलेम को आया और उसके संग अहीतोपेल भी आया। तब राजा का मित्र एरेकी हुशै अबशालोम के पास पहुंचा। तब हुशै ने अबशालोम से कहा, राजा चिरंजीव रहे, राजा चिरंजीव रहे। अबशालोम ने उससे कहा, क्या यह तेरी प्रीति है जो तू अपने मित्र से रखता है? तू अपने मित्र के संग क्यों नहीं गया? हुशै ने अबशालोम से कहा, ऐसा नहीं, जिसको यहोवा और वे लोग क्या वरन सब इजरायली लोग चाहें उसी का मैं हूं और उसी के संग में रहूंगा। फिर मैं किसकी सेवा करूं? क्या उसके पुत्र के सामने रहकर सेवा ना करूं? जैसा मैं तेरे पिता के सामने रहकर सेवा करता था, वैसा ही तेरे सामने रहकर सेवा करूंगा। तब अबशालोम ने अहीतोपेल से कहा, तुम अपनी सम्मति दो कि क्या करना चाहिए। अहीतोपेल ने अबशालोम से कहा, जिन रखेलियों को तेरा पिता भवन की चौकसी करने को छोड़ गया, उनके पास तू जा, और जब सब इजरायली यह सुनेंगे कि अबशालोम का पिता उससे घिन करता है, तब तेरे सब संगी याव बांधेंगे। अतः उसके लिए भवन की छत के ऊपर एक तंबू खड़ा किया गया, और अबशालोम समस्त इजराइल के देखते अपने पिता की रखेलियों के पास गया। उन दिनों जो सम्मति अहीतोपेल देता था वह ऐसी होती थी कि मानो कोई परमेश्वर का वचन पूछ लेता हो। अहीतोपेल चाहे दाऊद को चाहे अबशालोम को जो जो सम्मति देता वह ऐसी ही होती थी।
My name is Viridiani, and I'll be reading 2 Samuel chapter 17 and 18. Then Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Let me pick 12,000 men, and I will go after David tonight. I will attack him while he is tired and weak, and I will throw him into a panic. All the troops with him will run off. I promise to kill the king alone, and I will bring all the people back to you like a bride comes back to her husband. It's only one man's life you are seeking. Everyone else can be at peace." This plan seemed excellent to Absalom and the Israelite elders. But Absalom said, "Call Hushai from Erech. Let's hear what he has to say as well." When Hushai from Erech arrived, Absalom said to him, "This is what Ahithophel has advised. Should we follow it or not? What do you say?" Hushai said to Absalom, "This time the advice Ahithophel has given isn't right. You know that your father and his men are warriors," he continued, "and they're as desperate as a wild bear robbed of her cubs. Your father is a seasoned fighter. He won't spend the night with his troops. Even now, he has probably hidden himself in one of the caves or some other place. When some of the troops fall in the first attack, whoever hears it will say, 'The soldiers who follow Absalom have been defeated.' Then even the bravest soldier, whose heart is like a lion's, will melt in fear, because all Israel knows that your father is a warrior and that those who are with him are brave. So I would advise that all the Israelites, from Dan to Beersheba, a group of as countless as sand on the seashore, be summoned to join you, and that you yourself go into battle. When we attack him, wherever he might be, we will fall on him like dew that falls on the ground. No one will survive, not him, and not one of the soldiers who are with him. If he retreats into a city, all Israel will bring ropes to that city, and we will drag it into a valley until not even a pebble of it will be found." Then Absalom and everyone in Israel agreed. The advice of Hushai from Erech is better than Ahithophel's advice. This was because the Lord had decided to counter Ahithophel's good advice, so that the Lord could bring disaster on Absalom. Hushai told the priest Zadok and Abiathar, "Here is what Ahithophel advised Absalom and the Israelite elders, and here's what I advised. Now send word immediately to David and tell him, don't spend the night in the desert plains. You must cross over immediately. Otherwise, the king and all the troops who are with him will be swallowed up whole." Jonathan and Ahimaaz were standing by at En-Horeb. A female servant would come and report to them, and they would then travel and report to King David, because they couldn't risk being seen entering the city. But a boy saw them and reported it to Absalom. So the two of them left immediately and came to a man's house at Bahurim. He had a well in his courtyard, and they climbed down into it. The man's wife took a covering and spread it over the well's opening, then scattered grain over it so no one would notice. When Absalom's servants came to the woman at the house, they demanded, "Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan?" The woman told them, "They crossed over the stream." They looked for them, but found nothing, so they returned to Jerusalem. After they had left, Jonathan and Ahimaaz climbed out of the well. They went and reported to King David, "Get up, cross the water immediately, because Ahithophel has made plans against you." So David and all the troops who were with him got up and crossed the Jordan River. By daybreak, there was no one left who hadn't crossed the Jordan. Meanwhile, once Ahithophel saw that his advice hadn't been followed, he saddled his donkey and went home to his own town. He gave instructions to his household, then hanged himself and died. He was buried in his father's tomb. David had reached Mahanaim by the time Absalom and all the Israelites who were with him crossed the Jordan River. Absalom had put Amasa in charge of the army instead of Joab. Amasa was the son of a man named Ithra, an Ishmaelite, who had married Abigail, who was Nahash's daughter and the sister of Zeruiah, Joab's mother. Israel and Absalom camped in the territory of Gilead. When David arrived in Mahanaim, Nahash's son Shobi, who was from Rabbah of the Ammonites, Amihal's son Micaiah, who was from Lodabar, and Barzillai the Gilead from Chogelim, brought couches, basins, and pottery, along with wheat, barley, flour, roasted grain, beans, lentils, honey, curds, sheep, and cheese from the herd, so that David and the troops who were with him could eat. They said, "The troops have been grown hungry, tired, and thirsty in the wilderness." Then David gathered the troops who were with him and appointed unit commanders over thousands and hundreds. David sent out the army, a third under Joab's command, a third under the command of Abishai, Zeruiah's son, and a third under the command of Ittai the Gittite. The king told the troops, "I will march out with you myself." But the troops replied, "No, you must not march out. If we flee, they won't care about us. Even if half of us die, they won't care about us. But you are worth 10,000 of us. It is much better if you support us from the city." The king said to them, "I will do whatever you think is best." So the king stood beside the gate as all the troops marched out by hundreds and thousands. The king gave orders to Joab, Abishai, and Ittai, "For my sake, protect my boy Absalom." All the troops heard what the king ordered regarding Absalom to all the commanders. So the troops marched into the field to meet the Israelites. The battle was fought in the Ephraim forest. The army of Israel was defeated there by David's soldiers. A great slaughter of 20,000 men took place that day. The battle spread out over the entire countryside, and the forest devoured more soldiers than the sword that day. Absalom came upon some of David's men. Absalom was riding on a mule, and the mule went under the tangled branches of a large oak tree. Absalom's head got caught in the tree. He was left hanging in midair while the mule under him kept on going. One of the men saw this and reported it to Joab. "I just saw Absalom hanging from an oak tree." Joab said to the men who told him, You saw this? Why didn't you kill him on the spot? I would have given you 10 pieces of silver and a belt. But the man said to Joab, even if I had 1,000 pieces of silver in my hand, I wouldn't have touched the king's son. We've heard what the king commanded you, Abishai and Ittai. For my sake, take care of my boy Absalom. If I had taken Absalom's life behind the king's back then, though nothing is hidden from the king, you would have kept your distance from me. Joab said, I won't waste time like this with you. He took 3 sticks in his hand and drove them into Absalom's chest while he was still alive in the oak. Then 10 young armor-bearers of Joab surrounded Absalom, struck him, and killed him. Then Joab surrounded the trumpet, and the troops stopped chasing the Israelites because Joab held them back. They took Absalom and threw him into a big pit in the forest. They piled over him a huge heap of stones. Meanwhile, all the Israelites fled to their homes. When he was alive, Absalom had raised a large pillar for himself in the king's valley because he said, I have no son to carry on the memory of my name. He named the pillar after himself. It is called Absalom's monument to this day. Then Zadok's son Ahimaaz said, please let me run and take the news to the king that the Lord has vindicated him against his enemy's power. Joab said to him, you aren't the one to bring the news today. You can bring news on another day, but not today, because the king's son is dead. Then Joab said to a Cushite, go tell the king what you have seen. The Cushite bowed low before Joab and then ran off. But Zadok's son Ahimaaz again said to Joab, I don't care what happens, just let me run after the Cushite too. Why do you want to go, son? Joab asked. You'll get no reward for going. I don't care what happens. I want to go, Ahimaaz said. So Joab said to him, run off then. Ahimaaz ran off, going by way of the plain and past the Cushite. Now David was sitting between the 2 gates. The watchman on duty went up on the roof of the gate by the wall. He looked out and saw a man running alone. The watchman called out and reported this to the king. The king said, if he's alone, it's good news. The man got nearer and nearer, and the watchman saw another man running and called down to the gatekeeper, there's another man running alone. The king said, that one must be bringing good news too. The watchman said, I can see that the first one runs like Zadok's son Ahimaaz. He's a good man, the king said, and is coming with good news. Ahimaaz called out to the king, peace, then bowed low before the king, his nose to the ground. He said, bless the Lord your God, who has delivered up the men who raised their hands against my master, the king. The king said, is my boy Absalom okay? Ahimaaz said, I saw a large crowd right when Joab, the king's servant, sent your servant off, but I don't know what it was about. Step aside and stand right here, the king said. So Ahimaaz stepped aside and waited. Then the Cushite arrived and said, my master the king, listen to this good news. The Lord has vindicated you this day against the power of all who rose up against you. The king said to the Cushite, is my boy Absalom okay? The Cushite answered, may the enemies of my master the king and all who rise up against you to hurt you end up like that young man. The king trembled. He went up to the room over the gate and cried. As he went, he said, oh, my son Absalom, Oh, my son Absalom, if only I had died instead of you. Oh, Absalom, my son, my son.
I'm Betty Kurtz, and I'll be reading from 2 Samuel chapter 19. Joab was told that the king was crying and mourning Absalom. So the victory that day was turned into mourning for all the troops, because they heard that day that the king was grieving for his son. So that day the troops crept back into the city like soldiers creep back ashamed after they fled from battle. The king covered his face and cried out in a loud voice, "Oh, my son Absalom! Oh, Absalom, my son, my son!" Joab came to the king inside and said, "Today you have humiliated all of your servants who saved your life today, not to mention the lives of your sons, your daughters, your wives, and your secondary wives, by loving those who hate you and hating those who love you. Today you have announced that the commanders and their soldiers are nothing to you, because I know that if Absalom were alive today and the rest of us dead, that would be perfectly fine with you. Now get up, go out and encourage your followers. I swear to the Lord that if you don't go out there, not one man will stick with you tonight, and that will be more trouble for you than all the trouble you faced from your youth until now." So the king went and sat down in the city gate. All the troops were told that the king was sitting in the gate, so they came before the king. Meanwhile, the Israelites had fled to their homes. Everyone was arguing throughout Israel's tribes, saying, "The king delivered us from our enemies' power, and he rescued us from the Philistines' power. But now he has fled from the land and from controlling his own kingdom. And Absalom, the one we anointed over us, is dead in battle. So why do you say nothing about bringing the king back?" When the things that all the Israelites were saying reached the king, David sent a message to the priests, Zadok and Abiathar. "Say the following to the elders of Judah. Why should you be the last to bring the king back to his palace? You are my relatives. You are my flesh and bones. Why should you be the last to bring the king back? And tell Amasa, aren't you my flesh and bones too? May God deal harshly with me, and worse still, if you don't become commander of my army from now on instead of Joab." So he won over the hearts of everyone in Judah as though they were one person, and they sent word to the king, "Come back, you and all your servants." So the king came back and arrived at the Jordan River. Judah came to Gilgal to meet the king and bring him across the Jordan. Gera's son Shimei, the Benjaminite from Bahurim, hurried down with the people of Judah to meet King David. 1,000 men from Benjamin were with him. Ziba, too, the servant of Saul's house, along with his 15 sons and 20 servants, rushed to the Jordan ahead of the king to do the work of ferrying over the king's household and to do whatever pleased him. Gera's son Shimei fell down before the king when he crossed the Jordan. He said to the king, "May my master not hold me guilty, or remember your servant's wrongdoing that day my master the king left Jerusalem. Please forget about it, your majesty, because your servant knows that I have sinned. But look, I am the first person from the entire family of Joseph to come down today and meet my master the king." Zeruiah's son Abishai responded, "Shouldn't Shimei be put to death for that, for cursing the Lord's anointed?" But David said, "My problems aren't yours, you sons of Zeruiah. Why are you becoming my enemy today? Should anyone in Israel be put to death today? Don't I know that today I am king over Israel?" Then the king told Shimei, "You will not die." And the king swore this to him. Mephibosheth, Saul's grandson, also came down to meet the king. He hadn't taken care of his feet, trimmed his beard, or washed his clothes from the day the king left until the day he returned safely. When he came from Jerusalem to meet the king asked him, "Mephibosheth, why didn't you go with me?" "My master and king," Mephibosheth answered, "my servant abandoned me. Because your servant is lame, I asked my servant, 'Saddle a donkey for me so I can ride and go to the king.' But Ziba has slandered your servant to my master and king. But my master and king is a messenger of God, so do whatever seems best to you. Even though all the members of my grandfather's family were nothing short of demonic towards my master and king, you still put your servant with those who eat at your table. So what right do I have to beg for still more from the king? You don't need to talk any more about this, the king said to him. I order you and Ziba to divide the property. Mephibosheth said to the king, let him take all of it, since my master and king has come home safely. Now Barzillai the Gileadite had come down from Rogelim. He accompanied the king to the Jordan River to send him off there. Barzillai was very old, 80 years of age. He had supported the king during his stay at Mahanaim because Barzillai was a very wealthy man. The king said to Barzillai, come over the Jordan with me, and I will provide for you at my side in Jerusalem. But Barzillai said to the king, how many years do I have left that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Do I know what is good or bad anymore? Can your servant taste what I eat or drink? Can I even hear the voices of men or women singers? Why should your servant be a burden to my master and king? Your servant will cross a short way over the Jordan with the king, but why should the king give me such a reward? Let your servant return so I may die in my own town near the grave of my parents. But here is your servant, Kimham. Let him cross over with my master and king, and treat him as you think best. The king said, okay, Kimham will cross over with me, and I will treat him as I think best, and I will do for you anything you desire from me. So all the people crossed over the Jordan River, and the king stayed behind. The king kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and Barzillai went back to his home. When the king crossed over to Gilgal, Kimham went with him. All the troops of Judah and half the troops of Israel escorted the king across. Then everyone in Israel came and said to the king, why did our relatives, the people of Judah, steal you away and bring the king and his household across the Jordan River, along with all his soldiers? Then all the people of Judah answered the Israelites, because the king is our relative. Why are you angry at us about this? Have we taken any of the king's food? Has he given us any gifts? But the Israelites answered the people of Judah, we have 10 shares in the monarchy. What's more, we are the oldest offspring, not you. So why have you disrespected us? Weren't we the first to talk about bringing back our king? But the words of the people of Judah were even harsher than the words of the Israelites.
እንዲህም ሆነ አንድ ብንያማዊ የበክሪ ልጅ ስሙም ሳቤል የሚባል ምናምንቴ ሰው ነበር። እርሱም ከዳዊት ዘር እድል ፈንታ የለንም፣ ከእሴይም ልጅ ዘንድ ርስት የለንም። እስራኤል ወይ እያንዳንድ ወደ ድንኳንህ ተመለስ ብሎ ቀንደ መለከት ነፋ። የእስራኤልም ሰዎች ሁሉ ከዳዊት ተለይተው የበክሪ ልጅ ሳቤልን ተከተሉ። ይሁዳ ሰዎች ግን በዮርዳኖስ ጀምረው ኢየሩሳሌም እስኪደርሱ ንጉሳቸውን ተከተሉ። ዳዊትም ወደ ኢየሩሳሌም ወደ ቤቱ መጣ። ንጉሥም ቤቱን ሊጠብቁ የተዋቸውን 10ሩን ቁባቶች ወስዶ ለጠባቂ ሰጣቸው፣ ቀለብም ሰጣቸው። ነገር ግን ወደ እሱ አልገባም። ቤትም ዘግተው እስኪሞቱ ድረስ በባልቴቶች ሆነው ተቀመጡ። ንጉሥ አሜሳይን የይሁዳ ሰዎች ሁሉ በ3 ቀን ውስጥ ጥራኝ፣ አንተም አብረህ በዚህ ሁን አለው። አሜሳያስም የይሁዳን ሰዎች ሁሉ ይጠራ ዘንድ ሄደ። ነገር ግን እርሱ የተቀጠረውን ቀን አሳልፎ ዘገየ። ዳዊት አቢሳን አሁን ከአቢሶሎም ይልቅ የሚጎዳን የበክሪ ልጅ ሳቤዕ ነው። እርሱ የተመሸጉትን ከተሞች አግኝቶ ከዓይናችን እንዳያመልጥ አንተ የጌታህን ባሪያዎች ወስደህ አሳደው አለው። አቢሳም ተከተለው። የዮአባን ሰዎች ከከሊታውያን ኃያላን ሄዱ። የበክሪም ልጅ ሳቤዕን ለማሳደድ ከኢየሩሳሌም ወጡ። በጋዖንም ወዳለው ወደ ታላቁም ድንጋይ በደረሱ ጊዜ አሜሳይ ሊገናኛቸው መጣ። ኢዮአብም የሰልፍ ልብስ ለብሶ ነበር፣ በላዩ መታጠቂያ ነበረ፣ በወገቡም ላይ ሰገባ ያለው ሰይፍ ታጥቆ ነበር። እርሱም ሲራመድ ሰይፉ ወደቀ። ኢዮአብም አሜሳይን ወንድሜ ሆይ ደህና ነህን? አለው። ኢዮአብ አሜሳይን የሚስም መስሎ በቀኝ እጁ ጢሙን ያዘው። አሜሳይ ግን በኢዮአብ እጅ ከነበረው ሰይፍ አልተጠነቀቀም ነበር። ኢዮአብም ሆዱን ወጋው፣ አንጀቱን በምድር ላይ ዘረገፈው። ሁለተኛም አልወጋውም፣ ሞተም። ኢዮአብና ወንድሙ አቢሳ የበክሪ ልጅ ሳቤዕን አሳደዱ። ከኢዮሳብም ወደ ብላቴኖች አንዱ በአሜሳይ ሬሳ አጠገብ ቆሞ ለዮአብ ወዳጅ የሚሆን ለዳዊት የሆነ ሁሉ ኢዮአብን ይከተል። ድል ነበር። አሜስያስም በመንገድ መካከል ወድቆ በደሙ ላይ ይንከባለል ነበር። ያም ሰው ወደ እርሱ የሚመጣ ሁሉ ሲቆም አይቷልና ሕዝቡ ሁሉ እንደ ቆመ ባየ ጊዜ አሜሳይን ከመንገድ ላይ ወደ እርሻ ውስጥ ፈቀቅ አደረገው፣ በልብስም ከደነው። ከመንገድም ራቅ ባለው ጊዜ ሕዝቡ ሁሉ የበክር ልጅ ሳቤልን ለማሳደድ ኢዮአብን ተከትሎ ያልፍ ነበር። እርሱ ግን ከእስራኤል ነገድ ሁሉ ወደ ቤተ መካ ወደ ቤሪም ሁሉ አለፈ። ሰዎችም ደግሞ ተሰብስበው ተከተሉት። የቤተ መካ በአቤልም መጥተው ከበቡት። በከተማይቱም ላይ እስከ ቅጥሯ ድረስ የአፈር ድልድል ደለደሉ። ቅጥሩንም ያፈርሱ ዘንድ የኢዮአብ ጋር የነበሩ ሕዝብ ሁሉ ይደባደቡ ነበር። ከተማይቱም አንዲት ብላተኛ ሴት ስሙ ስሙ ኢዮአብ እነግርህ ዘንድ ወደዚህ ቅረብ በሉት ስትል ጮኸች። ወደ እርሷም በቀረበ። ሴቱም ኢዮአብ አንተ ነህን? አለች። እርሱም እኔ ነኝ ብሎ መለሰላት። እርሷም የባሪያህን ቃል ስማ አለችው። እርሱም እሰማለሁ አላት። እርሷም ቀድሞ የሚጠይቅ በአቤል ዘንድ ይጠይቅ ይባል ነበር፣ እንዲህም ነገሩ ይፈጸም ነበር። በእስራኤልም ዘንድ ሰላምና እውነትን ከሚወዱ እኔ ነኝ። አንተ በእስራኤል ያለችውን ከተማ አናት ለማፍረስ ትሻላለህ፣ ስለምን እግዚአብሔርን ርስት ትውጣለህ ብላ ተናገረች። ኢዮአብም መልሶ ይህ መዋጥና መጥፋት ከእኔ ይራቅ፣ ነገሩ እንዲህ አይደለም። ከተራራማው ከኤፍሬም ሀገር የሚሆን የበክር ልጅ ሳቤ የሚባል አንድ ሰው ግን በንጉሱ በዳዊት ላይ እጁን አነሳ። እሱም ብቻውን ስጡኝ፣ እኔም ከተማይቱን እርቃለሁ አላት። ሴቱም ኢዮአብን እነሆ ራሱ ከቅጥር ላይ ይጣልልሃል አለችው። ሴቱም በብልሃቷ ወደ ሕዝቡ ሁሉ ሄደች። እነርሱም በበክር ልጅ የሳቤልን ራስ ቆርጠው ወደ ኢዮአብ ጣሉት። እርሱ ቀንደ መለከቱን ነፋ። ሰውም ሁሉ ከተማይቱን ርቆ እያንዳንዱ ወደ ድንኳኑ ሄደ። ኢዮአብም ወደ ንጉሱ ወደ ኢየሩሳሌም ተመለሰ። ኢዮአብ በእስራኤል ሰራዊት ሁሉ ላይ አለቃ ነበር። የዩዳዊም ልጅ በናያስ በፈሊታውያን ላይ ነበረ። አዶራንም ግብር አስገባሪ ነበረ። የአይዶልም ልጅ ዮሳፍጥ ታሪክ ጸሐፊ ነበር። ሱሳም ጸሐፊ ነበር። ሳዶቅና አብያታርም ካህናት ነበሩ። ኢዮራም ሰውም የረስ ለዳዊት አማካሪ ነበር። በዳዊትም ዘመን 3 ዓመት ያህል ቀጥሎ ረሃብ ሆነ። ዳዊትም የእግዚአብሔርን ፊት ጠየቀ። እግዚአብሔርም የገባዖን ሰዎች ሁሉ ገደለ፣ በሳኦልና በቤቱ ላይ ደም አለበት አለ። ነገር ግን የገባዖን ሰዎችን ጠራ። የገባዖን ሰዎች ከአሞራውያን የተረፉ ነበሩ እንጂ ከእስራኤል ልጆች ወገን አልነበሩም። የእስራኤልም ልጆች መላወላቸው ነበር። ሳኦል ግን ለእስራኤል ልጆችና ለይሁዳ ልጆች ቀና፣ ሊገድላቸው ወዶ ነበር። ዳዊትም የገባዖንን ሰዎች እግዚአብሔርን ርስት ተባርኩ ዘንድ ምን ላድርግላችሁ? ማስተስረያውስ ምንድን ነው አላቸው። የገባዖን ሰዎች በእኛና በሳኦል ወይም በእኛና በቤቱ መካከል ያለው የብርና የወርቅ ነገር አይደለም፣ ከእስራኤል ወገን እኛ የምንገድለው የለም አሉት። እርሱም የምትናገሩትን አደርግላችኋለሁ፣ ንጉሥም እኛን ካጠፋ ከእስራኤልም ዳርቻ ሁሉ እንዳንቀመጥ መፍረሳችን ነው። ካሰበው ሰው ልጆች 7 ሰዎች አሳልፈ ስጠንና ከእግዚአብሔር በተመረጠው በሳኦል ሀገር በገበያ ለእግዚአብሔር እንሰቅላቸዋለን አሉት። ንጉሱም እሰጣቸዋለሁ አለ። ንጉሱ በሳኦል ልጅ በዮናታንና በዳዊት መካከል ስለነበረው ስለ እግዚአብሔር መሐላ የሳኦልን ልጅ ዮናታንን ልጅ ሜፊቦስቴን አዳነ። ንጉሱም ለሳኦል የወለደችውን የአሂር ልጅ የሩፋኤል ሁለቱን ልጆች ሄርሞንንና ሜፊቦስቴን ለመሐላታዊው ለቤርዜሌ ልጅ ለሴዴር የወለደቻትን የሳኦልን ልጅ የሜሮብን 5ቱን ልጆች ወሰደ። ለገባዖን ሰዎች እጅ አሳልፎ ሰጣቸው። በእግዚአብሔር ፊት በተራራዋ ላይ ሰቀሏቸው። 7ቱም በአንድነት ወደቁ። እህል በሚታጨድበት ወራት በገብሱ መከር የመጀመሪያ ተገደሉ። የዩኤልም ልጆች ረጽፋ ማቅ ወስዳ ከመከር ወራት ጀምሮ ዝናብ ከሰማይ እስኪዘንብ ድረስ በድንጋይ ላይ ዘረጋቸው። በቀን በወፎችም በሌሊትም አራዊት ያርፉባቸው ዘንድ አልተወችም። የሳኦልም ቁባት በዮአኤል ልጅ ረጽፋ ያደረገችውን ለዳዊት ነገሩት። ዳዊትም ሄዶ ሳኦልን ከጊልቦዓ በገደሉ ጊዜ ፍልስጥኤማውያንን ከሰቀሏቸው ስፍራ ከቤትሳን አደባባይ ከሰረቁት ከኢያቢስ ገለአድ ሰዎች የሳኦልና የልጁን ዮናታንን አጥንት ወሰደ። ከዚያም የሳኦልና የልጁን የዮናታንን አጥንት ይዞ መጣ። የተሰቀሉትንም ሰዎች አጥንት ከሰበሰቡ የሳኦልና ልጁም ዮናታን አጥንት በብንያም ሀገር በጽላ በአባቱ በቂስ መቃብር ቀበሩት። ንጉሱም ያዘዘውን ሁሉ አደረጉ። ከዚያም በኋላ እግዚአብሔር ለአገሩ የተለመነውን ሰማ። በፍልስጥኤማውያንና በኢየሩሳሌም መካከል ደግሞ ሰልፍ ነበር። ዳዊትም ከእርሱም ጋር ባሪያዎቹ ወረዱ፣ ከፍልስጥኤማውያን ጋር ተዋጉ። ዳዊትም ደከመ። ከራፋኤልም ወገን የነበረው ይሽብና ዳዊትን ይገድል ዘንድ አሰበ። የጦሩን ሚዛን ክብደት 300 ስቅል ናስ ነበረ። አዲስም የጦር መሳሪያ ታጥቆ ነበር። የሶርያም ልጅ አቢሳ አዳነው፣ ፍልስጥኤማውያንም መጥቶ ገደለው። ያን ጊዜም የዳዊት ልጆች አንተ የእስራኤል መብራት እንዳታጠፋ ከእንግዲህ ወዲህ ከእኛ ጋር ለሰልፍ አትወጣም ብለው ማሉበት። ከዚህ በኋላ እንደገና በሳብ ላይ ከፍልስጥኤማውያን ጋር ለሰልፍ ሆኖ ኩሳታዊው ሴቦክ ከራፋይም ወገን የነበረው ሳፋን ገደለ። ደግሞም በጎብ ላይ ከፍልስጥኤማውያን ጋር ሰልፍ ነበረ። የቤተልሔምም የኢያሪጌም ልጅ አልያናን የጦሩ የወቦ እንደ ሸማኔ መጠቅለያ የነበረው የጌት ሰው ጎልያድን ገደለ። ደግሞም በጌት ላይ ሰልፍ ሆነ። በዚያም በእጁና በእግሩ ስድስት ሁሉ 24 ጣቶች የነበሩት አንድ ረጅም ሰው ነበር። እርሱ ደግሞ ከራፋ የተወለደ ነበር። እስራኤልን በተገዳደረ ጊዜ የዳዊት ወንድም የሳማ ልጅ ዮናታን ገደለው። እነዚያም አራቱ በጌት ውስጥ ከራፋይም የተወለዱ ነበሩ። የዳዊትም እጅ በባሮቹ እጅ ወደቀ። This is all about 2 Samuel chapter 20 and 21. Read it in Amharic, which is one of the known language in Ethiopia. Thank you for.
Second try. This is Jeremiah from Hong Kong. I'm reading 2 Samuel chapter 22. I'm reading it in Cantonese. 當耶和華救大衛脫離一切仇敵和掃羅之手的日子，他向耶和華念這詩，說：耶和華是我的岩石，我的山寨，我的救主，我的神，我的磐石，我所投靠的。他是我的盾牌，是拯救我的角，是我的高台，是我的避難所。我的救主啊，你是救我脫離強暴的。我要求告當讚美的耶和華，這樣我必從仇敵的手被救出來。曾有死亡的波浪環繞我，匪類的急流使我驚懼，陰間的繩索纏繞我，死亡的網羅臨到我。我在急難中求告耶和華，向我的神呼求，他從殿中聽了我的聲音，我的呼求入了他的耳中。那時因他發怒，地就搖撼顫抖，天的根基也震動搖撼。從他鼻孔冒煙上騰，從他口中發火焚燒，連炭也着了。他又使天下垂，親自降臨，有黑雲在他腳下。他坐在基路伯飛行，在風的翅膀上顯現。他以黑暗和聚集的水，天空的厚雲為他四圍的行宮。因他面前的光輝，炭都着了。耶和華從天上打雷，至高者發出聲音，他射出箭來，使仇敵四散，發出閃電，使他們擾亂。耶和華的斥責一發，鼻孔的氣一出，海底就出現，大地的根基也顯露。他從高天伸手抓住我，把我從大水中拉上來。他救我脫離我的勁敵和那些恨我的人，因為他們比我強盛。我遭遇災難的日子，他們來攻擊我，但耶和華是我的倚靠。他又領我到寬闊之處，他救拔我，因他喜悅我。耶和華按着我的公義報答我，按着我手中的清潔賞賜我，因為我遵守了耶和華的道，未曾作惡離開我的神。他的一切典章常在我面前，他的律例我也未曾離棄。我在他面前作了完全人，我也保守自己遠離我的罪孽。所以耶和華按我的公義，按我在他眼前的清潔賞賜我。 慈愛的人，你以慈愛待他；完全的人，你以完全待他；清潔的人，你以清潔待他；乖僻的人，你以彎曲待他。困苦的百姓，你必拯救，但你的眼目察看高傲的人，使他降卑。耶和華啊，你是我的燈，耶和華必照明我的黑暗。我藉着你衝入敵軍，藉着我的神跳過牆垣。至於神，他的道是完全的。耶和華的話是煉淨的，凡投靠他的，他便作他們的盾牌。除了耶和華，誰是神呢？除了我們的神，誰是磐石呢？神是我堅固的保障，他引導完全人行他的路。他使我的腳快如母鹿的蹄，又使我在高處安穩。他教導我的手能以爭戰，甚至我的膀臂能開銅弓。你把你的救恩給我作盾牌，你的溫和使我為大。你使我腳下的地步寬闊，我的腳未曾滑對。我追趕我的仇敵，滅絕了他們。抹滅以先，我沒有歸回。我滅絕了他們，打傷了他們，使他們不能起來。他們都倒在我的腳下，因為你曾以力量束我的腰，使我能爭戰。你也使那起來攻擊我的都伏在我以下。你又使我的仇敵在我面前轉背逃跑，叫我能以剪除那恨我的人。他們仰望，卻無人拯救，就是呼求耶和華，他也不應允。我搗碎他們，如同地上的塵灰，踐踏他們四踏在地，如同街上的泥土。你救我脫離我百姓的爭競，保護我作列國的元首。我素不認識的民必侍奉我，外邦人要投降我。一聽見我的名聲，就必順從我。外邦人要衰殘，戰戰兢兢地出他們的營寨。耶和華是活神，願我的磐石被人稱頌，願神那拯救我的磐石被人尊崇。這位神就是那為我伸冤，使眾民服在我以下的。你救我脫離仇敵，又把我舉起，高過那些起來攻擊我的。你救我脫離強暴的人，耶和華，因此我要在外邦中稱謝你，歌頌你的名。耶和華賜極大的救恩給他所立的王，施慈愛給他的受膏者，就是給大衛和他的後裔，直到永遠。
Carol Klingenberg, 2 Samuel 23 and 24. David's last words. These are David's last words. This is the declaration of Jesse's son David, the declaration of a man raised high, a man anointed by the God of Jacob, a man favored by the strong one of Israel. The Lord's Spirit speaks through me. His word is on my tongue. Israel's God has spoken. Israel's rock said to me, whoever rules rightly over people, whoever rules in the fear of God, is like the light of sunrise on a morning with no clouds, like the bright gleam after the rain that brings grass from the ground. Yes, my house is this way with God. He has made an eternal covenant with me, laid out and secure in every detail. Yes, he provides every one of my victories and brings my every desire to pass. But despicable people are like thorns, all of them good for nothing, because they can't be carried by hand. No one can touch them except with iron bar or the shaft of a spear. They must be burned up with a fire right on the spot. These are the names of David's warriors. Jabez from Hachman was chief of the three. He raised his spear against 800, killing them on a single occasion. Next in command was Eleazar, Dodo's son, and Ahoi's grandson. He was among the three warriors with David when they insulted the Philistines who had gathered there for battle. The Israelites retreated, but he stood his ground and fought the Philistines until his hand was weary and stuck to the sword. But the Lord accomplished a great victory that day. The troops then returned to Eleazar, but only to plunder the dead. Next in command was Agi's son, Shammah, who was from Hara. The Philistines had gathered at Lehi, where there was a plot of land full of lentils. The troops fled from the Philistines, but Shammah took a position in the middle of the plot, defended it, and struck down the Philistines. The Lord accomplished a great victory. At harvest time, 3 of the 30 chiefs went down and joined David at the fortress of Adullam, while a force of Philistines were camped in Rephaim Valley. At that time, David was in the fortress, and a Philistine fort was in Bethlehem. David had a craving and said, "If only someone could give me a drink of water from the well by the gate in Bethlehem." So the 3 warriors broke through the Philistine camp and drew water from the well by the gate in Bethlehem and brought it back to David. But he refused to drink it and poured it out to the Lord. "The Lord forbid that I should do that," he said. "Isn't this the blood of men who risk their lives?" So he refused to drink it. These were the kinds of things the 3 warriors did. Now Zeruiah's son Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of the 30. He raised his spear against 300 men, killed them, and made a name for himself along with the 3. He was the most famous of the 30. He became their commander, but he wasn't among the 3. Jehoiada's son Benaiah was a hero from Kabzeel, who performed great deeds. He killed the 2 sons of Ariel from Moab. He once went down into a pit and killed a lion on a snowy day. He also killed a giant Egyptian who had a spear in his hand. Benaiah went against him armed with a staff. He grabbed the spear out of the Egyptian's hand and killed him with his own spear. These were the kinds of things Jehoiada's son Benaiah did. He made a name for himself along with the 3 warriors. He was famous among the 30, but he didn't become one of the 3. David placed him in command of his own bodyguard. Among the 30 were Asahel, Joab's brother, Elhanan, Dodo's son from Bethlehem, Shammah from Herod, Elika from Herod, Helis from Pelet, Ira, Akish's son from Tekoa, Abiezer from Anathoth, Mebunai the Hushathite, Zaman from Ahoah, Moriah from Netopah, Helab, Bana's son from Nepotah, Ittai, Ribi's son from Gilbeah, in Benjamin, Benaiah from Pirathon, Hiddai from the Gash ravines, Abi Album from the desert plain, Asmapheth from Bahurim, Eliabah from Shaban, Jashan the Gizonite, Jonathan, Shammon's son from Hara, Ariam, Sherah's son from Hara, Eliphathet, Ahashbai's son from Makkah, Eliam, Aphathal's son from Gilo, Hezro from Carmel, Pariah from Arab, Egal, Nathan's son from Zobah, Bani the Gadite, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai from Beeroth, and the armor bearer for Zerai's son Joab, Ira from Ither, Gaab from Ither, and Uriah the Hittite, 37 in all. 2 Samuel 24. The Lord burned with anger against Israel again, and he incited David against them. Go and count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab and the military commanders who were with him, go throughout all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and take a census of the people, so I know how many people there are. Joab said to the king, may the Lord your God increase the number of people 100 times, while the eyes of my master, the king, can still see it. But why does my master, the king, want to do this? But the king's word overruled Joab and the military commanders. So Joab and the commanders left the king's presence to take a census of the Israelites. They crossed the Jordan River and began from Aurora and from the town that is in the middle of the valley of Gad, then on to Jazer. They continued to Gilead and on to Kadesh in Hittite territory. They came to Dan and went around to Sidon. They went to the fortress of Tyre and to all the towns of the Hivites and the Canaanites. They went out to Beersheba in the arid southern plain of Judah. At the end of 9 months and 20 days, after going through the entire country, they came back to Jerusalem. Joab reported to the king the number of people who had been counted. In Israel, there were 800,000 strong men who could handle a sword. In Judah, the total was 500,000 men. But after this, David felt terrible that he had counted the people. David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. Now, Lord, please take away the guilt of your servant because I have done something very foolish. When David got up the next morning, the Lord's word came to the prophet Gad, David's seer. Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says. I'm offering you 3 punishments. Choose one of them, and that is what I will do to you. So Gad went to David and said to him, will 3 years of famine come on your land? Or will you run from your enemies for 3 months while they chase you? Or will there be 3 days of plague in your land? Decide now what answer I should take back to the one who sent me. I'm in deep trouble, David said to Gad. Let's fall into the Lord's hands because his mercy is great, but don't let me fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a plague on Israel from that very morning until the allotted time. 70,000 people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the divine messenger stretched out his hand to destroy Jerusalem, the Lord regretted doing this disaster and said to the messenger who was destroying the people, that's enough. Withdraw your hand. At that time, the Lord's messenger was by the threshing floor of Araunah from Jabez. When David saw the messenger who was striking down the people, he said, I'm the one who sinned. I'm the one who has done wrong. But these sheep, what have they done wrong? Turn your hand against me and my household. That same day, Gad came to David and told him, go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah from Jabez. So David went up, following Gad's instructions, just as the Lord had commanded. Araunah looked up and saw the king and his servants approaching him. Araunah rushed out and bowed low before the king, his nose to the ground. Araunah said, why has my master and king come to his servant? David said, to buy this threshing floor from you, to build an altar to the Lord, so the plague among the people may come to an end. Then Araunah said to David, take it for yourself, and may my master the king do what he thinks is best. Here are oxen for the entirely burned offering, and here are threshing boards and oxen yokes for this wood. All this, your majesty, Araunah gives to the king. Then he added, may the Lord your God respond favorably to you. No, the king said to Araunah, I will buy them from you at a fair price. I won't offer up to the Lord my God entirely burned offerings that cost me nothing. So David bought the threshing floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. David built an altar there for the Lord and offered entirely burned offerings and well-being sacrifices. The Lord responded to the prayers for the land, and the plague against Israel came to an end.
My name is Mary Beth Benner, and I will be reading 1 Kings chapter 1, verses 1 through 53. King David had become very old. His servants covered him with blankets, but he couldn't stay warm. They said to him, "Allow us to find a young woman for our master, the king. She will serve the king and take care of him by lying beside our master, the king, and keeping him warm." So they looked in every corner of Israel until they found Abishag from Shunem. They brought her to the king. She was very beautiful. She cared for the king and served him, but the king didn't have sex with her. Adonijah, Haggith's son, bragged about himself and said, "I'll rule as king myself." He got his own chariot and horses with 50 runners to go in front. Now Adonijah's father had never given him direction. He never questioned why Adonijah did what he did. He was very handsome and was born after Absalom. He took advice from Joab, Zeruiah's son, and from the priest Abiathar. They assisted Adonijah. But Zadok the priest, Jehoiada's son Benaiah, the prophet Nathan, Shemaiah, and his friends, and David's veterans didn't join Adonijah. So Adonijah prepared lamb, oxen, and fattened cattle at the stone of Zoheleth, next to Enrogel. He invited his brothers, the royal princes, and all the citizens of Judah who were the royal servants to come. But he didn't invite the prophet Nathan, Benaiah, David's veterans, or his brother Solomon. Nathan said to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother, "Did you hear that Adonijah, Haggith's son, has become king, but our master David doesn't know about it? Let me give you some advice on how you and your son Solomon can survive this. Go to King David and say, 'Didn't my master the king swear to your servant, your son Solomon will certainly rule after me. He will sit on my throne. Why then has Adonijah become king? While you are speaking there with the king, I'll come along and support your words.'" So Bathsheba went to the king in his bedroom. The king was very old, and Abishag from Shunem was serving the king. Bathsheba bowed down on her face before the king. The king asked, "What do you want?" She said to him, "Your Majesty, you swore by the Lord your God to your servant, 'Your son Solomon will certainly rule after me. He will sit on my throne.' But now, look, Adonijah has become king, and my master the king doesn't know about it. He has prepared large quantities of oxen, fattened cattle, and lamb. He has invited all the royal princes, as well as Abiathar the priest and Joab the general. However, he didn't invite your servant Solomon. As for you, my master the king, the eyes of all Israel are upon you to tell them who will follow you on the throne of my master the king. When my master the king lies down with his ancestors, then I and my son Solomon will become outlaws." While she was still speaking with the king, the prophet Nathan arrived. The king was informed, "The prophet Nathan is here." Then Nathan came in before the king and bowed his face to the ground. He said, "My master, the king, you must have said, 'Adonijah will become king after me and will sit on my throne.' Indeed, today he went down and prepared oxen, fattened cattle, and lamb in large numbers. He invited all the royal princes, the generals, and Abiathar the priest. They are eating and drinking with him. And they said, 'Long live King Adonijah.' Adonijah didn't invite me, your servant, Zadok the priest, Jehoiada's son Benaiah, or your servant Solomon? If this message was from my master the king, you didn't make it known to your servant. Who should follow you on the throne of my master the king? King David answered, Bring me Bathsheba. She came and stood before the king. The king made a solemn pledge and said, As surely as the Lord lives, who rescued me from every trouble, regarding what I swore to you by the Lord, Israel's God, your son Solomon will certainly succeed me. He will sit on the throne after me. I'll see that it happens today. Bathsheba bowed down with her face to the ground. She honored the king and said, May my master, King David, live forever. King David said, Bring me Zadok the priest, the prophet Nathan, and Benaiah, Jehoiada's son. They came to the king, who said to them, Take with you the servants of your masters. Put my son Solomon on my mule and bring him down to Gihon. There, Zadok the priest and the prophet Nathan will anoint him king over Israel. Blow the ram's horn and say, Long live King Solomon. You will follow him. He will enter and sit on my throne, and so he will succeed me as king. I have appointed him to become ruler over Israel and Judah. Benaiah, Jehoiada's son, responded to the king, Yes, may it happen as the Lord, the God of my king, says. Just as the Lord was with my master the king, so may he be with Solomon. May his throne be even greater than the throne of my master King David. Zadok the priest, the prophet Nathan, Jehoiada's son Benaiah, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites went down and put Solomon on King David's mule. They led him to Gihon. Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the tent and anointed Solomon. They blew the ram's horn, and all the people said, Long live King Solomon. All the people followed him, playing flutes and celebrating. The ground shook at their noise. Adonijah and all his invited guests heard this when they had finished eating. When Joab heard the sound of the ram's horn, he said, What's that noise coming from the city? While he was still speaking, Jonathan, Abiathar the priest's son, arrived. Adonijah said, Come on in. You are an honest man and will bring a good report. Jonathan replied to Adonijah, No, our master, King David, has made Solomon king. To support him, the king sent along Zadok the priest, the prophet Nathan, Benaiah, Jehoiada's son, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites. They've put Solomon on the royal mule. Zadok the priest and the prophet Nathan have anointed him king at Gihon. They went up from there celebrating, so that the city was thrown into a commotion. That is the sound you heard. There's more. Solomon has taken over the throne of the kingdom. The royal attendants blessed our master King David. May your God make Solomon's name better than your name. May God elevate his throne above your throne. The king then worshipped on his bed and said, Bless Israel's God, the Lord, who today has set my son on my throne and has allowed my eyes to see it. Trembling with fear, all of Adonijah's guests got up and fled, each going a different way. Adonijah was afraid of Solomon, so he got up and went to grab hold of the horns of the altar. Solomon was told, "Look, Adonijah is afraid of King Solomon and has grabbed the horns of the altar. He's saying, King Solomon must swear to me first that he won't execute his servant with the sword." Solomon said, "If he shows himself to be an honorable person, then not a hair of his head will be harmed. But if any evil is found in him, he will die." King Solomon sent word and had him brought down from the altar. He came and bowed down to King Solomon. Solomon said to him, "Go home."
My name is Elowen Shong, and I am reading 1 Kings chapters 2 and 3. When the time drew near for David to die, he gave a charge to Solomon his son. "I am about to go the way of the earth," he said. "So be strong, act like a man, and observe what the Lord your God requires. Walk in obedience to him and keep his decrees and commands, his laws and regulations, as written in the law of Moses. Do this so that you may prosper in all you do, and wherever you go, and that the Lord may keep his promise to me. If your descendants watch how they live, and if they walk faithfully before me with all their heart and soul, you will never fail to have a successor on the throne of Israel. Now you yourself know that Joab son of Zeruiah did to me what he did to the two commanders of Israel's armies, Abner son of Ner and Amasa son of Jether. He killed them, shedding their blood in peacetime as if in battle, and with that blood he stained the belt around his waist and the sandals on his feet. Deal with him according to your wisdom, but do not let his gray head go down in the grave in peace. But show kindness to the sons of Barzillai and Gilead, and let them Barzillai of Gilead, and let them be among those who eat at your table. They stood by me when I fled from your brother Absalom. And remember, you have with you Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite from Bahurim, who called down bitter curses on me the day I went to Mahanaim. When he came down to meet me at the Jordan, I swore to him by the Lord, I will not put you to death by the sword. But now do not consider him innocent. You are a man of wisdom. You will know what to do to him. Bring his gray head down to the grave in blood. Then David rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. He had reigned 40 years over Israel, 7 years in Hebron, and 33 in Jerusalem. So Solomon sat on the throne of his father David, and his rule was firmly established. Now Adonijah, son of Haggith, went to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. Bathsheba asked him, "Do you come peacefully?" He asked, "Yes, peacefully." Then he added, "I have something to say to you." "You may say it," she replied. "As you know," he said, "the kingdom was mine. All Israel looked to me as their king. But things changed, and the kingdom has gone to my brother, for it has come to him from the Lord. Now I have one request to make of you. Do not refuse me." "You may make it," she said. So he continued, "Please ask King Solomon, he will not refuse you, to give me Ashabag the Shunammite as my wife." "Very well," Bathsheba replied. "I will speak to the king for you." When Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak for him on Adonijah, the king stood up to meet her, bowed down to her, and sat on his throne. He had the throne brought for the king's mother, and she sat down at his right hand. "I have one small request to make of you," she said. "Do not refuse me." The king replied, "Make it, my mother. I will not refuse you." So she said, "The Ashabag." Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Okay. So she said, "The Ashabag the Shunammite be given in marriage to your brother Adonijah." So King Solomon answered his mother, "Why do you request Ashabag the Shunammite for Adonijah? You might as well request the kingdom for him. After all, he is my brother. Yes, for him and for Abiathar the priest and Joab son of Zeruiah." Then King Solomon swore by the Lord, "May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if Ajaniah does not pay with his life for this request. And now, as surely as the Lord lives, he who has established me securely on the throne of my father David, and has founded a dynasty for me as he promised, Ajaniah shall be put to death today." So King Solomon gave orders to Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and he struck down Ajaniah, and he died. To Abiathar the priest the king said, "Go back to your fields in Anathoth. You deserve to die, but I will not put you to death now, because you carried the ark of the sovereign Lord before my father David, and shared all my father's hardships." So Solomon removed Abiathar from the priesthood of the Lord, fulfilling the word of the Lord had spoken to Shiloh about the house of Eli. When the news reached Joab, who had conspired with Ajaniah, though not with Absalom, he fled to the tent of the Lord and took hold of the horns of the altar. King Solomon was told that Joab had fled to the tent of the Lord and was beside the altar. Then Solomon ordered Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, "Go strike him down." So Benaiah entered the tent of the Lord and said to Joab, "The king says, 'Come out.'" But he answered, "No, I will die here." Benaiah reported to the king, "This is how Joab answered me." Then the king commanded Benaiah, "Do as he says, strike him down and bury him, and so clear me and my whole family of the guilt of the innocent blood that Joab shed. The Lord will repay him for the blood he shed, because without my father David knowing it, he attacked 2 men and killed them with the sword. Both of them, Abner son of Ner, commander of Israel's army, and Amasa son of Jether, commander of Judah's army, were better men and more upright than he. May the guilt of their blood rest on the head of Joab and his descendants forever. But on David and his descendants, his house and his throne, may there be the Lord's peace forever." So Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, went up and struck down Joab and killed him, and he was buried at his home out in the country. The king put Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, over the army of Joab's position, and replaced Abiathar with Zadok the priest. Then the king sent for Shimei and said to him, "Build yourself a house in Jerusalem and live there, but do not go anywhere else. The day you leave and cross the Kidron Valley, you can be sure you will die. Your blood will be on your own head." Shimei answered the king, "What you say is good. Your servant will do as my lord the king has asked." And Shimei stayed in Jerusalem for a long time. But 3 years later, 2 of Shimei's slaves ran off to Achish, and Achish son of Maacah, king of Gath. And Shimei was told, "Your slaves are in Gath." At this, he saddled his donkey and went to Achish at Gath in search of his slaves. So Shimei went away and brought the slaves back from Gath. When Solomon was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and had returned, the king summoned Shimei and said to him, "Did I not make you swear by the Lord and warn you, on the day you leave and go anywhere else, you can be sure you will die? At that time you said to me, 'What you say is good, I will obey.' Why then did you not keep your oath to the Lord and obey the command I gave you?" The king also said to Shimei, "You know in your heart all the wrong you did to my father David. Now the Lord will repay you for your wrongdoing. But King Solomon will be blessed, and David's throne will remain secure before the Lord forever." The king gave order to Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and went out and struck Shimei down, and he died. The kingdom was now established in Solomon's hands. Solomon made an alliance with the Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and married his daughter. He brought her to the city of David until he finished building his palace and the temple of the Lord, and the wall around Jerusalem. The people, however, were still sacrificing at the high places because a temple had not yet been built for the name of the Lord. Solomon showed his love for the Lord by walking according to the instructions given to him by his father David, except that he offered sacrifices and burned incense on the high places. The king went to Gibeon to offer sacrifices, for that was the most important high place, and Solomon offered 1,000 burnt offerings on that altar. At Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon during the night in a dream, and God said, "Ask for whatever you want me to give you." Solomon answered, "You have shown great kindness to your servant, my father David, because he was faithful to you and righteous and upright in heart. You have continued this great kindness to him and have given him a son to sit on the throne this very day. Now, Lord my God, you have made your servant king in place of my father David, but I am only a little child and do not know how to carry out my duties. Your servant is here among the people you have chosen, a great people, too numerous to count or number. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours?" The Lord was pleased that Solomon had asked for this. So God said to him, "Since you have asked for this, and not for a long life or wealth for yourself, nor have you asked for the death of your enemies, but for discernment in administering justice, I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be. Moreover, I will give you what you have asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. And if you walk in obedience to keep me and my decrees and commands as David your father did, I will give you a long life." Then Solomon awoke, and he realized it had been a dream. He returned to Jerusalem, stood before the ark of the Lord's covenant, and sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then he gave a feast for all his court. Now 2 prostitutes came to the king and stood before him. One of them said, "Pardon me, my lord, this woman and I live in the same house, and I had a baby while she was there with me. The 3rd day after my child was born, this woman also had a baby. We were alone, and there was no one in the house but the 2 of us. During the night, this woman's son died because she lay on him. So she got up in the middle of the night and took my son from my side while I, your servant, was asleep. She put him by her breast and put her dead son by my breast. The next morning I got up to nurse my son, and he was dead. But when I looked at him closely in the morning light, I saw that it wasn't the son I had born." The other woman said, "No, the living one is my son, the dead one is yours." But the first one insisted, "No, the dead one is yours, the living one is mine." And so they argued before the king. The king said, "This one says my son is alive and yours is dead, while that one says, no, your son is dead and mine is alive." Then the king said, "Bring me a sword." So they brought a sword to the king. He then gave an order, "Cut the living child in 2 and give half to one and half to the other." The woman whose son was alive was deeply moved out of love for her son and said to the king, "Please, my lord, give her the living baby. Don't kill him." But the other said, "Neither I nor you shall have him. Cut him in 2. Then the king gave his ruling, "Give the living baby to the first woman. Do not kill him. She is his mother." When all Israel heard the verdict the king had given, they held the king in awe because they saw that he had wisdom from God to administer justice.
Raphael, 1 Kings chapter 4 and 5. Solomon's administration. King Solomon became king of all Israel. These were his officials: the priest Azariah, Zadok's son, the scribes Elihoreb and Ahijah, the sons of Shisha, Jehoshaphat, the recorder, Ahilud's sons, the general Benaiah, Jehoiada's son, the priest Zadok and Abiathar, Azariah, Nathan's son, who was in charge of the officials, Zabud, Nathan's son, a priest and royal friend, Ahisha, who was in charge of the palace, and Adonirab, Abda's son, who was supervisor of the work gangs. Solomon had 12 officers over all Israel. They supplied the king and his palace with food. Each would provide the supplies for 1 month per year. Here are their names: Ben-Hur in the highlands of Ephraim, Ben-Deker in Makaz, Shalbim, Beth-Shemesh, and Elon Beth-Thanan, Ben-Hesed in Aruboth, who had Soko and all the land of Hefer, Ben-Abinad in all of Naphthah Dor, Tapaphath, Solomon's daughter, was his wife. Bana Ahilud's son in Tanach, Megiddo, and all Beth Shean, besides Zarethan and below Zezreel. From Beth Shehan to Abel Meholah, and over to the region opposite Jokmam. Ben Geder in Ramoth Gilead, who controlled the village of Jair, Manasseh's son, which were in Gilead, and who had the Argob region that was in Bashan, 60 large walled cities with bronze bars. Ahindad, Edon's son, in Mahanaim. Ahimaaz in Naphtali, who also took Solomon's daughter Bashmat as his wife. Baana, Ushi's sons, in Asher and Behalot. Yehoshaphat, Baruah's son, in Issachar. Shimei, Elah's son, in Benjamin. Geber, Uri's son, in the land of Gilead, the land of the Amorite king Shihon, and of King Og of Bashan. And there was a single officer who was in the land of Judah. Judah and Israel grew numerous like the sand alongside the sea. They ate, drank, and celebrated. Solomon ruled over all the states from Euphrates River, the Philistines' land, and as far as the border of Egypt. These areas brought tribute to Solomon and served him all the days of his life. Solomon's food requirements for a single day included 30 cores and refined flour, 60 cores of flour, 10 head of grain-fattened cattle, 20 head of pastured cattle, 100 sheep, as well as deer, gazelles, rebucks, and the best of fowl. He ruled over all the lands west of the Euphrates River, from Tipsha to Gaza, and over all the kings west of the Euphrates. He had peace on all his sides. The people of Judah and Israel, from Dan all the way to Beersheba, lived securely under their vines and fig trees throughout the days of Solomon. Solomon had 40,000 horse stalls for his chariots and 12,000 additional horses. The officials provided King Solomon and all who joined him at the royal table with monthly food rations. They left out nothing. Each brought their share of barley and straw for the horses and for the chariot horses, bringing it to its proper place. And God gave Solomon wisdom and very great understanding, insight as long as the seashore itself. Solomon's wisdom was greater than all the famous Easterners, greater even than all the wisdom of Egypt. He was wiser than anyone, more wise than Ethan the Hizarite or Mahal's sons, Hemal, Kalkol, and Darda. His reputation was known throughout the region. Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs. He described the botany of trees, whether the cedar in Lebanon or the hyssop that grows out of the wall. He also described cattle, birds, anything that crawls on the ground, and fish. People came from everywhere to listen to Solomon's wisdom. Even the earth kings who had heard about his wisdom came. 1 Kings chapter 5. Wood and stone for the temple. Because King Hiram of Tyre was loyal to David throughout his rule, Hiram sent his servants to Solomon when he heard that Solomon had become king after his father. Solomon sent the following message to Hiram. You know that my father David wasn't able to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God. This was because of the enemies that fought him on all sides until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. Now the Lord my God has given me peace on every side, without enemies or misfortune. So I'm planning to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God, just as the Lord indicated to my father David. I will give you a son to follow you on your throne. He will build the temple for my name. Now give the order and have the cedars of Lebanon cut down for me. My servants will work with your servants. I will pay your servants whatever price you set, because you know we have no one here who is skilled in cutting wood like the Sidonians. Hiram was thrilled when he heard Solomon's message. He said, Today the Lord is blessed because he has given David a wise son who is in charge of the great people. Hiram sent word back to Solomon, I have heard your message to me. I will do as you wish with the cedar and pine wood. My servants will bring the wood down to Lebanon mountains to the sea. I'll make rafts out of them and float them on the sea to the place you specify. There I will dismantle them and you can carry them away. Now as for what you must do for me in return, I ask you to provide for my royal house. So Hiram gave Solomon all the cedar and pine wood that he wanted. In return, Solomon gave an annual gift to Hiram of 20,000 kors of wheat to eat and 20,000 kors of pure oil for his palace use. Now the Lord made Solomon wise, just as he promised. Solomon and Hiram made a covenant and had peace. King Solomon called up a work gang of 30,000 workers from all over Israel. He sent 10,000 to work in Lebanon each month. Then they would spend 2 months at home. Adoniram was in charge of the work gang. Solomon had 70,000 laborers and 80,000 stonecutters in the highlands. This doesn't include Solomon's 3,300 supervisors in charge of the work, who had oversight over the laborers. At the king's command, they carried huge stones of the finest quality in order to lay the temple's foundation with careful cut stone. The craftsmen of Solomon and Hiram, along with those of Byblos, prepared the timber and the stones for the construction of the temple.
My name is Carrie Mast, and I will be reading 1 Kings chapter 6. In the 480th year after the Israelites left Egypt, in the month of Ziv, the second month, in the 4th year of Solomon's rule over Israel, he built the Lord's temple. The temple that King Solomon built for the Lord was 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 45 feet high. The porch in front of the temple's main hall was 30 feet long. It ran across the whole width of the temple and extended 15 feet in front of the temple. He made recessed and latticed windows for the temple and built side rooms against the temple walls around both the main hall and the most holy place. The lower walls were 7.5 feet wide. At the second floor, the walls were 9 feet wide, and at the third floor, they were 10.5 feet wide. He made niches around the outside of the temple so the beams wouldn't be inserted into the temple walls. When the temple was built, they did all the stone cutting at the quarry. No hammers, axes, or any iron tools were heard in the temple during its construction. The door to the stairs was at the south side of the temple. Winding stairs went up to the second floor, and from there to the third floor. He completed the temple with a roof of cedar beams and cross planks. Then he built the side rooms all around the temple. They were 7.5 feet high. He attached them to the temple with cedar wood. The Lord's word came to Solomon. Regarding this temple that you are building, if you follow my laws, enact my regulations, and keep all my commands faithfully, then I will fulfill for you my promise that I made to your father David. I will live among the Israelites. I won't abandon my people Israel. So Solomon constructed the temple and completed it. He built the walls within the temple with cedar planks, paneled from the floor to the ceiling. He overlaid the floor of the temple with pine planks. At the back of the temple, he built 30 feet of cedar panels from the floor to the ceiling. Solomon built the inner sanctuary, the most holy place. In front of this, the main hall was 60 feet. The cedar inside the temple was carved with gourds and blossoming flowers. The whole thing was cedar. No stone was seen. He set up the inner sanctuary inside the temple so that he could put the chest containing the Lord's covenant there. The inner sanctuary was 30 feet in length, width, and height. Solomon overlaid it with pure gold and covered the altar with cedar. Solomon covered the temple's interior with pure gold. He placed gold chains in front of the inner sanctuary and covered it with gold. He overlaid the whole temple inside with gold until the temple was completely covered. He covered the whole altar that was in the inner sanctuary with gold. He made 2 winged creatures of olive wood for the inner sanctuary. each 15 feet high. The wings of the first winged creature were each 7.5 feet long. It was 15 feet from the end of one wing to the end of the other. The second winged creature also measured 15 feet. Both winged creatures had identical measurements and form. The height of both winged creatures was 15 feet. Solomon placed the winged creatures inside the temple. Their wings spread out so that the wing of the one touched one wall and the wing of the other touched the other wall. In the middle of the temple, the wings of the two winged creatures touched each other. He covered the winged creatures with gold. Solomon carved all the walls of the temple, inner and outer rooms, with engravings of winged creatures, palm trees, and blossoming flowers. He also covered the floor of the temple with gold in both the inner and the outer rooms. He made the doors of the inner sanctuary from olive wood and carved the door frames with 5 recesses. He overlaid the 2 olive wood doors with gold-plated carvings of winged creatures, palm trees, and blossoming flowers. He made the door of the main hall with door frames of olive wood with 4 recesses. The 2 doors of pine wood, each pivoted on a socket. Solomon carved winged creatures, palm trees, and blossoming flowers and covered them with gold. He built the inner courtyard with 3 rows of cut stone, followed by 1 row of trimmed cedar. Solomon laid the foundation of the Lord's temple in the 4th year in the month of Ziv. He finished the temple in all its details and measurements in the 11th year during the 8th month, the month of Bul. He built it in 7 years.
Milena Jansen. I will be reading 1 Kings 7. Now, as for Solomon's palace, it took 13 years for him to complete its construction. He built the Forest of Lebanon Palace, 150 feet in length, 75 feet in width, and 45 feet in height. It had 4 rows of cedar columns with cedar engravings above the columns. The palace's cedar roof stood above 45 beams, resting on the columns, 15 beams to each row. 3 sets of window frames faced each other. All the door frames were rectangular, facing each other in 3 sets. He made a porch with columns that was 75 feet long and 45 feet wide. Another porch was in front of these, with roofed columns in front of them. He made the throne room the Hall of Justice, where he would judge. It was covered with cedar from the lower to the upper levels. The royal residence where Solomon lived was behind this hall. It had a similar design. Solomon also made a similar palace for his wife, Pharaoh's daughter. He built all these things with the best stones cut to size, sawed with saws, back and front, from the foundation to the highest points, and from the outer boundary to the great courtyard. The foundation was laid with large stones of high quality, some of them 15 feet and some of 12 feet. Above them were high-quality stones cut to measure, as well as cedar. The surrounding great courtyard had 3 rows of cut stones and a row of trimmed cedar, just like the inner courtyard of the Lord's temple and its porch. Then King Solomon sent a message and brought Hiram from Tyre. Hiram's mother was a widow from the tribe of Naphtali. His father was Tyrian, skilled in bronze work. He was amazingly skillful in the techniques and knowledge for doing all kinds of work in bronze. He came to King Solomon and did all his work. He cast 2 bronze pillars. Each one was 27 feet high and required a cord of 18 feet to reach around it. He made 2 capitals of cast bronze for the tops of the columns. They were each 7.5 feet high. He made an intricate network of chains for the capitals on top of the columns, 7 for each capital. He made the pillars and 2 rows of pomegranates for each network to adorn each of the capitals. The capitals on top of the columns in the porch were made like lilies, each 6 feet high. Above the round-shaped part and next to the network were 200 pomegranates. These were placed in rows around both of the capitals on top of the columns. He set up the columns at the temple's porch. He named the south column Jachin. The north column he named Boaz. After putting the lily shapes on top of the columns, he was finished with the columns. He also made a tank of cast metal called the Sea. It was circular in shape, 15 feet from rim to rim, 7.5 feet high, 45 feet in circumference. Under the rim were 2 rows of gourds completely encircling it, 10 every 18 inches, each cast in its mold. The Sea rested on 12 oxen with their backs toward the center, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The Sea was as thick as the width of a hand. Its rim was shaped like a cup or an open lily blossom. It could hold 2,000 baths. He also made 10 bronze stands. Each was 6 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 4.5 feet high. This is how each stand was made. There were panels connected between the legs. Lions, bulls, and winged otherworldly creatures appeared on the panels between the legs. On the legs, above and below the lions and bulls, were wreaths on panels hanging off the stands. There were 4 bronze wheels with bronze axles for each stand. There were 4 feet and supports cast for each basin with wreaths on their sides. Inside the bowl was an opening 18 inches deep. The opening was round, measuring 27 inches, with engravings. The panels of the stands were square rather than round. There were 4 wheels beneath the panels. The axles of the wheels were attached to the stand. Each wheel was 27 inches in height. The construction of the wheels resembled chariot wheels. The axles, rims, spokes, and hubs were all made of cast metal. There was a handle on each of the 4 corners of every stand, projecting from the stand. The top of the stand had a band running around the perimeter that was 9 inches deep. The stand had its own supports and panels. On the surfaces of the supports and panels, he carved winged otherworldly creatures, lions, and palm trees, with wreaths everywhere. In this manner, he made 10 stands, each one cast in a single mold of the same size and shape. He made 10 bronze wash basins, each able to hold 40 baths. Every wash basin was 6 feet across, and there was one for each of the 10 stands. He placed the 5 stands on the south of the temple and 5 on the north of the temple. He placed the Sea at the southeast corner of the temple. Hiram made the basins, shovels, and bowls. And so Hiram finished his work on the Lord's temple for King Solomon. 2 columns, 2 circular capitals on top of the columns, 2 networks adorning the 2 circular capitals on top of the columns, 400 pomegranates for the 2 networks, with 2 rows of pomegranates for each network that adorned the 2 circular capitals on top of the columns, 10 stands with 10 wash basins on them, 1 sea, 12 oxen beneath the sea, and the pots, shovels, and bowls. All the equipment that Hiram made for King Solomon for the Lord's temple was made from polished bronze. The king cast it in clay molds in the Jordan Valley between Sukkot and Read-a-thon. Due to the very large number of objects, Solomon didn't even try to weigh the bronze. Solomon made all of the equipment for the Lord's temple: the gold altar, the gold table for the bread of the presence, the lampstands of pure gold, 5 on the right and 5 on the left in front of the inner sanctuary, the flowers, the lamps, and the tongs of gold, the cups, wick trimmers, bowls, ladles, and censers of pure gold, and the gold sockets for the doors to the most holy place and for the doors to the main hall. When all King Solomon's work on the Lord's temple was finished, he brought the silver, gold, and all the objects his father David had dedicated and put them in the treasuries of the Lord's temple.
My name is Patty Friesen. My name is Faye Friesen. And we're reading from 1 Kings 8. Start. Then Solomon assembled Israel's elders, all the tribal leaders and the chiefs of Israel's clans at Jerusalem. to bring up the chest containing the Lord's covenant from David's city Zion. Everyone in Israel assembled before King Solomon the 7th month, the month of Ethiam, during the festival. When all of Israel's elders had arrived, the priests picked up the chest. They brought the Lord's chest, the meeting tent, and all the holy equipment that was in the tent. The priests and the Levites brought them up, while King Solomon and the entire Israelite assembly that had joined him before the chest sacrificed countless sheep and oxen. The priest brought the chest containing the Lord's covenant to its designated spot, beneath the wings of the winged creatures in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place. The winged creatures spread their wings over the place where the chest rested, covering the chest and its carrying poles. The carrying poles were so long that their tips could be seen from the holy place in front of the inner sanctuary, though they weren't visible from outside. They are still there today. Nothing was in the chest except the 2 stone tablets Moses had placed there while at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites after they left Egypt. When the priests left the holy place, the cloud filled the Lord's temple, and the priests were unable to carry out their duties due to the cloud, because the Lord's glory filled the Lord's temple. Then Solomon said, "The Lord said that he would live in a dark cloud, but I have indeed built you a lofty temple as a place where you can live forever." The king turned around, and while the entire assembly of Israel was standing there, he blessed them, saying, "Bless Israel's God, the Lord who spoke directly to my father David, and now has kept his promise." From the day I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I haven't selected a city from any Israelite tribe as a site for the temple, building of a temple for my name. But now I have chosen David to be over my people Israel. My father David wanted to build a temple for the name of the Lord, Israel's God. But the Lord said to my father David, "It is very good that you thought to build a temple for my name. Nevertheless, you yourself won't build that temple. Instead, your very own son will build a temple for my name." The Lord has kept his promise. I have succeeded my father David on Israel's throne, just as the Lord said, and I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, Israel's God. There I've placed the chest that contains the covenant that the Lord made with our ancestors when he brought them out of Egypt.
Solomon stood before the Lord's altar in front of the entire Israelite assembly, and spreading his hands towards the sky, he said, "Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on earth below. You keep the covenant and show loyalty to your servants who walk before you with all their heart. This is the covenant you kept with your servant David, my father, which you promised him. Today you have fulfilled what you promised. So now, Lord, Israel's God, keep what you promised my father David, your servant, when you said to him, you will never fail to have a successor sitting on Israel's throne, as long as your descendants carefully walk before me, just as you walked before me. So now, God of Israel, may your promise to your servant David, my father, come true." But how could God possibly live on earth? If heaven, even the highest heaven, can't contain you, how can this temple that I've built contain you? Lord my God, listen to your servant's prayer and request, and hear the cry and prayer that your servant prays to you today. Constantly watch over this temple, the place about which you said, my name will be there, and listen to the prayer that your servant is praying towards this place. Listen to the request of your servant and your people Israel when they pray toward this place. Listen from your heavenly dwelling place, and when you hear, forgive. If someone wrongs another and must make a solemn pledge asserting innocence before your altar in this temple, then listen from heaven, act, and decide which of your servants is right. Condemn the guilty party, repaying them for their conduct, but justify the innocent person, repaying them for their righteousness. If your people Israel are defeated by an enemy because they've sinned against you, but then they change their hearts and lives,
give thanks to your name and ask for mercy before you at this temple, then listen from heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel. Return them to the land you gave their ancestors. When the sky holds back its rain because Israel has sinned against you, but then they pray to this place and give thanks for your name and turn away from their sin because you punish them for it, then listen from heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel. Teach them the best way for them to follow and send rain on your land that you gave to your people as an inheritance. Whenever there's a famine or plague in the land, whenever there's blight, mildew, locust, or grasshopper, or whenever someone's enemy attacks them in their cities, or any plague or illness comes, whatever prayer or petition is made by any individual or by all of your people Israel, because people will recognize their own pain and spread out their hands towards this temple, then listen from heaven where you live. Forgive, act, and repay each person according to their conduct, because you know their hearts. You alone know the human heart. Do this so they may revere you all the days they live on the land that you gave to our ancestors. Listen also to the immigrant who isn't from your people Israel, but who comes from a distant country because of your reputation, because they will hear of your great reputation, your great power, and your outstretched arm. When the immigrant comes and prays towards this temple, then listen from heaven where you live and do everything the immigrant asks. Do this so that all the people of the earth may know your reputation and revere you as your people Israel do, and recognize that this temple I have built bears your name. When your people go to war against their enemies, wherever you may send them, and they pray to the Lord towards the city you have chosen and toward this temple that I have built for your name, then listen from heaven to their prayer and request and do what is right for them. When they sin against you, for there is no one who doesn't sin, and you become angry with them and hand them over to an enemy who takes them away as prisoners to enemy territory, whether distant or nearby, if they change their heart in whatever land they are held captive, changing their lives and begging for your mercy, saying, we have sinned, we have done wrong, we have acted wickedly. And if they turn to you with their heart and their being in the enemy territory where they've been taken captive, and pray to you toward their land which you gave their ancestors, toward the city you have chosen, and toward the temple I have built for your name, then listen to their prayer and request from your heavenly dwelling place. Do what's right for them, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. Forgive all their wrong that they have done against you. See to it that those who captured them show them mercy. These are your people and your inheritance. You brought them out of Egypt from the iron furnace. Open your eyes to your servant's request and to the request of your people. Hear them whenever they cry out to you. You set them apart from all earth's people as your own inheritance, Lord, just as you promised through your servant Moses when you brought our ancestors out of Egypt.
As soon as Solomon finished praying and making these requests to the Lord, he got up before the Lord's altar, where he had been kneeling with his hands spread out to heaven. He stood up and blessed the whole Israelite assembly in a loud voice. May the Lord be blessed. He has given rest to his people Israel, just as he promised. He hasn't neglected any part of the good promise he made through his servant Moses. May the Lord our God be with us, just as he was with our ancestors. May he never leave us or abandon us. May he draw our hearts to him to walk in all his ways and observe his commands, his laws, and his judgments that he gave our ancestors. And may these words of mine that I have cried out before the Lord remain near to the Lord our God, day and night, so that he may do right by his servant and his people Israel for each day's need, and so that all the earth's people may know that the Lord is God. There is no other God. Now may you be committed to the Lord our God with all your heart by following his laws and observing his commands, just as you are doing right now. Then the king and all Israel with him sacrificed to the Lord. Solomon offered well-being sacrifices to the Lord. 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep when the king and all Israel dedicated the Lord's temple. On that day, the king made holy the middle of the courtyard in front of the Lord's temple. He had to offer the entirely burned offerings, grain offerings, and the fat of well-being sacrifices there, because the bronze altar that was in the Lord's presence was too small to contain the entirely burned offerings, the grain offerings, and the fat of the well-being sacrifices. At that time, Solomon, together with all Israel, held a celebration. It was a large assembly from Lemoneth to the border of Egypt. They celebrated for 7 days and then for another 7 days in the presence of the Lord our God, 14 days in all. On the 8th day, Solomon dismissed the people. They blessed the king and went back to their tents, happy and pleased about all the good that the Lord had done for his servant David and for his people Israel.
I am Pastor Getu Haile from Masrata Christos Ethiopian Church, currently living here in USA. I am reading 1 Kings chapter 9 and chapter 10 in Amharic. ሰለሞንም የእግዚአብሔርን ቤት የንጉሱን ቤትና ሰለሞን የወደደውን የልቡን ሐሳብ ሁሉ ሰርቶ በፈጸመ ጊዜ እግዚአብሔር በገባኦን ለሰለሞን እንደተገለጠለት ዳግመኛ ተገለጠለት። እግዚአብሔርም አለው፣ በፊቴ የጸለይከውን ጸሎትና ልመና ሰምቻለሁ። ለዘላለም ስሜ በዚያ ያድር ዘንድ ይህን የሰራኸውን ቤት ቀድሻለሁ። ዓይኖቼና ልቤም በዘመኑ ሁሉ በዚያ ይሆናሉ። ዳዊትም አባትህ በየዋህ ልብና በቅንነት እንደሄደ አንተ ደግሞ በፊቴ ብትሄድ ያዘዝኩህንም ሁሉ ብታደርግ ሥርዓቴንም ፍርዴንም ብትጠብቅ እኔ ከእስራኤል ዙፋን ከዘርህ ሰው አታጣም ብዬ ለአባትህ ለዳዊት እንደተናገርኩ የመንግሥትህን ዙፋን በእስራኤል ላይ ለዘላለም አጸናለሁ። እናንተና ልጆቻችሁ ግን እኔን ከመከተል ብትመለሱ የሰጠኋችሁንም ትእዛዜንና ሥርዓቴን ባትጠብቁ ሄዳችሁም ሌሎችን አማልክት ብታመልኩ ብትሰግዱላቸውም እስራኤልን ከሰጠኋቸው ምድር አጠፋቸዋለሁ። ለስሜም የቀደስኩትን ይህን ቤት ከፊቴ እጥለዋለሁ። እስራኤልም በአሕዛብ ሁሉ መካከል ምሳሌና ተረት ይሆናሉ። ከፍ ከፍ ብሎ የነበረውም ይህ ቤት ባድማ ይሆናልና በዚያም የሚያልፍ ሁሉ እያፏጨ እግዚአብሔር በዚህ አገርና በዚህ ቤት ስለምን እንዲህ አደረገ ብሎ ይደነቃል። መልሰውም ከግብፅ ምድር አባቶቻቸውን ያወጣውን አምላካቸውን እግዚአብሔርን ትተው ሌሎችን አማልክት ስለተከተሉ ስለሰገዱላቸውም ስላመለኳቸውም ስለዚህ እግዚአብሔር ይህን ክፉ ነገር ሁሉ አመጣባቸው ይላሉ። ሰለሞንም የእግዚአብሔርን ቤትና የንጉሱን ቤት ሁለቱም ቤቶች የሰራበት 20 ዓመት በተፈጸመ ጊዜ ንጉሱ ሰለሞን በገሊላ ምድር ያሉትን 20 ከተሞች ለኪራም ሰጠ። የጢሮስም ንጉስ ኪራም የሚሻውን ያህል የዝግባና የጥድ እንጨት የሚሻውንም ያህል ወርቅ ሁሉ ለሰለሞን ሰጥቶት ነበር። ኪራምም ሰለሞን የሰጠውን ከተሞች ያይ ዘንድ ከጢሮስ ወጣ፣ ደስም አላሰኙትም። እሱም ወንድሜ ሆይ የሰጠኸኝ እነዚህ ከተሞች ምንድናቸው? አለ። እስከ ዛሬም ድረስ የከቡል አገር ተብለው ተጠሩ። ኪራምም 120 መክሊት ወርቅ ለንጉሱ ላከ። ንጉሱም ሰለሞን የእግዚአብሔርን ቤትና የራሱን ቤት ሚሎንም የኢየሩሳሌምንም ቅጥር ሐጸሮንም ሜጌዶንም ጌዝርንም ይሰራ ዘንድ ገባሮችን መልምሎ ነበር። የግብፅም ንጉስ ፈርዖን ወጥቶ ጌዝርን ይዞ ነበር፣ በእሳትም አቃጥሎ ነበር። በከተሞችም የኖሩትን ከነዓናውያንን ገድሎ ነበር። ለልጁም ለሰለሞን ሚስት ትሎት አድርጎ ሰጥቷት ነበር። ሰለሞንም ጌዝርን የታችኛውንም ቤት ሆሮንም በዓላትንም በምድረ በዳም አገር ያለችውን ተድሞርን ለሰለሞን የነበሩትን የዕቃ ቤት ከተሞች ሁሉ የሰረገላውንም ከተሞች የፈረሰኞችንም ከተሞች በኢየሩሳሌምም በሊባኖስም በመንግስቱም ምድር ሁሉ ሰለሞን ይሰራ ዘንድ የወደደውን ሁሉ ሰራ። ከእስራኤልም ልጆች ዘንድ ያልነበሩትን አሞራውያንና ኬጢያውያንን ከፌርዛውያን ከኤዊያውያን ከኢያቡሳውያን የቀሩትን የእስራኤልንም ልጆች ያጠፏቸው ዘንድ ያልቻሉትን በኋላቸው የቀሩትን ልጆቻቸውን ሰለሞን እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ ገባሮች አድርጎ መለመላቸው። ሰሎሞንም ከእስራኤል ልጆች ማንንም ባሪያ አላደረገም። እነሱ ግን ሰልፈኞች፣ ሎሌዎችም፣ መሳፍንትም፣ አለቆችም፣ የሰረገሎችና የፈረሶች ባልደረቦች ነበሩ። ሰሎሞንም በሚሰራው ስራ ሁሉ ሰራተኛውን ሕዝብ የሚያዙ አለቆች 550 ነበሩ። የፈርዖንም ልጅ ከዳዊት ከተማ ሰሎሞን ወደ ሰራላት ወደ ቤቷ ወጣች። በዚያ ጊዜም ሚሎን ሰራ። ሰሎሞንም በየዓመቱ 3 ጊዜ የሚቃጠለውንና የደህንነቱን መስዋዕት ለእግዚአብሔር በሰራው መሰዊያ ላይ ያሳርግ ነበር። በእግዚአብሔር ፊት ባለው መሰዊያ ላይ ዕጣን ያሳርግ ነበር። ቤቱንም ጨረሰ። ንጉሱም ሰሎሞን በኤዶምያስ ምድር በኤርትራ ባህር ዳር በኤሎት አጠገብ ባለችው በኤጽዮን ጋብር መርከቦችን ሰራ። ኪራምም በእነዚያ መርከቦች ከሰሎሞን ባሪያዎች ጋር የባህሩን ነገር የሚያውቁ መርከበኞች ባሪያዎቹን ሰደደ። ወደ ኦፊርም ወጡ። ከዚያም 420 መክሊት ወርቅ ወሰዱ። ወደ ንጉሱ ወደ ሰሎሞን ይዘው መጡ። ምዕራፍ 10 የሳባም ንጉስ በእግዚአብሔር ስም የወጣለትን የሰሎሞንን ዝና በሰማች ጊዜ በእንቆቅልሽ ትፈትነው ዘንድ መጣች። በግመሎችም ላይ ሽቱና እጅግ ብዙ ወርቅ የከበረም ዕንቁ አስጭና ከታላቅ እንጓዝ ጋር ወደ ኢየሩሳሌም ገባች። ወደ ሰሎሞንም በመጣች ጊዜ በልቧ ያለውን ሁሉ አጫወተችው። ሰሎሞንም የጠየቀችውን ሁሉ ፈታላት። ሊፈታላት ያልተቻለውና ከንጉሱ የተሰወረ ነገር አልነበረም። የሳባም ንጉስ የሰሎሞንን ጥበብ ሁሉ ሰርቶትም የነበረውን ቤት፣ የማዕዱንም መብል፣ የብላቴኖቹንም አቀማመጥ፣ የሎሌዎቹንም አሰራር፣ አለባበሳቸውንም፣ ጠጅ አሳላፊዎቹንም፣ በእግዚአብሔርም ቤት የሚያሳርገውን መስዋዕት ባየች ጊዜ ነፍስ አልቀረላት። ንጉሱንም አለችው፣ ስለ ነገርህና ስለ ጥበብህ በአገሬ ሳለሁ የሰማሁት ዝና እውነት ነው። እኔም መጥቼ በዓይኔ እስካይ ድረስ የነገሩኝን አላመንኩም ነበር። እነሆ እኩሌታውን አልነገሩኝም ነበር። ጥበብህና ስራህ ከሰማሁት ዝና ይበልጣል። በፊትህ ሁል ጊዜ የሚቆሙ ጥበብህንም የሚሰሙ ሰዎችና እነዚህ ባሪያዎች ምስጉኖች ናቸውና አንተ የወደደ በእስራኤልም ዙፋኑን ያስቀመጠ አምላክ እግዚአብሔር የተባረከ ይሁን። እግዚአብሔር እስራኤልን ለዘላለም ወዷታልና ስለዚህ ጽድቅና ፍርድ ታደርግ ዘንድ ንጉሥ አድርጎ አስነሳ። ለንጉሱም 120 መክሊት ወርቅ እጅግም ብዙ ሽቶ የከበረ ዕንቁ ሰጠችው። የሳባ ንግስት ለንጉሥ ሰሎሞን እንደሰጠችው ያለ የሽቱ ብዛት ከዚያ ወዲህ አልመጣም ነበር። ከኦፊርም ወርቅ ያመጡ የኪራም መርከቦች እጅግ ብዙ የሰንደል እንጨትና የከበረ ዕንቁ ከኦፊር አመጡ። ንጉስም ከሰንደሉ እንጨት ለእግዚአብሔር ቤትና ለንጉሱ ቤት መከታ፣ ለመዘምራኑም መሰንቆና በገና አደረገ። እስከ ዛሬም ድረስ እንደዚያ ያለ የሰንደል እንጨት ከቶ አልመጣም አልታየምም። ንጉሱን ሰሎሞን በገዛ እጁ ከሰጣት ሌላ የወደደችውን ሁሉ ከእርሱም የለመነችውን ሁሉ ለሳባ ንግስት ሰጣት። እርሷም ተመልሳ ከባሪያዎቿ ጋር ወደ ምድሯ ሄደች። ግብርም የሚያስገብሩ ሰዎች፣ ነጋዴዎችም፣ የአረብም ነገስታት ሁሉ የምድርም ሹማምንት ከሚያወጡት ሌላ በየዓመቱ ለሰሎሞን የሚያመጣለት የወርቅ ሚዛን 666 መክሊት ወርቅ ነበረ። ንጉሱም ሰሎሞን ከጥፍጥፍ ወርቅ 200 አላባሽ ጋሻ አሰራ። በአንዱም አላባሽ አግሬ ጋሻ ውስጥ የገባውን ወርቅ 600 ሰቅል ነበረ። ከጥፍጥፍን ወርቅ 300 ጋሻ አሰራ። በአንዱም ጋሻ የገባው ወርቅ 300 እና 3 ምናን ነበረ። ንጉሱም የሊባኖስ ዱር በተባለው ቤት ውስጥ አኖራቸው። ንጉሱም ደግሞ ከዝሆን ጥርስ ታላቅ ዙፋን አሰራ፣ በጥሩም ወርቅ ለበጠው። ወደ ዙፋኑም የሚያስኬዱ 6 እርከኖች ነበሩ። በስተኋላውም ያለውን የዙፋኑን ራስ ክብ ነበረ። በዚህና በዚያ በመቀመጫው አጠገብ 2 የክንድ መደገፊያዎች ነበሩበት። በመደገፊያዎቹም አጠገብ 2 አንበሶች ቆመው ነበር። በ6ቱም እርከኖች ላይ በዚህና በዚያ 12 አንበሶች ቆመው ነበር። በመንግስታት ሁሉ እንዲህ ያለ ስራ አልተሰራም። ንጉሱም ሰለሞን የሚጠጣበት ዕቃ ሁሉ ወርቅ ነበረ። የሊባኖስ ዱር የተባለው ቤት ዕቃ ሁሉ ጥሩ ወርቅ እንጂ ብር አልነበረም። በሰለሞን ዘመን ብር ከቶ አይቆጠርም ነበር። ለንጉሱም ከኪራም መርከቦች ጋር የተርሴስ መርከቦች ነበሩት። በሶስት ዓመትም አንድ ጊዜ የተርሴስ መርከቦች ወርቅና ብር፣ የዝሆንም ጥርስ፣ ዝንጀሮና ዝንጉርጉር ወፍ ይዘው ይመጡ ነበር። ንጉሱም ሰለሞን በባለጠግነትና በጥበብ ከምድር ነገስታት ሁሉ በልጦ ነበር። ምድርም ሁሉ እግዚአብሔር በልቡ ያኖረለትን ጥበቡን ይሰማ ዘንድ የሰለሞንን ፊት ይመኝ ነበር። ከእነሱም እያንዳንዱ በዓመቱ ገጸ በረከቱን የብርና የወርቅ ዕቃ፣ ልብስና የጦር መሳሪያ፣ ሽቱም፣ ፈረሶችም በቅሎችም እየያዙ ይመጣ ነበር። ሰለሞንም ሰረገሎችንና ፈረሰኞችን ሰበሰበ። 1400 ሰረገሎች፣ 12000 ፈረሶች ነበሩት። በሰረገሎችም ከተሞች ከንጉሱ ጋር በኢየሩሳሌም አኖራቸው። ንጉሱም ብሩን በኢየሩሳሌም እንደ ድንጋይ እንዲበዛ አደረገው። የዝግባም እንጨት ብዛት በቆላ እንደሚበቅል ሾላ ሆነ። ሰለሞንም ፈረሶችን ከግብፅ እና ከቀዌ አገር አስመጣ። የንጉሱም ነጋዴዎች በገንዘብ እየገዙ ከቀዌ ያመጧቸው ነበር። አንዱም ሰረገላ በ600 አንዱም ፈረስ በ150 ብር ከግብፅ ይወጣ ነበር። እንዲሁም ለኬጢያውያንና ለሶሪያ ነገስታት ሁሉ በእጃቸው ያወጡላቸው ነበር።
My name is Dean Taylor from Holmes County, Ohio, United States. I will be reading 1 Kings chapter 11, beginning at the first verse. Solomon disobeys the Lord. Verse 1. The Lord did not want the Israelites to worship foreign gods, so he had warned them not to marry anyone who was not from Israel. Solomon loved his wife, the daughter of the king of Egypt, but he also loved some women from Moab, Ammon, and Edom, and others from Sidon and the land of the Hittites. 700 of his wives were daughters of kings, but he also married 300 other women. As Solomon got older, some of his wives led him to worship their gods. He wasn't like his father David, who had worshiped only the Lord God. Solomon also worshiped Ashtaroth, the goddess of Sidon, and Milcom, the disgusting god of Ammon. Solomon's father had obeyed the Lord with all his heart, but Solomon disobeyed and did what the Lord hated. Solomon built shrines on the hill east of Jerusalem to worship Shimmash, the disgusting god of Moab, and Molech, the disgusting god of Ammon. In fact, he built a shrine for each of his foreign wives so all of them could burn incense and offer sacrifices to their own gods. The Lord God of Israel had appeared to Solomon 2 times and warned him not to worship foreign gods. But Solomon disobeyed and did it anyway. This made the Lord very angry. And he said to Solomon this, You did what you wanted and not what I told you to do. Now I am going to take your kingdom from you and give it to one of your officials. But because David was your father, you will remain king as long as you live. I will wait until your son becomes king. Then I will take the kingdom from him. When I do, I will still let him rule one tribe because I have not forgotten that David was my servant and Jerusalem is my chosen city. Hadad becomes an enemy of Solomon. Verse 14. Hadad was from the royal family of Edom. And here is how the Lord made him Solomon's enemy. Sometime earlier, when David conquered the nation of Edom, Joab, his army commander, went there to bury those who had died in battle. Joab and his soldiers stayed in Edom 6 months, and during that time, they killed every man and boy who lived there. Hadad was a boy at that time, but he escaped to Midian with some of his father's officials. At Paran, some other men joined them, and they went to the king of Egypt. The king liked Hadad and gave him food, some land, and a house, and even let him marry the sister of Queen Taphanes. Hadad and his wife had a son named Genubath, and the queen let the boy grow up in the palace with her own children. When Hadad heard that David and Joab were dead, he said to the king, "Your Majesty, please let me go back to my own country." "Why?" asked the king. "Do you want something I haven't given you?" "No, I just want to go home." Rezin becomes an enemy of Solomon. Verse 23. Here's how God made Rezin, son of Eliada, this enemy of Solomon. Rezin had run away from his master, King Hadadezer of Zoab. He formed his own small army and became a leader after David had defeated Hadadezer's troops. Then Rezin and his army went to Damascus, where he became the ruler of Syria and an enemy of Israel. Both Hadad and Rezin were enemies of Israel while Solomon was king, and they caused him a lot of trouble. The Lord makes a promise to Jeroboam. Verse 26. Jeroboam was from the town of Zeruiah in Ephraim. His father Naboth had died, but his mother Zeruiah was still alive. Jeroboam was one of Solomon's officials, but even he rebelled against Solomon. Here's how it happened. While Solomon's workers were filling in the land on the east side of Jerusalem and repairing the city walls, Solomon noticed that Jeroboam was a hard worker. So he put Jeroboam in charge of the workforce from Manasseh and Ephraim. Well, one day when Jeroboam was leaving Jerusalem, he met Ahijah, a prophet from Shiloh. No one else was anywhere around. Suddenly, Ahijah took off his new coat and ripped it into 12 pieces. And then he said this, "Jeroboam, take 10 pieces of this coat and listen to what the Lord God of Israel says to you. Jeroboam, I am the Lord God, and I am about to take Solomon's kingdom from him and give you 10 tribes to rule. But Solomon will still rule one tribe, since he is a son of David, my servant, and Jerusalem is my chosen city." Solomon and the Israelites are not like their ancestor David. They will not listen to me, obey me, or do what is right. They have turned from me to worship Ashtoreth, the goddess of Sidon, Shemosh, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of Ammon. Solomon is David's son, and David was my chosen leader who did what I commanded. So I will let Solomon be king until he dies. Then I will give you 10 tribes to rule. But Solomon's son will still rule one tribe. This way, my servant David will always have a descendant ruling in Jerusalem, the city where I have chosen to be worshipped. You will be king of Israel and will rule every nation you want. I will help you if you obey me. And if you do what I say, as my servant David did, I will always let someone from your family rule in Israel, just as someone from David's family will always rule in Judah. The nation of Israel will be yours. I will punish the descendants of David, but not forever. When Solomon learned what the Lord had told Jeroboam, Solomon tried to kill Jeroboam, but he escaped to King Shishak of Egypt and stayed there until Solomon died. And then Solomon dies. Verse 41. Everything else Solomon did while he was king is written in the book about him and his wisdom. And he had ruled 40 years from Jerusalem. He died and was buried there in the city of his father David. His son, Rehoboam, then became king.
Hi, my name is Melanie Susanti, and I'm reading 1 Kings 12 to 13. Jeroboam, son of Nebat, was still living in Egypt, where he had run away from Solomon. When he heard about Solomon's death, he returned to his city Zeredah in the hills of Ephraim. Rehoboam and all the Israelites went to Shechem to make him the king. The people said to Rehoboam, "Your father forced us to work very hard. Now make it easier for us. Stop the heavy work that your father forced us to do, and we will serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Come back to me in 3 days, and I will answer you." So the people left. There were some older men who had helped Solomon make decisions when he was alive. So King Rehoboam asked these men what he should do. He said, "How do you think I should answer the people?" They answered, "If you are like the servant to them today, they will sincerely serve you. If you speak kind to them, they will always work for you." But Rehoboam did not listen to the advice from the older men. He asked the young men who were his friends. Rehoboam asked them, "The people say, 'Give us easier work than your father gave us.' How do you think I should answer them? What should I tell them?" Then the young man who grew up with him answered, "Those people came to you and said, 'Your father forced us to work very hard. Now make our work easier.' So you should tell them, 'My little finger is stronger than my father's whole body. My father forced you to work hard, but I will make you work much harder. My father punished you with whips, but I will punish you with whips that have sharp metal tips." 3 days later, Jeroboam and all the people came back to Rehoboam had said. The king Rehoboam did not listen to the advice of the older man. He was rude to the people. He did what his friend told him to do and said, "My father forced you to work hard, but I will make your work much harder. My father punished you with whips, but I will punish you with whips that have sharp metal tips." So the king did not do what the people wanted. The Lord caused this to happen. He did this in order to keep the promise he made to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, when he sent the prophet Ahijah from Shiloh to speak to him. The Israelites saw that the new king refused to listen to them, so they said to him, "We are not part of David's family, are we? We don't get any Jesse's land, do we? So, people of Israel, let's go home and let David's son rule his own people." So the Israelites went home, but Rehoboam still ruled over the Israelites who lived in the city of Judah. A man named Adoniram was one of the men who directed the workers. King Rehoboam sent Adoniram to talk to the people, but the Israelites threw stones at him until he died. King Rehoboam ran to his chariot and escaped to Jerusalem. So Israel rebelled against the family of David. And this is how things are even today. When all the Israelites heard that Jeroboam had come back, they called him to a meeting and made him the king over all Israel. The tribe of Judah was the only tribe that continued to follow the family of David. Rehoboam went back to Jerusalem and gathered together an army of 180,000 men from the family of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin. Rehoboam wanted to go fight against the Israelites and take back his kingdom, but God spoke to a prophet named Shemaiah. He said, "Talk to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to the men of Judah and Benjamin. Say to them, 'The Lord said that you must not go to war against your brother. Everyone go home. I made all this happen.'" So all the men in Rehoboam's army obeyed the Lord. They went home just as the Lord had commanded. Jeroboam rebuilt the city of Shechem in the hill of Ephraim and lived there. Later he went to build the city of Penuel and rebuilt it. Jeroboam said to himself, if the people keep going to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices at the Lord's temple, someday they will want to be ruled by the old masters. They will want to be ruled by King Rehoboam of Judah, and they will kill me. So the king asked his advisors what to do, and they gave him their advice. And King Jeroboam made 2 golden calves. He said to the people, you don't have to go to Israel to worship anymore, Israel. These are the gods that brought you out of Egypt. King Jeroboam put 1 golden calf in Bethel and the other one in city of Dan. What a terrible sin this was, because the Israelites started going to cities of Dan and Bethel and to worship the calves. Jeroboam also built temple at the high places and chose priests from among the different tribes of Israel. He did not choose priests only from the tribe of Levi. Then King Jeroboam started a new festival that was like the festival in Judah, but this was on the 15th day of the 8th month. At this time, the king offered sacrifices on the altar at Bethel. He and the priest he chose offered the sacrifice to the calves that he had set up at the high places he had made. So King Jeroboam chose his own time for a festival for the Israelites, the 15th day of the 8th month. And during that time, he offered sacrifices and burned incense on the altar he had built at Bethel. Now, chapter 13. The Lord commanded a man of God from Judah to go to the city of Bethel. King Jeroboam was standing at the altar offering incense when the man of God arrived. The Lord had commanded the man of God to speak against the altar. He said, altar, the Lord says to you, David's family will have a son. His name will be Josiah. The priests of the high places are not burning incense on you, but Josiah will offer the priest on you and burn human bones on you, so you can never be used again. The man of God gave proof to the people that this would happen. He said, this is the proof that the Lord told me about. He said, this altar will break apart and the ashes, it will fall onto the ground. When King Jeroboam heard the message from the man of God about the altar in Bethel, he took his hand off the altar and pointed to the man. He said, arrest that man. But when the king said this, his arm became paralyzed. He could not move it. Then the altar broke into pieces and all its ashes fell onto the ground. This proved that what the man of God had said come from the Lord. The king Jeroboam said to the man of God, please pray to the Lord of your God for me, ask him to heal my arm. So the man of God prayed to the Lord, and the king's arm was healed, as it was before. Then the king said to the man of God, please come home with me, come and eat with me, I will give you a gift. But the man of God said to the king, I will not go home with you, even if you give me half of your kingdom. I will not eat or drink anything in this place. The Lord commanded me not to eat or drink anything here. He also commanded me not to go back the same way I came. So he took a different road home. He did not go back the same way he came to Bethel. There was an old prophet living in Bethel. His sons came and told him what the man of God did in Bethel and what he said to King Jeroboam. The old prophet said, which way did he go when he left? So the sons showed the father which road the man of God from Judah has taken. The old prophet told his sons to saddle his donkey. They put saddle on the donkey and the prophet left. The old prophet went after the man of God. He found him sitting under an oak tree and asked him, are you the man of God who just came from Judah? The man of God answered, yes, I am. So the old prophet said, please come home and eat with me. But the man of God said, I cannot go home with you. I cannot eat or drink anything in this place. The Lord said to me, you must not eat or drink anything in that place, and you must go back on different road. The old prophet lied to him and said, but I'm a prophet like you, and an angel from the Lord came to me and told me to bring you home and give you something to eat and drink. So the man of God went to the old prophet's house and ate and drank with him. While they were sitting at the table, the Lord spoke to the old prophet and told the old prophet to speak to the man of God from Judah. He said, the Lord said that you did not obey him. You did not do what he commanded. He told you not to eat and drink anything in this place, but you came back here and ate and drank. So your body will not be buried in your family grave. The man of God finished eating and drinking. Then the old prophet saddled the man's donkey for him, and the man left. On the way home, a lion attacked and killed the man of God. His body was lying on the road while the lion stood next to it. The donkey stood nearby. Some people came walking by and saw the body and the lion standing by it. They went into the city where the old prophet lived and told the people what they had seen on the road. The old prophet heard the story and said, this is the man of God who did not obey the Lord's command. So the Lord sent a lion to attack him. The lion has killed him, so just as the Lord said it would happen. Then the prophet told his son to saddle his donkey, and they did so. The old prophet went to find the body lying on the road. The donkey and the lion were still standing near it. The lion had not eaten the body or hurt the donkey. The old prophet put the body on his donkey and carried it back to the city to cry for him and bury him. The old prophet buried the man in his own family grave. The old prophet cried for him and said, oh, my other brother, I'm so sorry for you. The old prophet buried the body. Then he said to his sons, when I die, bury me in the same grave. Put my bones next to him. The Lord used him to speak against the altar at Bethel and against the high places in the other town of Samaria. And what he said will certainly happen. King Jeroboam did not change. He continued to do evil. He continued to choose people from different tribes to serve as priests at the high places. Whoever wanted to be priest was allowed to be one. This is the sin that caused the ruin and destruction of his kingdom.
I'm Jane Byler, and I will be reading 1 Kings chapter 14. At that time, Jeroboam's son Abijah became sick. Jeroboam said to his wife, please go with a disguise so no one will recognize you as Jeroboam's wife. Go to Shiloh, where the prophet Ahijah is. He told me I would be king of this people, and take 10 loaves of bread, cakes, and a bottle of honey with you. Go to him, and he will tell you what will happen to the boy. Jeroboam's wife did precisely this. She left and went to Shiloh and came to Ahijah's house. Now Ahijah had become blind in his old age. The Lord said to Ahijah, look, Jeroboam's wife has come seeking a word from you about her son. He is sick. Say this and that to her. When she comes, she will be disguised. When Ahijah heard the sound of her feet coming through the doorway, he said, come in, Jeroboam's wife. Why have you disguised yourself? I have hard news for you. Tell Jeroboam, this is what the Lord Israel's God says. When I lifted you up from among the people, I appointed you as a leader over my people Israel. I tore the kingdom from David's house and gave it to you. But you haven't been like my servant David, who kept my commands and allowed me with all his heart by doing only what is right in my eyes. Instead, you have done more evil than any who were before you. You have made other gods and metal images to anger me. You have turned your back on me. Therefore, I am going to bring disaster on Jeroboam's house. Because of Jeroboam, I will eliminate everyone who urinates on the wall, whether slave or free. Then I will set fire to the house of Jeroboam as one burns dung until it is gone. Dogs will eat any of Jeroboam's family who die in town. Birds will eat those who die in the fields. The Lord has spoken. As for you, Get up and go back home. When your feet enter the town, the boy will die. All Israel will mourn for him and will bury him. Out of the whole line of Jeroboam, he alone will have a tomb, because only in him did Israel's God, the Lord, find something good. For this reason, the Lord will raise up a king over Israel who will eliminate the house of Jeroboam. This begins today. What's that? Even now. The Lord will strike Israel so that it shakes like a reed in water. He will uproot Israel from this fertile land that he gave to their ancestors and their offspring, and he will scatter them across the Euphrates River because they made the Lord angry by making their sacred poles. Because of the sins Jeroboam committed, and because he made Israel sin too, God will give Israel up. Then Jeroboam's wife left and went to Tirzah. When she stepped across the threshold of the house, the boy died. All Israel buried him and mourned him in agreement with the Lord's word spoken through his servant, the prophet Ahijah. The rest of Jeroboam's deeds, how he fought and how he ruled, were written in the official records of Israel's kings. Jeroboam ruled 22 years, and he lay down with his ancestors. His son Nadab succeeded him as king. Rehoboam, Solomon's son, ruled over Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king. He ruled for 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord chose from among all the tribes of Israel to set his name. Rehoboam's mother's name was Naamah from Ammon. Judah did evil in the Lord's eyes. The sins they committed made the Lord angrier than anything their ancestors had done. They also built shrines, standing stones, and sacred poles on top of every high hill and under every green tree. Moreover, the consecrated workers in the land did detestable things, just like those nations that the Lord had removed from among the Israelites. During King Rehoboam's 5th year, King Shishak of Egypt attacked Jerusalem. He seized the treasures of the Lord's temple and the royal palace. He made everything, even all the gold shields that Solomon had made. King Rehoboam replaced them with bronze shields and assigned them to the officers of the guard who protected the entrance to the royal palace. Whenever the king entered the Lord's temple, the guards would carry the shields and then return them to the guard's room. The rest of Rehoboam's deeds and all that he accomplished, aren't they written in the official records of Judah's kings? There was a continual warfare between Rehoboam and Jeroboam. When Rehoboam died, he was buried with his ancestors in David's city. His mother's name was Naamah from Ammon. His son, Abijam, succeeded him as king.
My name is Dora Dewick, and I'm reading 1 Kings chapters 15 and 16. Abijam became king of Judah in the 18th year of King Jeroboam, Nebat's son. He ruled for 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, and she was Abishalom's daughter. Abijam followed all the sinful ways of his father before him. He didn't follow the Lord his God with all his heart, like his ancestor David. Even so, on account of David, the Lord his God gave Abijam a lamp in Jerusalem by supporting his son who succeeded him and by preserving Jerusalem. This was because David did the right thing in the Lord's eyes. David didn't deviate from anything the Lord commanded him throughout his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. There was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam as long as Abijam lived. The rest of Abijam's deeds and all that he did, aren't they written in the official records of Judah's kings? There was war between Abijam and Jeroboam. Abijam lay down with his ancestors. He was buried in David's city. His son Asa succeeded him as king. In the 20th year of Israel's king Jeroboam, Asa became king of Judah. He ruled in Jerusalem for 41 years. His grandmother's name was Maachah. She was Abishalom's daughter. Asa did the right things in the Lord's eyes, just like his father David. He removed the consecrated workers from the land, and he did away with all the worthless idols that his predecessors had made. He even removed his grandmother Maachah from the position of queen mother because she had made an image of Ashtoreth. Asa cut down her image and burned it in the Kidron Valley. Though the shrines weren't eliminated, nevertheless, Asa remained committed with all his heart to the Lord throughout his life. He brought into the Lord's temple the silver and gold equipment that he and his father had dedicated. There was war between Asa and Israel's king Baasha throughout their lifetimes. Israel's king Baasha attacked Judah and fortified Ramah to prevent Judah's king Asa from moving into that area. Asa took all the silver and gold that remained in the treasuries of the Lord's temple and the royal palace, and he gave them to his officials. Then King Asa sent them with the following message to Aram's king Ben-Hadad, Tabrimon's son, and Hezion's grandson, who ruled from Damascus. Let's make a covenant similar to the one between our fathers. Since I have already sent you a gift of silver and gold, break your covenant with Israel's king Baasha so that he will leave me alone. Ben-Hadad agreed with King Asa and sent his army commanders against the cities of Israel, attacking Iljon, Dan, Abeth-Maachah, and all Chinnereth, along with all the land of Naphtali. As soon as Baasha learned this, he stopped building Ramah and stayed in Tirzah. King Asa issued an order to every Judean without exception. All the people carried away the stone and timber that Baasha was using to build Ramah, and King Asa used it to build Geba of Benjamin and Mizpah. The rest of Asa's deeds, his strength, and all that he did, as well as the towns that he built, aren't they written in the official records of Judah's kings? When he was old, Asa developed a severe foot disease. He died and was buried with his ancestors in David's city. His son Jehoshaphat succeeded him as king. Jeroboam's son Nadab became king of Israel in the 2nd year of Judah's king Asa. He ruled over Israel for 2 years. He did evil in the Lord's eyes by walking in the way of his father Jeroboam and the sin Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit. Baasha, Ahijah's son from the house of Issachar, plotted against him and attacked him at Gibbethon, which belonged to the Philistines. Nadab and all Israel were laying siege against Gibbethon. Baasha killed Nadab in the 3rd year of Judah's king Asa and ruled in Nadab's place. When he became king, Baasha attacked the entire house of Jeroboam. He didn't allow any living person to survive in Jeroboam's family. He wiped them out according to the Lord's word spoken by the Lord's servant Ahijah of Shiloh. This happened because of Jeroboam's sins that he committed and that he caused Israel to commit, and because he angered the Lord, Israel's God. The rest of Nadab's deeds and all that he did, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? There was war between Asa and Israel's king Baasha throughout their lifetimes. In the 3rd year of Judah's king Asa, Baasha, Ahijah's son, became king over all Israel. He ruled in Tirzah for 24 years. He did evil in the Lord's eyes by walking in Jeroboam's ways and the sin he had caused Israel to commit. The Lord's word came to Jehu, Hanani's son, against Baasha. I raised you up from the dust and made you a leader over my people Israel. But you walked in Jeroboam's ways, making my people Israel sin, making me angry with their sins. So look, I am about to set fire to Baasha and his household, and I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, Nebat's son. Dogs will eat any of Baasha's family who die in town. Birds will eat any who die in the country. Now the rest of Baasha's deeds, what he did and his powerful acts, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? Baasha lay down with his ancestors and was buried in Tirzah. His son Elah succeeded him as king. But the Lord's word came through the prophet Jehu, Hanani's son, concerning Baasha and his house. It concerned everything evil in the Lord's eyes that Baasha had done, angering the Lord by his actions, so that he would end up just like the house of Jeroboam. The message was also about how the Lord attacked Baasha. In the 26th year of Judah's king Asa, Elah, Baasha's son, became king over Israel. He ruled in Tirzah for 2 years. Zimri, his officer, who led half the chariots, plotted against him. Elah was at Tirzah getting drunk at the house of Arza, who had charge over the palace at Tirzah. Zimri came, attacked, and killed Elah in the 27th year of Judah's king Asa. Zimri succeeded him as king. Once Zimri became king and sat on the throne, he attacked all of Baasha's house. He didn't spare anyone who urinates on a wall, whether relative or friend. Zimri destroyed the entire house of Baasha in agreement with the Lord's word that had been spoken by the prophet Jehu to Baasha. This happened because all of Baasha's sins, as well as the sins of his son Elah, and because they caused Israel to sin. They angered Israel's God, the Lord, with their insignificant idols. The rest of Elah's deeds and all that he did, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? In the 27th year of Judah's king Asa, Zimri became king. He ruled in Tirzah for 7 days. The army was camped at Read-a-thon in Philistia. They heard the news. Zimri has plotted against the king and killed him. Right then in the camp, the whole Israelite army made their general Omri king of Israel. Omri and the entire army then went up from Read-a-thon and laid siege to Tirzah. When Zimri saw that the city was captured, he went into the fort of the royal palace and burned it down on top of himself. So he died. This happened because of the sins Zimri had committed by doing evil in the Lord's eyes, and by walking in Jeroboam's ways, and the sin he had done by causing Israel to sin. The rest of Zimri's deeds and the plot he carried out, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? At this time, the people of Israel were split in two. One half of the people followed Tibni, Ginath's son, making him king. The other half followed Omri. Omri's side was stronger than those who followed Tibni, Ginath's son. So Tibni died, and Omri became king. In the 31st year of Judah's king Asa, Omri became king of Israel. He ruled for 12 years, 6 of which were in Tirzah. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer for 2 kikars of silver. He fortified the hill and named the town that he built there after Shemer, the previous owner of the hill of Samaria. Omri did evil in the Lord's eyes, more evil than anyone who preceded him. He had walked in all the ways and sins of Jeroboam, Nebat's son, because he caused Israel to sin. They angered Israel's God, the Lord, with their worthless idols. The rest of Omri's deeds and his powerful acts, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? Omri lay down with his ancestors and was buried in Samaria. His son Ahab succeeded him as king. In the 38th year of Judah's king Asa, Ahab, Omri's son, became king of Israel. He ruled over Israel and Samaria for 22 years and did evil in the Lord's eyes more than anyone who preceded him. Ahab found it easy to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, Nebat's son. He married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, who was the king of the Sidonians. He served and worshipped Baal. He made an altar for Baal in the Baal temple he had constructed in Samaria. Ahab also made a sacred pole and did more to anger the Lord, the God of Israel, than any of Israel's kings who preceded him. During Ahab's time, Heel from Bethel rebuilt Jericho. He set up its foundations at the cost of his oldest son, Abiram. He hung its gates at the cost of his youngest son, Segub. This fulfilled the Lord's word spoken through Joshua, Nun's son. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
My name is Jen Hauser. I'll be reading from 1 Kings chapter 17 and 18. Elijah from Tishbe, who was one of the settlers in Gilead, said to Ahab, "As surely as the Lord lives, Israel's God, the one I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain these years unless I say so." Then the Lord's word came to Elijah, "Go from here and turn east. Hide by the Cherith brook that faces the Jordan River. You can drink from the brook. I have also ordered the ravens to provide for you there." Elijah went and did just what the Lord said. He stayed by the Cherith brook that faced the Jordan River. The ravens brought bread and meat in the mornings and evenings. He drank from the Cherith brook. After a while, the brook dried up because there was no rain in the land. The Lord's word came to Elijah, "Get up and go to Zarephath near Sidon and stay there. I have ordered a widow there to take care of you." Elijah left and went to Zarephath. As he came to the town gate, he saw a widow collecting sticks. He called out to her, "Please get a little water for me in this cup so I can drink." She went to get some water. He then said to her, "Please get me a piece of bread." "As surely as the Lord your God lives," she replied, "I don't have any food, only a handful of flour in a jar and a bit of oil in a bottle. Look at me. I'm collecting 2 sticks so that I can make some food for myself and my son. We'll eat the last of the food and then die." Elijah said to her, "Don't be afraid. Go and do what you said. Only make a little bread for me first, then bring it to me. You can make something for yourself and your son after that." This is what Israel's God, the Lord, says. "The jar of flour won't decrease, and the bottle of oil won't run out until the day the Lord sends rain on the earth." The widow went and did what Elijah said. So the widow Elijah and the widow's household ate for many days. The jar of flour didn't decrease, nor did the bottle of oil run out, just as the Lord spoke through Elijah. After these things, the son of the widow, who was the matriarch of the household, became ill. His sickness got steadily worse until he wasn't breathing anymore. She said to Elijah, What's gone wrong between us, man of God? Have you come to me to call attention to my sin and kill my son? Elijah replied, Give your son to me. He took her son from her and carried him to the upper room where he was staying. Elijah laid him on his bed. Elijah called out to the Lord, Lord my God, why is it that you have brought such evil upon the widow that I am staying with by killing her son? Then he stretched himself over the boy 3 times and cried out to the Lord, Lord my God, please give this boy's life back to him. The Lord listened to Elijah's voice and gave the boy his life back, and he lived. Elijah brought the boy down from the upper room of the house and gave him to his mother. Elijah said, Look, your son is alive. Now I know that you really are a man of God, the woman said to Elijah, and that the Lord's word is truly on your mouth. After many days, the Lord's word came to Elijah. It was the 3rd year of the drought. Go, appear before Ahab. I will then send rain on the earth. So Elijah went to appear before Ahab. Now the famine had become especially bad in Samaria. Ahab had called Obadiah, who was in charge of the palace affairs. Obadiah greatly feared the Lord. When Jezebel killed the Lord's prophets, Obadiah took 100 of them and hid them, 50 in each in 2 caves. He supplied them with food and water. Ahab said to Obadiah, Go throughout the land and check every spring of water and every brook. Perhaps we can find some grass to keep our horses and mules alive so we don't have to kill any of them. To search, they divided the land between themselves. Ahab went one way by himself, while Obadiah went a different way by himself. While Obadiah was out searching, suddenly Elijah met up with him. When Obadiah saw him, he fell on his face. My master, he said, are you Elijah? Elijah replied, I am. Go and say to your master, Elijah is here. Then Obadiah said, How have I sinned that you are handing me, your servant, over to Ahab so he can kill me? As surely as the Lord your God lives, there's no nation or kingdom where my master Ahab hasn't looked for you. They would insist, he's not here, but Ahab would make them swear that they couldn't find you. And now you are commanding me, go and say to your master, Elijah is here? But here's what will happen. As soon as I leave you, the Lord's Spirit will carry you off somewhere. I don't know where. Then I'll report to Ahab, but he won't be able to find you. Then he will kill me. But your servant has feared the Lord from my youth. Wasn't my master told what I did when Jezebel killed the Lord's prophets? I hid 100 of the Lord's prophets, 50 each in 2 caves. I also supplied them with food and water. But even after all that, you tell me, say to your master, Elijah is here, Ahab will kill me. Elijah said, As surely as the Lord of heavenly forces lives, the one I serve, I will appear before Ahab today. So Obadiah went to meet Ahab. He told him what had happened. Then Ahab went to meet Elijah. When Ahab saw Elijah, Ahab said to him, Is that you, the one who troubles Israel? Elijah answered, I haven't troubled Israel. You and your father's house have. You did as much when you deserted the Lord's commands and followed the Baals. Now send a message and gather all Israel to me at Mount Carmel. Gather the 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. Ahab sent the message to all the Israelites. He gathered the prophets at Mount Carmel. Elijah approached all the people and said, How long will you hobble back and forth between 2 opinions? If the Lord is God, follow God. If Baal is God, follow Baal. The people gave no answer. Elijah said to the people, I am the last of the Lord's prophets, but Baal's prophets number 450. Give us 2 bulls. Let Baal's prophets choose one. Let them cut it apart and set it on the wood, but don't add fire. I'll prepare the other bull, put it on the wood, but don't add fire. Then all of you will call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers with fire, that's the real God. All of the people answered, That is an excellent idea. So Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, Choose one of these bulls. Prepare it first, since there are so many of you. Call on the name of your God, but don't add fire. So they took one of the bulls that had been brought to them. They prepared it and called on Baal's name from morning to midday. They said, Great Baal, answer us. But there was no sound or answer. They performed a hopping dance around the altar that had been set. Around noon, Elijah started making fun of them. Shout louder! Certainly he's a god. Perhaps he is lost in thought or wandering or traveling somewhere. Or maybe he is asleep and must wake up. So the prophets of Baal cried with a louder voice and cut themselves with swords and knives as was their custom. Their blood flowed all over them. As noon passed, they went crazy with their ritual until it was time for the evening offering. Still, there was no sound or answer, no response whatsoever. Then Elijah said to all the people, Come here. All the people closed in, and he repaired the Lord's altar that had been damaged. Elijah took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, to whom the Lord's word came. Your name will be Israel. He built the stones into an altar in the Lord's name, and he dug a trench around the altar big enough to hold 2 seahs of dry grain. He put the wood in order, butchered the bull, and placed the bull on the wood. Fill 4 jars with water and pour it on the sacrifice and on the wood, he commanded. Do it a second time, he said. And so they did it a second time. Do it a third time. And so they did it a third time. The water flowed around the altar, and even the trench filled with water. At the time of the evening offering, the prophet Elijah drew near and prayed, Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant. I have done all these things at your instructions. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so that this people will know that you, Lord, are the real God, and that you can change their hearts. Then the Lord's fire fell. It consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the dust. It even licked up the water in the trench. All the people saw this and fell on their faces. The Lord is the real God! The Lord is the real God! They exclaimed. Elijah said to them, Seize Baal's prophets. Don't let any escape. The people seized the prophets, and Elijah brought them to the Kishon brook and killed them there. Elijah then said to Ahab, Get up, celebrate with food and drink, because I hear the sound of a rainstorm coming. So Ahab got up to celebrate with food and drink, but Elijah went up to the top of Mount Carmel. He bowed down to the ground and put his face between his knees. He said to his assistant, Please get up and look toward the sea. So the assistant did so. He said, I don't see anything. 7 times Elijah said, Do it again. The 7th time the assistant said, I see a small cloud the size of a human hand coming up from the sea. Elijah said, "Go and tell Ahab, pull yourself together, go down the mountain, and don't let the rain hold you back." After a little while, the sky became dark with clouds, and a wind came up with a huge rainstorm. Ahab was already riding on his way to Jezreel, but the Lord's power strengthened Elijah. He gathered up his clothes and ran out in front of Ahab until he came to Jezreel.
Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, how he had killed all Baal's prophets with the sword. Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah with this message: "May the gods do whatever they want to me if by this time tomorrow I haven't made your life like the life of one of them." Elijah was terrified. He got up and ran for his life. He arrived at Beersheba in Judah and left his assistant there. He himself went farther on into the desert, a day's journey. He finally sat down under a solitary broom bush. He longed for his own death. "It's more than enough, Lord. Take my life, because I'm no better than my ancestors." He lay down and slept under the solitary broom bush. Then suddenly a messenger tapped him and said to him, "Get up, eat something." Elijah opened his eyes and saw flatbread baked on glowing coals and a jar of water right beside his head. He ate and drank and then went back to sleep. The Lord's messenger returned a second time and tapped him. "Get up," the messenger said. "Eat something, because you have a difficult road ahead of you." Elijah got up, ate and drank, and went refreshed by that food for 40 days and nights, until he arrived at Horeb, God's mountain. There he went into a cave and spent the night. The Lord's word came to him and said, "Why are you here, Elijah?" Elijah replied, "I've been very passionate for the Lord God of heavenly forces, because the Israelites have abandoned your covenant. They have torn down your altars, and they have murdered your prophets with the sword. I'm the only one left. And now they want to take my life too." The Lord said, "Go out and stand at the mountain before the Lord. The Lord is passing by." A very strong wind tore through the mountains and broke apart the stones before the Lord. But the Lord wasn't in the wind. After the wind, there was an earthquake, but the Lord wasn't in the earthquake. After the earthquake, there was a fire, but the Lord wasn't in the fire. After the fire, there was a sound, thin, quiet. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his coat. He went out and stood at the cave's entrance. A voice came to him and said, "Why are you here, Elijah?" He said, "I've been very passionate for the Lord God of heavenly forces, because the Israelites have abandoned your covenant. They have torn down your altars. They have murdered your prophets with the sword. I am the only one left. And now they want to take my life too." The Lord said to him, "Go back through the desert to Damascus and anoint Hazael as king of Aram. Also anoint Jehu, Nimshi's son, as king of Israel, and anoint Elisha from Abel Meholah, Shaphat's son, to succeed you as prophet. Whoever escapes from the sword of Hazael, Jehu will kill. Whoever escapes from the sword of Jehu, Elisha will kill. But I have preserved those who remain in Israel, totaling 7,000, all those whose knees haven't bowed down to Baal and whose mouths haven't kissed him." So Elijah departed from there and found Elisha, Shaphat's son. He was plowing with 12 yoke of oxen before him. Elisha was with the 12th yoke. Elijah met up with him and threw his coat on him. Elisha immediately left the oxen and ran after Elijah. "Let me kiss my father and my mother," Elisha said, "and then I will follow you." Elijah replied, "Go, I am not holding you back." Elisha turned back from the following Elijah, took the pair of oxen and slaughtered them. Then, with equipment from the oxen, Elisha boiled the meat, gave it to the people, and they ate it. Then he got up, followed Elijah, and served him.
I am Elizabeth Eby reading 1 Kings chapter 20. King Ben-Hadad of Aram brought together all his army along with 32 kings, plus horses and chariots. He went up, surrounded Samaria, and made war against it. He sent messengers to Ahab, Israel's king, inside Samaria. The message said, "This is what Ben-Hadad says. Your silver and your gold are mine. Your good-looking wives and children are mine." Israel's king answered, "Whatever you say, my master, great king. I am yours, and so is everything I have." The messengers came back again. "This is what Ben-Hadad says. I sent you the message. Give me your silver and gold, your wives and your sons. However, at this time tomorrow I will send my officers to you, and they will search your palace and the houses of your officers. Everything that you find valuable, they will seize and take away." Then Israel's king called all the elders of the land, and he said, "Please know and understand the evil this man wants to do. He demanded from me my wives and sons, and my silver and gold, and I didn't refuse him." All of the elders and the people said to him, "Don't obey and don't give in." So the king said to Ben-Hadad's messengers, "Say to my master the king, everything that you first ordered your servant I will do, but I can't comply with this new command." The messengers took this response to Ben-Hadad, who sent back this reply, "May the gods do whatever they want to me if there is even a handful of dust left in Samaria for the armies under me." Then Israel's king replied, "The one who prepares for battle shouldn't brag like one returning from battle." When Ben-Hadad heard this message, he and the other kings were drinking in their tents. Ben-Hadad said to his officers, "Take your positions." So they took up their positions against the city. Suddenly, a prophet approached Israel's king Ahab. He said, "This is what the Lord says. Do you see that great army? Today I am handing it over to you. Then you will know that I am the Lord." Ahab said, "Who will do it?" The prophet answered, "This is what the Lord says. The servants of the district officials will do it." "Who should start the battle?" Ahab asked. "You should," the prophet replied. So Ahab assembled the servants of the district officials. There were 232 of them. Next, he assembled the entire Israelite army, 7,000 total. At noon, they marched for battle. Meanwhile, Ben-Hadad and the 32 kings allied with him were getting drunk in their tents. The servant of the district officials were at the head of the march. Ben-Hadad sent for information and was told, "Some men have marched out of Samaria." He said, "If they have come out in peace, take them alive. If they have come out for war, take them alive as well." So the servants of the district governors with the army behind them marched out from the city. Each one struck down his opponent so that the Arameans fled. Israel chased after them. Ben-Hadad, Aram's king, escaped with some horses and chariots. Israel's king went out and attacked the horses and chariots. He attacked the Arameans with a fierce assault. The prophet came to Israel's king and said to him, "Maintain your strength. Know and understand that at the turn of the coming year, Aram's king will attack you again." The officers of Aram's king said to him, "Israel's God is a God of the mountains. That's why they were stronger than us. But if we fight them on the plains, we will certainly be stronger than they are. This is what you need to do. Remove the kings from their military posts and appoint officials in their place. Then raise another army like the one that was destroyed, with horses like those horses, and chariots like those chariots. Then we will fight them on the plains, and we will certainly be stronger than they are." The king took their advice and followed it. So in the spring of the year, Ben-Hadad assembled the Arameans and marched up to Aphek to fight with Israel. Now the Israelites had already been assembled and provisioned, so they went to engage the Arameans. The Israelites camped before them like 2 small flocks of goats, but the Arameans filled the land. Then the man of God came forward and said to Israel's king, "This is what the Lord says." Because the Arameans said that the Lord is a God of the mountains, but not a God of the valleys. "I am handing this whole great army over to you. Then you will know that I am the Lord." The two armies camped opposite each other for 7 days. On the 7th day, the battle began. The Israelites attacked and destroyed 100,000 Aramean foot soldiers in a single day. Those who were left fled to Aphek, into the city, where a wall fell on 27,000 more of them. But Ben-Hadad escaped and hid in an inner room within the city. Ben-Hadad's officers said to him, "Listen, we have heard that the kings of Israel are merciful kings. Allow us to put mourning clothes on our bodies and cords around our heads. We will then go to Israel's king. Perhaps he will let you live." So they put mourning clothes on their bodies and cords around their heads. They went to Israel's king and said, "Ben-Hadad is your slave. He begs, please let me live." Israel's king said, "Is he still alive?" "He is my brother." Taking this as a good sign, Ben-Hadad's men quickly accepted this statement. "Yes, Ben-Hadad is your brother," they said. "Go and get him," the king ordered. So Ben-Hadad came to him, and the king received him into his chariot. Ben-Hadad said to the king, "I will return the towns that my father took from your father. Furthermore, you can set up markets for yourself in Damascus, just as my father did in Samaria." The king replied, "On the basis of this covenant, I will let you go." So he made a covenant with Ben-Hadad and set him free. At the Lord's command, a certain man who belonged to a prophetic group said to his friend, "Please, strike me." But his friend refused to hit him. So he said to his friend, "Because you didn't obey the Lord's voice, a lion will attack you as soon as you leave me." And as the friend left the prophet, a lion found him and attacked him. Then the prophet found another man and said, "Please, strike me." He hit the prophet, and the attack left a wound. The prophet went and stood before the king by the road. He disguised himself by putting a bandage over his eyes. When the king passed by, the prophet called out to the king, "Your servant was in the middle of the battle when someone brought a prisoner. Guard this man," he said. "If he escapes, it will be your life for his. That, or you will owe me a kicker of silver." Your servant got busy doing this and that, and the prisoner disappeared. Israel's king replied, "It appears you have decided your own fate." The prophet quickly tore the bandage from over his eyes, and Israel's king recognized him as one of the prophets. Then the prophet said to the king, "This is what the Lord says. Because you freed a man I condemned to die, it will be your life for his life, and your people for his people." So Israel's king went to his palace at Samaria, irritated and upset.
1 Kings chapter 21. Naboth's vineyard. Now it happened sometime later that Naboth from Jezreel had a vineyard in Jezreel that was next to the palace of King Ahab of Samaria. Ahab ordered Naboth, "Give me your vineyard so it can become my vegetable garden, because it is right next to my palace. In exchange for it, I'll give you an even better vineyard. Or, if you prefer, I'll pay you the price in silver." Naboth responded to Ahab, "Lord forbid that I give you my family inheritance." So Ahab went to his palace, irritated and upset at what Naboth had said to him, because Naboth had said, "I won't give you my family inheritance." Ahab lay down on his bed and turned his face away. He wouldn't eat anything. His wife Jezebel came to him. "Why are you upset and not eating any food?" she asked. He answered her, I was talking to Naboth. I said, 'Sell me your vineyard, or if you prefer, I'll give you another vineyard for it.' But he said, 'I won't give you my vineyard.'" Hi.
Hi.
I was just recording.
Yeah. I'm Jeremiah from Hong Kong.
Okay.
My message is 2 Samuel chapter 22.
Okay. Would you mind coming back when I'm done? Is that okay?
Okay.
Great. I should be done. Well, I just started, but
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. You're
No, that's
recording.
okay. I just started. Probably in about maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry. Thanks.
Sorry.
Okay. Maybe I should start again. Because I don't know where I left off. Okay, that's okay. 1 Kings 21, Naboth's vineyard. Now it happened sometime later that Naboth from Jezreel had a vineyard in Jezreel that was next to the palace of King Ahab of Samaria. Ahab ordered Naboth, "Give me your vineyard so that it can become my vegetable garden, because it is right next to my palace. In exchange for it, I'll give you an even better vineyard. Or, if you prefer, I'll pay you the price in silver." Naboth responded to Ahab, "Lord forbid that I give you my family inheritance." So Ahab went to his palace, irritated and upset at what Naboth had said to him, because Naboth had said, "I won't give you my family inheritance." Ahab lay down on his bed and turned his face away. He wouldn't eat anything. His wife Jezebel came to him. "Why are you upset and not eating any food?" she asked. He answered her, "I was talking to Naboth. I said, 'Sell me your vineyard, or if you prefer, I'll give you another vineyard for it.' But he said, 'I won't give you my vineyard.'" Then his wife Jezebel said to him, "Aren't you the one who rules Israel? Get up, eat some food, and cheer up. I'll get Naboth's vineyard for you myself." So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, putting his seal on them. She sent them to the elders and officials who lived in the same town as Naboth. This is what she wrote in the letters: "Announce a fast and place Naboth at the head of the people. Then bring in 2 liars in front of him and have them testify as follows: You curse God and king. Then take Naboth outside and stone him so he dies." The elders and the officials who lived in Naboth's town did exactly as Jezebel specified in the letters that she had sent. They announced a fast and placed Naboth at the head of the people. Then the 2 liars came and sat in front of him. They testified against Naboth in front of the people. Naboth cursed God and king. So the people took Naboth outside and outside the town and stoned him so that he died. It was then reported to Jezebel, "Naboth was stoned, he's dead." As soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned to death, she said to Ahab, "Get up and take ownership of the vineyard of Naboth, which he had refused to sell to you. Naboth is no longer alive, he's dead." When Ahab heard that Naboth had died, he got up and went down to Naboth's vineyard to take ownership of it. The Lord's word came to Elijah from Tishbe. "Get up and go down to meet Israel's king Ahab in Samaria. He is in Naboth's vineyard. He has gone down to take ownership of it. Say the following to him: 'This is what the Lord says. So you've murdered and are now taking ownership, are you?' Then tell him, 'This is what the Lord says. In the same place where the dogs licked up Naboth's blood, they will lick up your own blood." Ahab said to Elijah, "So you found me, my old enemy." "I found you," Elijah said, "because you've enslaved yourself by doing evil in the Lord's eyes. So now I am now bringing evil on you. I will burn until you are consumed, and I will eliminate everyone who urinates on a wall that belongs to Ahab, whether slave or free. I will make your household like that of Jeroboam, Naboth's son, and like the household of Baasha, Ahijah's son, because of the way you've angered me and because you've made Israel sin. As for Jezebel, the Lord says this: Dogs will devour Jezebel in the area of Jezreel. Dogs will eat anyone of Ahab's family who dies in town, and birds will eat anyone who dies in the country. Truly, there has never been anyone like Ahab who sold out by doing evil in the Lord's eyes, evil that his wife Jezebel led him to do. Ahab's actions were deplorable. He followed after the worthless idols exactly like the Amorites had done, the very ones the Lord had removed before the Israelites. When Ahab heard these things, he tore his clothes and put mourning clothes on his body. He fasted, even slept in mourning clothes, and walked around depressed. The Lord's word then came to Elijah from Tishbe. "Have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has done so, I won't bring the evil during his lifetime. Instead, I will bring the evil on his household in the days of his son." 1 Kings chapter 22. Jehoshaphat and Ahab. For 3 years there was no war between Aram and the Israelites. In the 3rd year, Judah's king Jehoshaphat visited Israel's king. Israel's king said to his servants, "You know, don't you, that Ramoth Gilead is ours? but we aren't doing anything to take it back from the king of Aram. He said to Jehoshaphat, "Will you go with me into battle at Ramoth Gilead?" Jehoshaphat said to Israel's king, "I am with you, and my troops and my horses are united with yours." But Jehoshaphat said to Israel's king, "First, let's see what the Lord has to say." So Israel's king gathered about 400 prophets, and he asked them, "Should I go to war with Ramoth Gilead or not?" "Attack," the prophets answered. "The Lord will hand it over to the king." But Jehoshaphat said, "Isn't there any other prophet of the Lord whom we could ask?" "There is one other man who could ask the Lord for us," Israel's king told Jehoshaphat, "but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good about me, only bad. His name is Micaiah, Imlah's son." "The king shouldn't speak like that," Jehoshaphat said. So Israel's king called an officer and ordered, "Bring Micaiah, Imlah's son, right away." Now Israel's king and Judah's king Jehoshaphat were sitting on their thrones, dressed in their royal robes at the threshing floor beside the entrance to the gate of Samaria. All the prophets were prophesying in front of them. Zedekiah, Chenaanah's son, made iron horns for himself and said, "This is what the Lord says. With these horns you will gore the Arameans until there is nothing left to them." All the other prophets agreed, "Attack Ramoth Gilead and win. The Lord will hand it over to the king." Meanwhile, the messenger who had gone to summon Micaiah said to him, "Listen, the prophets all agree that the king will succeed. You should say the same thing they say, and prophesy success." But Micaiah answered, "As surely as the Lord lives, I will say only what the Lord tells me to say." When Micaiah arrived, the king asked him, "Micaiah, should we go to war with Ramoth Gilead or not?" "Attack and win," Micaiah answered. "The Lord will hand it over to the king." But the king said, "How many times must I demand that you tell me the truth when you speak in the name of the Lord?" Then Micaiah replied, "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. And then the Lord said, 'They have no master. Let them return safely to their own homes.'" Then Israel's king said to Jehoshaphat, "Didn't I tell you he never prophesies anything good about me, only bad?" Then Micaiah said, "Listen now to the Lord's word. I saw the Lord enthroned with all the heavenly forces stationed beside him, at his right and at his left. The Lord said, 'Who will persuade Ahab so that he attacks Ramoth Gilead and dies there?' There were many suggestions until one particular spirit approached the Lord and said, 'I'll persuade him.'" "How?" the Lord asked. "I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets," he said. The Lord agreed. "You will succeed in persuading him. Go ahead." So now, since the Lord has placed a lying spirit in the mouths of every one of these prophets of yours, it is the Lord who has pronounced disaster against you. Zedekiah, Chenaanah's son, approached Micaiah and slapped him on the cheek. "Just how did the Lord's Spirit leave me to speak to you?" he asked. Micaiah answered, "You will find out on the day you try to hide in an inner room." "Arrest him," ordered Israel's king, "and turn him over to Amon, the city official, and to Joash, the king's son. Tell them, the king says, 'Put this man in prison and feed him minimum rations of bread and water until I return safely.'" "If you ever return safely," Micaiah replied, "then the Lord wasn't speaking through me." Then he added, "Pay attention, every last one of you." So Israel's king and Judah's king Jehoshaphat attacked Ramoth Gilead. Israel's king said to Jehoshaphat, "I will disguise myself when we go into battle, but you should wear your royal attire." When Israel's king had disguised himself, they entered the battle. Meanwhile, Aram's king had commanded his 32 chariot officers, "Don't bother with anyone big or small, fight only with Israel's king." As soon as the chariot officers saw Jehoshaphat, they assumed that he must be Israel's king, so they turned to attack him. But Jehoshaphat cried out for help. When the chariot officers realized that he wasn't Israel's king, they stopped chasing him. But someone randomly shot an arrow that struck Israel's king between the joints in his armor. "Turn around and get me out of the battle," the king told his chariot driver. "I've been hit." While the battle raged all day, the king stood propped up in the chariot facing the Arameans. But that evening he died after his blood had poured from his wound into the chariot. When the sun set, a shout spread throughout the camp, "Retreat to your towns, retreat to your land." Once the king had died, people came from Samaria and buried the king there. They cleaned the chariot at the pool of Samaria. The dogs licked up the king's blood, and the prostitutes bathed in it, just as the Lord had spoken. The rest of Ahab's deeds and all that he did, including the ivory palace he built and all the towns he constructed, aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? Ahab lay down with his ancestors. His son Ahaziah succeeded him as king. Jehoshaphat, Asa's son, became king over Judah in the 4th year of Israel's king Ahab. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Azubah. She was Shilhi's daughter. Jehoshaphat walked in all the ways of his father Asa, not deviating from it. He did the right things in the Lord's eyes, with the exception that he didn't remove the shrines. The people continued to sacrifice and to offer incense at them. Jehoshaphat made peace with Israel's king. The rest of Jehoshaphat's deeds, the great acts he did, and how he fought in battle, aren't they written in the official record of Judah's kings? Additionally, Jehoshaphat purged the land of the consecrated workers who remained from the days of Asa. Now Edom had no king, only a deputy was ruler. Jehoshaphat built Tarshish-styled ships to go to Ophir for gold, but the fleet didn't go because it was wrecked at Ezion-Geber. Then Ahaziah, Ahab's son, said to Jehoshaphat, "Let my sailors go with your sailors on the ships." But Jehoshaphat didn't agree to this. Jehoshaphat died and was buried with his ancestors in his ancestor David's city. His son Jehoram succeeded him as king. In the 17th year of Judah's king Jehoshaphat, Ahaziah, Ahab's son, became king over Israel and Samaria. He ruled over Israel for 2 years. He did evil in the Lord's eyes. He walked in his father's ways and his mother's ways, that is, in the ways of Jeroboam, Nabat's son, who had caused Israel to sin. Ahaziah served Baal and worshipped him. He angered the Lord, Israel's God, by doing all the same things his father had done.
So I will be reading from 2 Kings chapter 1 and 2. Isaiah's death. After Ahab died, Moab rebelled against Israel. Isaiah fell out of the window of his second-story room in Samaria and was hurt. He sent messengers, telling them, "Go to Ekron's god, Baal-zebub, and ask if I will recover from this injury." But the Lord's messenger said to Elijah from Tishbe, "Go intercept the messengers from Samaria's king and ask them, 'Is it because there is no God in Israel that you are going to question Ekron's god, Baal-zebub?' This is what the Lord says. You will never get out of bed you are lying in. You will die for sure." So Elijah set off. The messengers returned to Isaiah. He said to them, "Why have you come back?" They said to him, "A man met us and said, 'Go back to the king who sent you. Say to him, this is what the Lord says. Is it because there is no God in Israel that you've come to question Ekron's god, Baal-zebub? Because of this, you will never get out of the bed you're lying in. You will die for sure." Isaiah said to them, "Describe the man who met you and said these things." They said to him, "He wore clothes made of hair with a leather belt around his waist." Isaiah said, "That was Elijah from Tishbe." So Isaiah sent out a commander with 50 soldiers. The commander met up with Elijah while he was sitting on a hilltop. The commander said, "Man of God, the king says, come down." Elijah replied to the commander of the 50 soldiers, "If I really am a man of God, may fire come down from the sky and burn up you and your 50 soldiers." Then fire came down from the sky and burned up the soldier, the commander, and his 50 soldiers. Isaiah then sent another commander with 50 soldiers. The commander said to Elijah, "Man of God, this is what the king says. Hurry and come down." Elijah said to them, "If I really am a man of God, may fire come down from the sky and burn up you and your 50 soldiers." Then God's fire came down from the sky and burned up the commander and his 50 soldiers. For the third time, Isaiah sent a commander with 50 soldiers. So the third commander arrived. He kneeled before Elijah and begged him, "Man of God, please have some regard for my life and the lives of these 50 soldiers. who are your servants. Look, fire came down from the sky and burned up the 2 earlier commanders and their troops of 50 soldiers. Please have regard for my life." Then the Lord's messenger said to Elijah, "Go down with him. Don't be afraid of him." So Elijah set out to go with him to the king. Elijah said to the king, "This is what the Lord says. Why do you send messengers to question Ekron's god Beelzebub? Is there no God in Israel whose word you could seek? Because of this, you won't ever get out of bed you are lying in. You'll die for sure." So Isaiah died in agreement with the Lord's word that Elijah had spoken. Because Isaiah had no son, Joram became king after him in the 2nd year of Judah's king Jehoram, who was Joshaphat's son. The rest of Isaiah's deeds aren't they written in the official records of Israel's kings? Elijah goes to heaven. Now the Lord was going to take Elijah up to heaven in a windstorm, and Elijah and Elisha were leaving Gilgal. Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, because the Lord has sent me to Bethel." But Elisha said, "As the Lord lives and as you live, I won't leave you." So they went down to Bethel. The group of prophets from Bethel came out to Elisha. These prophets said to Elisha, "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master away from you today?" Elisha said, "Yes, I know. Don't talk about it." Elisha said, Elisha, stay here, because the Lord has sent me to Jericho." But Elisha said, "As the Lord lives and as you live, I won't leave you." So they went to Jericho. The group of prophets from Jericho approached Elisha and said to him, "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master away from you today?" He said, "Yes, I know. Don't talk about it." Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, because the Lord has sent me to Jordan." But Elisha said, "As the Lord lives and as you live, I won't leave you." So both of them went on together. 50 members from the group of prophets also went along, but they stood at a distance. Both Elijah and Elisha stood beside the Jordan River. Elijah then took his coat, rolled it up, and hit the water. Then the water was divided into 2. Both of them crossed over on dry ground. When they had crossed, Elijah said to Elisha, "What do you want me to do for you before I am taken away from you?" Elisha said, "Let me have twice your spirit." Elijah said, "You have made a difficult request. If you can see me when I'm taken from you, then it will be yours. If you don't see me, it won't happen." They were walking along, talking, when suddenly a fiery chariot and fiery horses appeared and separated the 2 of them. Then Elijah went to heaven in a windstorm. Elisha was watching, and he cried out, "Oh, my father, Israel's chariots and its riders." When he could no longer see him, Elisha took hold of his clothes and ripped them into 2. Elisha succeeds Elijah. Then Elisha picked up the coat that had fallen from Elijah. He went back and stood beside the banks of the Jordan River. He took the coat that had fallen from Elijah and hit the water. He said, "Where is the Lord Elijah's God?" When he hit the water, it divided in 2. Then Elisha crossed over. The group of prophets from Jericho saw him from a distance. They said, "Elijah's spirit has settled on Elisha." So they came out to meet him, bowing before him. "Look," they told him, "there are 50 strong men among us, your servants. Please let them go and search for your master. Perhaps the Lord's Spirit has picked him up and put him down on some mountain or in some valley." Elisha said, "Don't send them." They insisted until he became embarrassed and said, "Okay, send them." So they sent 50 men who searched for 3 days, but they couldn't find Elijah. When these men returned to Elisha, who was staying in Jericho, he said to them, "Didn't I tell you not to go?" The citizens said to Elisha, "As you can see, sir, the city is in a good location, but the water is bad. The land causes miscarriages. He said, "Bring me a new bowl and put some salt in it." They did so. Elisha then went out and threw salt into the spring. He said, "This is what the Lord has said. I have purified this water. It will no longer cause death and miscarriage." The water has stayed pure right up to this very day, in agreement with the word that Elisha spoke. Elisha and the bears. Elisha went up from there to Bethel. As he was going up the road, some young people came out of the city. They mocked him. "Get going, Baldy! Get going, Baldy!" Turning around, Elisha looked at them and cursed them in the Lord's name. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mangled 42 of the youths. From there, Elisha went to Mount Carmel and then back to Samaria.
Joram, son of Ahab, became king of Israel in Samaria in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he reigned 12 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father and mother had done. He got rid of the sacred stone of Baal that his father had made. Nevertheless, he clung to the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He did not turn away from them. Now, Mesha, king of Moab, raised sheep, and he had to pay the king of Israel a tribute of 100,000 lambs and the wool of 100,000 rams. But after Ahab died, the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. So at that time, King Joram set out from Samaria and mobilized all Israel. He also sent this message to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. "The king of Moab has rebelled against me. Will you go with me to fight against Moab?" "I will go with you," he replied. "I am as you are. My people are your people. My horse are your horses. But what route shall we attack?" he asked. "Through the desert of Edom," he replied. So the king of Israel set out with the king of Judah and the king of Edom. After a roundabout march of 7 days, the army had no more water for themselves or for the animals with them. "What?" exclaimed the king of Israel. "Has the Lord called us 3 kings together, only to deliver us into the hand of Moab?" But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there no prophet of the Lord here, through whom we may inquire of the Lord?" An officer of the king of Israel replied, "Elisha, son of Shaphat, is here. He used to pour water on the hands of Elijah." Jehoshaphat said, "The word of the Lord is with him." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. Elisha said to the king of Israel, "Why do you want to involve me? Go to the prophets of your father and the prophets of your mother." "No," the king of Israel answered, "because it is with the Lord who called us. It was the Lord who called us 3 kings together to deliver us into the hand of Moab." Elisha said, "As surely as the Lord Almighty lives, whom I serve, if I did not have respect to the presence of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, I will pay no attention to you. But now bring me a harpist." While the harpist was playing, the hand of the Lord came on Elijah, and he said, "This is what the Lord says. I will fill this valley with pools of water. But this is what the Lord says. You will see neither wind nor rain, yet this valley will be filled with water, and you, your cattle, and all your animals will drink. This is an easy thing in the eyes of the Lord. He will also deliver Moab into your hands. You will overthrow every fortified city and every major town. You will cut down every good tree, stop up all the springs, and run every good field with stones." The next morning, about the time for offering the sacrifice, there it was, water flowing from the direction of Edom, and the land filled with water. Now all the Moabites had heard the kings had come to fight against them. So every man, young and old, who could bear arms was called up and stationed on the border. When they got up early in the morning, the sun was shining on the water. To the Moabites across the way, the water looked red like blood. "That's blood," they said. "This king might have fought and slaughtered each other. Now to the plunder, Moab." But when the Moabites came to the camp of the Israel, the Israelites rose up and fought them until they fled. And the Israelites invaded the land and slaughtered the Moabites. They destroyed the towns, and each man threw a stone on every good field until it was covered. They stopped up all the spring and cut down every good tree. Only Kir Hareset was left with its stones in place, but men armed with slings surrounded it and attacked it. When the king of Moab saw that the battle had gone against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through the king of Edom, but they failed. Then he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him as king, and offered him as sacrifice on the city wall. The fury against Israel was great. They withdrew and returned to their own land.
Kurz Mission, 2 Kings chapters 4-5. The wife of a man from the company of prophets cried out to Elisha, "Your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that he revered the Lord. But now his creditor is coming to take my 2 boys as his slaves." Elisha replied to her, "How can I help you? Tell me, what do you have in your house?" "Your servant has nothing there at all," she said, "except a small jar of olive oil." Elisha said, "Go around and ask all your neighbors for empty jars. Do not ask for just a few. Then go inside and shut the door behind you and your sons. Pour oil into all the jars as each is filled. Put it to one side." She left him and shut the door behind her and her sons. She brought the jars to her, and she kept pouring. When all the jars were full, she said to her son, "Bring me another one." But he replied, "There is not a jar left." Then the oil stopped flowing. She went and told the man of God. He said, "Go sell the oil and pay your debts. You and your sons can live on what is left." One day, Elisha went to Shunem, and a well-to-do woman was there who urged him to stay for a meal. So whenever he came by, he stopped there to eat. She said to her husband, "I know this man who often comes our way is a holy man of God. Let's make a small room on the roof and put it in a bed and a table, a chair and a lamp for him. Then he can stay there whenever he comes to us." One day, when Elisha came, he went up to his room and lay there. He said to his servant Gehazi, "Call the Shunammite." So he called her, and she stood before him. Elisha said to him, "Tell her, you have gone to all this trouble for us. Now, what can be done for you? Can we speak on your behalf to the king as the commander of the army?" She replied, "I have a home among my own people." "What can be done for her?" Elisha asked. Gehazi said, "She has no son, and her husband is old." Then Elisha said, "Call her." So he called her, and she stood in the doorway. "About this time next year," Elisha said, "you will hold a son in your arms." "No, my lord," she objected. "Please, man of God, don't mislead your servant." But the woman became pregnant, and the next year, about that same time, she gave birth to a son, just as Elisha had told her. The child grew, and one day he went out to his father, who was with the reapers. He said to his father, "My head, my head!" His father told the servant, "Carry him to his mother." After the servant had lifted him and carried him to his mother, the boy sat on her lap until noon, and then he died. She went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, then shut the door and went out. She called out to her husband and said, "Please send one of the servants a donkey so that I can get the man of God quickly and return." "Why go to him?" he asked. "It's not the new moon or the Sabbath." "That's all right," she said. She saddled her donkey and said to her servant, "Lead on, don't go slow for me unless I tell you." So she set out and came to the man of God at Mount Carmel. When he saw her in the distance, the man of God asked his servant Gehazi, "Look, the Shunammite. Run to meet her and ask her, 'Are you all right? Is your husband all right? Is your child all right?'" "Everything is all right," she said. When she reached the man of God at the mountain, she took hold of his feet. Gehazi came over to her and to push her away, but the man of God said, "Leave her alone. She is in bitter distress, but the Lord has hidden it from me and not told me why." "Did I ask you for a son, my lord?" she said. "Didn't I tell you don't raise my hopes?" Elisha said to Gehazi, "Tuck your cloak into your belt, take my staff in your hand, and run. Don't greet anyone you meet, and if anyone greets you, do not answer. Lay the staff on the boy's face." But the child's mother said, "As surely as the Lord lives and you live, I will not leave you." So he got up and followed her. Gehazi went on ahead and laid the staff on the boy's face, but there was no sound or response. So Gehazi went back to meet Elisha and told him, "The boy has not awakened." When Elisha reached the house, there was the boy lying dead on his couch. He went in, shut the door on the two of them, and prayed to the Lord. Then he got on the bed and lay on the boy, mouth to mouth, eyes to eyes, hands to hands. As he stretched himself out on him, the boy's body grew warm. Elish turned away and walked back and forth of the room, and then got on the bed and stretched out on him once more. The boy sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elish summoned Gazai, call the Shunammite, as he did, and when he came, he said, "Take your son." She came in and fell at his feet and bowed to the ground. When she took her son and went out, Elish returned to Gilgal. There was a famine in that region. While the company of the prophets was meeting him, he said to his servant, "Put on the large pot and cook some stew for one of these prophets." One of them went out into the fields to gather herbs and found the wild vine and picked as many of the ground as his garment could hold. When he returned, he cut them up into the pot of stew, though no one knew what they were. The stew was poured out for the men, but as they began to eat it, they cried out, "Man of God, there is death in the pot!" And they could not eat it. Elish said, "Get some flour." He put it into the pot and said, "Serve it to the people to eat." And there was nothing harmful in the pot. A man came from Balshash, bringing the man of God 20 loaves of barley bread, baked from the first ripe grain, along with some heads of new grain. "Give it to the people to eat," Elisha said. "How can I set this before 100 men?" his servant asked. But Elisha answered, "Give it to the people to eat, for this is what the Lord says. They will eat and have some left over." Then he set it before them, and they ate and had some left over, according to the word of the Lord. Now, Naaman was the commander of the army of the king of Aram. He was a great man in the sight of his master and highly regarded, because though the Lord had given him victory to a man, he was a valiant soldier, but he had leprosy. Now, bands of raiders from a man had gone out and taken the captive a young girl from Israel, and she served the man's wife. She said to her mistress, "If only my master would see the prophet who is in Samaria, he would cure him of his leprosy." The man went to his master and told the girl from Israel. He said, "By all means go." The king of Ammon replied, "I will send a letter to the king of Israel." So the man left, taking with him 10 talents of silver, 6,000 shekels of gold, and 10 sets of clothing. The letter that he took to the king of Israel read, "With this letter I am sending my servant Naaman to you, so that you may cure him of his leprosy." As soon as the king of Israel read the letter, he tore his robes and said, "Am I God? Can I kill and bring back to life? Why does this fellow send someone to me to be cured of his leprosy? See how he is trying to pick a quarrel with me." When Elisha the man of God had heard what the king of Israel had torn his robes, he sent him this message: "Why have you torn your robes? Have the man come to me. He will know that there is a prophet in Israel." So the man went with his horse and chariots and stopped at the door of Elisha's house. Elisha sent a messenger to say to him, "Go wash yourself 7 times in the Jordan, and your flesh will be restored, and you will be cleansed." But Naaman went away angry and said, "I thought he would surely come out to me and stand and call on the name of his Lord, his God, wave his hand over the spot, and cure me of my leprosy. Are not Abana and Parphar, the rivers of Damascus, better than the waters of Israel? Couldn't I wash in them and be cleansed?" So he turned and went off in a rage. The man's servant went to him and said, "My father, if the prophet had told you to do something great, would you not have done it? How much more than he tells you, wash and be cleansed?" So he went down and dipped himself in the Jordan 7 times, as the man of God had told him, and his flesh was restored and became clean like that of a young boy. Then the man and all his attendants went back to the man of God. He stood before him and said, "Now I know that there is no good in the world except in Israel, so please accept a gift from your servant." The prophet answered, "As surely as the Lord lives, whom I serve, I will not accept a thing." Even though Naaman urged him, he refused. "If you will not," said Naaman, "please let me, your servant, be given as much earth as a pair of mules can carry. For your servant will never again make burnt offerings and sacrifices to any other god but the Lord. But may the Lord forgive your servant for one thing. When my master enters the temple of Rimmon to bow down and is leaning on my arm, and I have bowed there also, when I bow down to the temple Rimmon, may the Lord forgive your servant for this." "Go in peace," Elisha said. After Naaman traveled some distance, Gazai, the servant of Elisha, said to the man of God, brought, "As surely as the Lord lives, I will run after him and get something from him." So Gazai hurried after Naaman. When Naaman saw him running towards him, he got down from the chariot to meet him. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "Everything is all right," Gazai answered. "My master sent me to say, 2 men from the company of prophets have come to me from the hill of the country of Ephraim. Please give them a talent of silver and 2 sets of clothing." "By all means, take 2 talents," said the men. He urged Gazai to accept them, and then tied up the 2 talents of silver in 2 bags with 2 sets of clothing. He gave them to work to his servants, and they carried off to the head of Gazai. When Gazai came to the hill, he took the things from the servants and put them away in the house. He sent the men away after they left. When he went in and stood before his master, Elisha asked him, "Where have you been, Gazai?" "Your servant didn't go anywhere," Gazai answered. But Elisha said to him, "Was my spirit not with you when the man got down from his chariot to meet you? Is this the time to take my money or accept clothes, or olive groves and vineyards, or flock of herds, or male and female slaves? The man's leprosy will cling to you and your descendants forever." Then Gazai went from Elisha's presence, and on his skin was leprous. It had become as white as snow.
Esther Joel, 2 Kings chapter 6 in Swahili version. Kisha wana wa manabii wakamwambia Elisha, "Angalia basi, mahali tukaapo mbele yako ni padogo kwetu. Basi twende mpaka Yordani twakuomba, tutwae huko kila mtu mti mmoja, ili tujifanyie huko mahali pa kukaa." Akajibu, "Haya, nendeni." Mmoja wao akasema, "Uwe radhi, basi nakusihi, uende pamoja na watumishi wako." Akajibu, "Nitakwenda." Basi akaenda pamoja nao, nao walipofika Yordani wakakata miti. Lakini mmojawapo alipokuwa katika kukata boriti, chuma cha shoka kikaanguka majini. Akalia akasema, "Ole wangu, bwana wangu, kwani kiliazimiwa kile." Mtu wa Mungu akasema, "Kilianguka wapi?" Akamwonyesha mahali, akakata kijiti akakitupa pale pale, chuma kikaelea. Akasema, "Kiokote." Basi akanyosha mkono akakitwaa. Basi mfalme wa Shamu alikuwa akifanya vita na Israel, akafanya mashauri na watumishi wake, akasema, "Kituo changu kitakuwapo mahali fulani." Yule mtu wa Mungu akapeleka habari kwa mfalme wa Israel kusema, "Jihadhari usipite mahali fulani, kwa sababu ndiko wanakoshukia Washami." Mfalme wa Israeli akapeleka watu mpaka mahali pale alipoambiwa na yule mtu wa Mungu, na kuhadharishwa akajiokoa nafsi yake, si mara moja wala si mara mbili. Basi mfalme wa Shamu moyo wake ukafadhaika sana kwa ajili ya jambo hili. Akawaita watumishi wake akawaambia, "Je, hamtanionyesha ni mtu yupi miongoni mwenu aliye upande wa mfalme wa Israel?" Mmojawapo wa watumishi wake akasema, "La, bwana wangu mfalme, lakini Elisha yule nabii aliye katika Israel humwambia mfalme wa Israel maneno uyanenayo katika chumba chako cha kulala." Akasema, "Enendeni mkamwangalie aliko, nipate kupeleka huko watu kwenda kumchukua." Akawaambia ya kwamba, "Tazama, yuko Dothani." Kwa hiyo akapeleka huko farasi na magari na jeshi kubwa, wakafika usiku, wakauzingira mji ule pande zote. Hata asubuhi na mapema mtumishi wake yule mtu wa Mungu alipoondoka na kwenda nje, kumbe pana jeshi la watu na farasi na magari wameuzingira mji ule. Mtumishi wake akamwambia, "Ole wetu, bwana wangu, tufanyeje?" Akamjibu, "Usiogope, maana walio pamoja nasi ni wengi kuliko wale walio pamoja nao." Elisha akaomba akasema, "E Bwana, nakusihi, mfumbue macho yake apate kuona." Bwana akamfumbua macho yule mtumishi, naye akaona. Na tazama, kile kilima kilikuwa kimejaa farasi na magari ya moto yaliyomzunguka Elisha pande zote. Na walipomteremkia Elisha akamwomba Bwana akasema, "Wapige na kusihi watu hawa kwa upofu." Akawapiga kwa upofu sawasawa na neno la Elisha. Elisha akamwambia, "Njia hii sio na mji huu sio. Nifuateni mimi, nami nitawapeleka kwa mtu yule mnayemtafuta." Akawapeleka Samaria. Hata walipokwisha kuingia Samaria, Elisha akasema, "Bwana, wafumbue macho watu hawa wapate kuona." Bwana akawafumbua macho wakaona, kumbe walikuwa katikati ya Samaria. Naye mfalme wa Israeli alipowaona akawaambia Elisha, "E baba yangu, niwapige?" Akamjibu, "Usiwapige. Je, ungetaka kuwapiga watu ambao umewatoa mateka kwa upanga wako na uta wako? Weka chakula na maji mbele yao, wapate kula na kunywa na kwenda kwa bwana wao." Basi akawaandalia chakula tele, nao walipokwisha kula na kunywa akawaacha, wakaenda zao kwa bwana wao. Na vikosi vya Shamu havikuja tena katika nchi ya Israel. Ikawa baada ya hayo, Ben-Hadad mfalme wa Shamu akakusanya majeshi yake yote, akakwea akauhusuru Samaria. Njaa ikawa huko Samaria, na tazama, wakauhusuru, hata kichwa cha punda kikapata kuuzwa kwa vipande 80 vya fedha, na kibaba cha mavi ya njiwa kwa vipande 5 vya fedha. Ikawa mfalme wa Israel alipokuwa akipita ukutani, mwanamke mmoja akamwita akisema, unisaidie bwana wangu mfalme. Akasema, Bwana asipokusaidia nikusaidieje mimi? Ya sakafuni au ya shinikizoni? Mfalme akamwambia, una nini? Akajibu mwanamke huyu, aliniambia, mtoe mtoto wako tumle leo, na mtoto wangu tutamla kesho. Basi tukamtokosa mtoto wangu tukamla. Nikamwambia siku ya pili, mtoe mtoto wako tumle, naye amemficha mtoto wake. Ikawa mfalme alipoyasikia maneno ya huyo mwanamke, aliyararua mavazi yake, naye alikuwa akipita juu ya ukuta, na watu wakaona, na tazama, alikuwa amevaa magunia ndani ya mwili wake. Ndipo akasema, Mungu anifanyie hivyo na kuzidi, kikimbakia kichwa Elisha mwana wa Shafati juu yake leo. Lakini Elisha alikuwa akikaa nyumbani mwake, na wazee wakikaa pamoja naye, na mfalme akamtuma mtua mbele yake. Lakini hata kabla ya kufika kwake, yule aliyetumwa akawaambia wazee, je, mwaona jinsi huyu mwana wa muuaji alivyotuma aniondolee kichwa changu? Angalieni, huyo aliyetumwa akifika, fungeni mlango, mkamzuie mlangoni. Je, sauti ya miguu ya bwana wake haiko nyuma yake? Hata alipokuwa katika kusema nao, tazama, yule aliyetumwa akamshukia, naye akasema, angalia, mabaya haya yatoka kwa Bwana. Kwa nini mimi kumngojea Bwana tena? Amen.
My name is Kathleen Mast, and I'm reading from 2 Kings chapter 7 and chapter 8. Elisha said, hear the Lord's word. This is what the Lord says. At this time tomorrow, a seah of wheat flour will sell for a shekel at Samaria's gate, and 2 seahs of barley will sell for a shekel. Then the officer, the one the king leaned on for support, spoke to the man of God. Come on, even if the Lord should make windows in the sky, how could that happen? Elisha said, you will see it with your own eyes, but you won't eat from it. The siege is broken. Now there were 4 men with skin diseases at the entrance to the city. They said to each other, what are we doing sitting here until we die? If we decide, let's go into the city, the famine is there, and we'll die in the city. But if we stay here, we'll die just the same. So let's go and surrender to the Aramean camp. If they let us live, we'll live. If they kill us, we'll die. So they set out that evening to the Aramean camp. And they came to the edge of camp. There was no one there, because the Lord had made the Aramean camp hear the sound of chariots, horses, and a strong army. They had said to each other, listen, Israel's king has hired the Hittite and Egyptian kings to come after us. So they had got up and fled in the evening, leaving their tents, horses, and donkeys. They left the camp exactly as it was and ran for their lives. So these men with skin diseases came to the edge of the camp. They entered a tent where they ate and drank. They carried off some silver, gold, and garments, and they hid them. Then they returned and went into another tent. They took more things from there, went away, and hid them. But then they said to each other, what we are doing isn't right. Today is a day of good news, but we're keeping quiet about it. If we wait until dawn, something bad will happen to us. Come on, let's go and tell the palace. So they went and called out to the gatekeeper, telling them, we went to the Aramean camp, and listen to this. No one was there, not even the sound of anyone. The only things that were tied up were horses and donkeys, and the tents, just as they were. The gatekeeper shouted out the news, and it was reported within the palace. The king got up in the night. He said to his servants, "Let me tell you what the Arameans are doing to us. They know we are starving, so they've left the camp to hide in the fields. They are thinking the Israelites will come out from the city, and then we'll capture them alive and invade the city." But one of his servants answered, "Please, let some men take 5 of the horses that are left, and let's send them out to see what happens. They are in the same situation as a large number of Israelites who are left here, so they are no better off than the large number of Israelites who've already perished." So they chose 2 chariots with their horses. The king sent them after the Aramean army, saying, "Go and see." So they went after the Arameans as far as the Jordan River. The road was filled the whole way with garments and equipment that the Arameans had thrown away in their rush. The messengers returned and reported this to the king. Then the people went out and looted the Aramean camp. And so it happened that a seah of wheat flour did sell for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley sold for a shekel, in agreement with the Lord's word. But the king had put the officer whom he leaned on for support in charge of the city gate. The people trampled the officers at the gate, and he died. This is just what the man of God said when the king had come down to him. Because when the man of God said to the king, "At this time tomorrow, 2 seahs of barley will sell for a shekel at Samaria's gate, and 1 seah of wheat flour will sell for a shekel." So the officer had answered the man of God, "Come on, even if the Lord should make windows in the sky, how could that happen?" Then Elijah said, "You will see it with your own eyes, but you won't eat from it." That's exactly what happened to him. The people trampled him at the city gate, and he died. Elisha spoke to the woman whose son he had brought back to life. "You and your household must go away and live wherever you can, because the Lord has called for a famine. It's coming to the land and will last 7 years." So the woman went and did what the man of God asked. She and her household moved away, living in Philistia 7 years. When 7 years had passed, the woman returned from Philistia. She went to appeal to the king of her house for her house and her farmland. The king was speaking to Gehazi, the man of God, servant, asking him, "Tell me about all the great things Elisha has done." So Gehazi was telling the king how Elisha had brought the dead back to life. At that very moment, the woman whose son he had brought back to life began to appeal to the king for her house and her farmland. Gehazi said, "Your Majesty, this is the woman herself, and this is her son, the one Elisha brought back to life." The king questioned the woman. She told him her story. Then the king appointed an official to help her, saying, "Return everything that belongs to her, as well as everything that the farmland has produced, starting from the day she left the country until right now." Hazael becomes king. Now, Elisha had gone to Damascus when Aram's king Ben-Hadad became sick. The king was told, "The man of God has come all this way." So the king said to Hazael, "Take a gift with you and go to meet the man of God. Question the Lord through him. Will I recover from the sickness?" So Hazael went out to meet Elisha. He took along 40 camel loads of Damascus's finest goods as a gift. He came and stood before Elisha and said, "Your son Ben-Hadad, the king of Aram, sent me to ask you, will I recover from this sickness?" Elisha said to him, "Go and tell him you will definitely recover." But actually the Lord had shown me that he will die. Elisha stared straight at Hazael until he felt uneasy. Then the man of God began to cry. Hazael said, "Master, why are you crying?" "Because I know what violence you will do to the Israelites," Elisha said. "You will drive them from their forts with fire. You will kill the young men with a sword. You will smash their children and rip open their pregnant women." Hazael replied, "How could your servant, who Is nothing but a dog do such mighty things? Elisha said, The Lord has shown me that you will be king over Aram. Then Hazael left Elisha and returned to his master. What did Elisha say to you? Ben-Hadad asked. He told me that you will certainly live, Hazael replied. But the next day, he took a blanket, soaked it in water, and put it over Ben-Hadad's face until he died. Hazael succeeded him as king. Joram rules Judah. In the 5th year of Israel's king Joram, Ahab's son, Jehoram, the son of Judah's king, Jehoshaphat, became king. He was 32 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 8 years in Jerusalem. He walked in the ways of Israel's kings, just as Ahab's dynasty had done, because he married Ahab's daughter. He did what was evil in the Lord's eyes. Nevertheless, because of his servant David, the Lord wasn't willing to destroy Judah. The Lord had promised to preserve a lamp for David and his sons forever. During Jehoram's rule, Edom rebelled against Judah's power and appointed their own king. Jehoram, along with all his chariots, crossed over to Zaire. He got up at night to attack the Edomites, who had surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but his army fled back home. So Edom has been independent of Judah to this day. Libnah rebelled at the same time. The rest of Jehoram's deeds and all that he accomplished, aren't they written in the official records of Judah's kings? Jehoram died and was buried with his ancestors in David's city. His son, Ahaziah, succeeded him as king. Ahaziah ruled Judah. Ahaziah, the son of Judah's king Jehoram, became king in the 12th year of Israel's king Joram, Ahab's son. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah. She was a granddaughter of Israel's king Omri. He walked in the ways of Ahab's dynasty, doing what was evil in the Lord's eyes, just as Ahab's dynasty had done, because he had married into Ahab's family. Ahaziah went with Joram, Ahab's son, to fight against Aram's king Hazael at Ramoth Gilead, where the Arameans wounded Joram. King Joram returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds the Arameans had given him at Ramah in his battle with Aram's king Hazael. Then Judah's king Ahaziah, the son of Joram, went down to visit Joram, Ahab's son, at Jezreel because he had been wounded.
Molly Moore. 2 Kings chapter 9. The prophet Elisha called to a member of the group of prophets. Get ready, take this jug of oil with you, and go to Ramoth Gilead. When you arrive there, look for Jehu, Jehoshaphat's son and Nimshi's grandson. Go to him, then pull him away from his associates, taking him to a private room. Take the jug of oil and pour it on his head. Then say, This is what the Lord has said. I anoint you king of Israel. Then open the door and run out of there without stopping. So the young prophet went to Ramoth Gilead. He came in and the military commanders were sitting right there. He said, Commander, I have a word for you. For which one of us? Jehu asked. The young prophet said, For you, Commander. So Jehu got up and went inside. The prophet then poured oil on his head and said to him, This is what the Lord, Israel's God, says. I anoint you king over the Lord's people, over Israel. You will strike down your master Ahab's family. In this way, I will take revenge for the violence done by Jezebel to my servants, the prophets, and to all the Lord's servants. Ahab's whole family will die. I will eliminate from Ahab everyone who urinates on a wall, whether slave or free in Israel. I will make Ahab's dynasty like the dynasty of Jeroboam, Nebat's son, and like the dynasty of Baasha, Ahijah's son. And as for Jezebel, the dogs will devour her in the area of Jezreel. No one will bury her. Then the young prophet opened the door and ran. Jehu went out to his master's officers. They said to him, "Is everything okay? Why did this fanatic come to you?" Jehu said to them, "You know the man and the nonsense he talks." "That's a lie," they said. "Come on, tell us." Jehu replied, "This is what he said to me. This is what the Lord says. I anoint you king of Israel." Then each man quickly took his cloak and put it beneath Jehu on the paved steps. They blew a trumpet and said, "Jehu has become king." Then Jehu, Jehoshaphat's son and Nimshi's grandson, plotted against Joram. Now Joram, along with all of Israel, had been guarding Ramoth Gilead against Aram's king, Hazael. But King Joram had gone back to Jezreel to recover from wounds that the Arameans had given him when he fought Hazael. So Jehu said, "If this is the way you feel, then don't let anyone escape from the city to talk about it in Jezreel." Then Jehu got on a chariot and drove to Jezreel because Joram was resting there. Judah's king Ahaziah had also come to visit Joram. The guard standing on the tower at Jezreel saw a crowd of people coming with Jehu. He said, "I see a crowd of people." Joram said, "Take a chariot driver, send him out to meet them and ask, 'Do you come in peace?'" So the driver went to meet him and said, "The king asks, 'Do you come in peace?'" Jehu replied, "What do you care about peace? Come around and follow me." Meanwhile, the tower guard reported, "The messenger met them, but he isn't returning." The king sent a second driver. He came to them and said, "The king asks, 'Do you come in peace?'" Jehu said, "What do you care about peace? Come around and follow me." The tower guard reported, "The messenger met them, but he isn't returning, and the style of chariot driving is like Jehu, Nimshi's son. Jehu drives like a madman." Joram said, "Hitch up the chariot." So they hitched up his chariot. Then Israel's king Joram and Judah's king Ahaziah, each in his own chariot, went out to meet Jehu. They happened to meet him at the plot of ground that belonged to Naboth, the Jezreelite. When Joram saw Jehu, he said, "Do you come in peace, Jehu?" He said, "How can there be peace as long as the immoralities of your mother Jezebel and her many acts of sorcery continue?" Then Joram turned his chariot around and fled. He shouted to Ahaziah, "It's a trap, Ahaziah." Jehu took his bow and shot Joram in the back. The arrow went through his heart and he fell down in his chariot. Jehu said to Bidkar, his chariot officer, "Pick him up and throw him on the plot of ground belonging to Naboth the Jezreelite. Remember how you and I were driving chariot teams behind his father Ahab when the Lord spoke this prophecy about him. Yesterday I saw Naboth's blood and his son's blood, declares the Lord. I swear that I will pay you back on this very plot of ground, declares the Lord. Now pick him up and throw him on that plot of ground in agreement with the Lord's word." Judah's king Ahaziah saw this and fled on the road to Beth Hagan. Jehu chased after him. "Do the same to him," he commanded. They shot him in his chariot on the way up to Gur near Iblim. Ahaziah fled to Megiddo and died there. His servants carried him back in a chariot to Jerusalem. He was buried in his tomb with his ancestors in David's city. Ahaziah had become Judah's king in the 11th year of Ahab's son, Joram. Jehu went to Jezreel. When Jezebel heard of it, she put on her eyeshadow and arranged her hair. She looked down out of the window. When Jehu came through the gate, she said, "Do you come in peace, Zimri, you master murderer?" Jehu looked up to the window and said, "Who's on my side? Anyone?" 2 or 3 high officials looked down at him. Then he said, "Throw her out." So they threw her out of the window. Some of her blood splattered against the wall and on the horses, and they trampled her. Jehu then went in to eat and drink. He said, "Deal with this cursed woman and bury her. She was, after all, a king's daughter." They went to bury her, but they couldn't find her body. Only her skull was left along with her hands and feet. They went back and reported this to Jehu. He said, "This is the Lord's word spoken through his prophet Elijah from Tishbe. Dogs will devour Jezebel's flesh in the area of Jezreel. Jezebel's corpse will be like dung spread out in a field in that plot of land in Jezreel. So no one will be able to say, 'This was Jezebel.'"